Good morning, good day, and good evening. How are you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Hope you had a good weekend. Neshet, first one in today. Shout out, hope you're doing good, man. We also got Janko in second place, as well as Ameripon. Hope you're doing good, everyone. Oh no, Mike. Wait, are you talking about me? I should... No, OBS tells me I have audio levels. Okay, sweet, it's not on my side. No worries, man. Apparently Swedish people like to say buy blueberries. Possible. You went 6 seconds past the starting countdown, big scam. Sorry about that one. What's up, Raka? I hope you're doing good, man. Are you coming back to streaming today? I've heard the rumors. Where you been, man? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, I am a little bit late today. I planned out everything to be actually quite early today, because I've been so fucking excited to stream today and work on my game. And then like right before I was gonna start the stream, I realized that I had a bunch of clips I had to make on Twitch before the VODs expired, and they expired in apparently 0 days, so I got a little bit stressed and was like, I think I need to do this quickly. Like your tank shows on the floor, cheers man, hope you're doing good, Janko, as well. So today, the plan is, I think we're gonna do... Oh shit, I can't help but laugh at myself. I think we're gonna do a little bit of refactoring, and you know what, I know I do probably a little bit too much refactoring, and I think I might have a problem here, because I actually think refactoring is kinda fun. Like, I've done so much refactoring after the game jam version that I think I've started, like, refactoring stuff and making the code better actually gives me a bit of a dopamine kick, you know? Which I think could be bad, because you definitely, like, theoretically, you could go a little bit far with it. But I did get some, you know, I did get a good idea last stream about how we could handle the rooms and stuff in Shroud of Gloom and basically improve on that system. And I feel like I have a pretty damn good idea that's gonna make my life a little bit easier long term as well, in terms of like setting up room layouts and just making new rooms in general and adding some extra functionality to it. I'm gonna go through it all and basically give you guys the general gist of my plan, how we're gonna do it, and feel free to chime in, but I do think I have a pretty decent idea for it. Other than that, I did do a little bit of work this weekend, not too much, just small little polish stuff. But first and foremost, before we get into it, of course, if anyone hasn't, please go ahead and wishlist Shroud of Gloom on Steam. It would mean a lot. Why is my bot not working? Hello? Hello? Bots? What are you doing? Bots. Where are you? Okay. I don't know what my bot is doing. However, besides the stuffed bot part, there you go. Thank you very much, Raka. There we have the link. If anyone hasn't, please go and wishlist the game. It is the #1 way of supporting the development. Thank you guys very much. We're currently sitting at 217 wishlists as far as last time I checked. Hello, bot. Dude, when I'm asking for bots, I get... My bot doesn't answer, but then I get other fucking Twitch bots into the chat. What the fuck, man? What's the timing on that one? Anyway, that was kind of funny. My bot's completely ditching me. The fucking the abyss of Twitch bots just listened instead. So what did I do this weekend? I did add a little bit of particles to the menu as well, to make that one look a little bit more interesting. So you can see here now we have a few dust particles floating around the light from the door. Neat little thing, but I feel like, you know, not huge, but I feel like it adds a little bit. There's something more going on in the menu. I quite like it. Wait, unban him and ask him if he needs a job? Holy shit, that's actually a pretty clever idea. Should I just start hiring the random Twitch bots you get in? I mean, you're onto something. You might actually be onto something. What else did I do? I did do more stuff. Menu particles. I did some initialization stuff. That's not really important. I love my commit messages here. Or summaries. A bit of this, a bit of that. Lovely. I did fix that one bug that we have where sometimes the inventory would stay open. I don't remember exactly what... Oh yeah, it was my... it was the way I had set up the hover interactable thing. Sometimes it didn't fully register the... Like, if I moved out before it was fully up, that's when it would have stayed open. I know I've mentioned that bug before on stream, but no matter what, it is fixed now. Other than that, it's not... Oh yeah, I did do a little bit of refactoring as well, actually, in the way I handle sounds in the game. So the way we do it now, basically I added more functionality to my component that plays sound effects. So for example, if I look at the flickering lamp here in the room, this one plays a sound effect, right? Before, the only thing I could do here... can I do this maybe? No. Let me move a little bit. So before all I could do was to play a sound effect. Now I added some extra overrides where I can... Whenever I want to, I can add a delay or a volume multiplier or a pitch multiplier. So basically, in my audio system, I can set up the default volume and pitch and stuff of sound effects, but I can have individual items or objects in the game that like override it and maybe have higher pitch and so on. Which I feel like is pretty good because it means that I can reuse more sound effects but still have them sound a bit different. So a good example of this is actually this lamp, because this lamp is made out of metal. This vent is also made out of metal. So the way we did this before is that these actually have the same sound effect. And that sounded a little bit bad, because it's very obvious that I'm reusing the sound effect. So now, what I do is that I still reuse the sound effect, but in this object, I have just upped the pitch by like 20% and lowered the volume to only 80% of the volume. So now, there's a slightly different sound, without me having to like set up a new sound effect. So I think that's pretty neat. So the way I did this was very simple. What's up, Vinny? How you doing, man? Hope you had a good weekend. So all I do is take in a delay, volume and pitch multiplier, and then I made a overload method here. So before I just used the public void play, which finds the sound effects and then plays it. Now I did a more generic method to play a sound effect, so I called that one here instead. And then I made this one, this overload method, where we take in the volume multiplier and everything to basically change the volume and pitch and then play the sound effect with that volume and pitch instead of the default one. So not too complex, but it's gonna give me a bit more flexibility in terms of sound effects, so I'm feeling good about it. I guess that is really the biggest changes I did this weekend, isn't it? Oh yeah, I did update tutorial outlines for like the badge and the map to make them a little bit more visible. But that's, you know, it's not super noticeable. That is basically what I've worked on. So the plan for today, what I would like to do, is to refactor, as I mentioned, how I handle the rooms. Because right now, we do this in a little bit of a messy way. And I think I could make a pretty big improvement at how we do this. So currently, the way we do it currently is that we have we have 2 different items for each room, right? So currently I have a room prefab, and then I also have the I don't know how you show this, but the the scriptable object for rooms. And this becomes messy because obviously these are interlinked, because a scriptable object is like the data object for the prefab. But the way I see it is that we don't really have a reason why these should be separate, right? Like, why not have the data object and the prefab be the same thing? I feel like that is fine. Because now it gets a little bit messy, where like the room manager that I have has a reference to a scriptable object for like the current room. But then we have an array of the prefabs for each room. So every time I need to do something, I like loop through this array of prefabs and check if the name of the prefab is the same as the scriptable object and stuff. Like, it gets a little bit messy. Whereas like if I make this a normal class on the prefab, like every single reference should be of the same type, and I never have to like name check or double check if we have the same stuff. We can just say that if the prefab is the current room, then we're done, So it wouldn't even be a reference to a prefab. And I no longer need to check the current room, which is a scriptable object, find the prefab to then disable it, because now we would just be able to call the room class.gameObject, and that would be the prefab, I feel like this is a better way of doing it. And then I have some extra ideas where we could do like basically have the rooms keep track of the exits and where they should lead, instead of having each individual door do it. Because that means that whenever I want to change around how the layout is, I can do everything from like the main room prefab, instead of going into the prefab and finding each door, locating the exit and setting that up. So the way I think we're gonna do that is by doing a dictionary of doors and rooms. So when you click on an exit, we basically check that door and see what room is it connected to in this dictionary instead. I feel like that's a pretty good way of doing it. It's Flannelbeard with the raid. How you doing, man? Well, come in. Let me throw a little shout out here. Hope you're doing good. What have you been up to? We're just starting up here. The plan is to do a bit of refactoring today, and I am unusually excited about it. I've been hyped this entire weekend to start doing a bit of code, not gonna lie. Also, wanna fight? Welcome in. You are bald. I think I am objectively quite far from being bald. I think I actually have a pretty decent head of hair, not gonna lie. I don't know how you even could tell when I have a beanie on, to be fair. But nonetheless, welcome in. Fans working on the typing game. Nice, nice. Back from vacation and getting back into the swing of things. Nice. Thanks for the shout out. No worries, man. How's the progress going on the typing game? I know I checked it out. How is it going for ya? If anyone coming in from It's Flannelbeard does not know of me, I go by Mad Sherpy, and we are currently developing a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom, which you can wishlist on Steam as we speak. If anyone wants to, I can show you a little bit of an outdated teaser. Here you go. There we go. slower than I want, but we're getting there. As long as you're having like consistent progress. If it's slow, I don't feel like that really matters. As long as we're moving in the right direction, do you know what I mean? I wonder why my wishlist command... Oh, is it because... Is my wishlist commanded through Streamlabs? Is Streamlabs not connected? That might actually be it. But I have pinned the link if anyone is interested in wishlisting the game. We appreciate that very much. Caffeine Storm, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate ya. Hope you had a good weekend. So yeah, the plan, what I'm thinking of doing today, in terms of these new rooms, is that we're gonna remove the scriptable objects, the data class for rooms, because I believe that one is unnecessary. If you disagree, feel free to tell me why, but I think I don't have a need to have a separate data object for it. It seems unnecessary in my eyes, the more I've been thinking about this. So what I think we're gonna do instead is to turn that into a room class that we have on each room prefab, and have that one contain all of the data, as I said, like where the exits lead, as well as the ambient noise that is playing. Maybe even a room size variable, so we could make, if you're in a bigger room, we could adjust the reverb of the sound effects to make it basically sound like you're in a bigger room. And that could all be handled through the room class. Sounds pretty decent. And then we make the room manager basically only have references to these room classes, instead of doing the thing which we're doing now, where we are like mixing up the room prefabs and the scriptable objects and constantly like double checking this, like, is this the right prefab for this scriptable object, or is this the scriptable object of this room prefab and stuff. Like, I feel like we're doing so many unnecessary steps along the way because these are separate objects, where that's why I feel like it just makes sense that to turn all of this into one and the same object. So now the current room, which is currently a scriptable object, would be this room class, and the list of all the rooms would also be an array of this room class. I feel like it makes sense. Which means that when we now enable and disable rooms, we don't even have to find the prefab, since we like inherently have it, since it's gonna be on the game object, we can just call room.gameObject. And then there's other stuff we can do where, like, you know, some objects in the room could change or update the ambient noise in the room, or even check neighboring rooms, just from this list, or even from this list with the connected rooms, we should actually calculate all the rooms that are neighbors. We should check the ambient noise in those rooms, and then apply the same one with lower volume in our room. Does that make sense? So I feel like there's a lot of cool stuff we could do with this system. And yeah, like I mentioned, we can also update the sound effects reverb to make rooms sound smaller and bigger. Basically, I wrote all of this on a bus yesterday because I was so fucking excited about how to do this, so I started planning out this entire refactor. I've been so hyped this entire weekend. I don't know, I feel like I'm in fucking... I don't know. How do I explain this? I feel so fucking excited. That's what I'm trying to say. That's really it. Like, it's been a long time since I had a weekend where I feel like I spent half the weekend just fucking longing for Monday so that I could get to work and fucking do some coding for this game, you know? It feels really fun. I'm really excited. I love a good refactor. Yeah, I was saying it as well. Like, I actually think that maybe as an advantage and disadvantage, I really think that refactoring is quite fun. The reason, like, obviously refactoring has a bunch of pros. The reason I say that it could be a disadvantage is because I do think there's an argument that you could take it too far. Like, I don't want to sit here in 5 years still refactoring this game because I keep coming up with better ideas of doing stuff. So I feel like there is a little bit of that, like, you do have to find a balance, but it's fun, you know, and I'm still in the, you know, period of my development career where I am, you know, I'm learning a lot, so I feel like that's kind of also why I get so much into refactoring, because I constantly come up with better ways. I suppose that might always be the case though, so yeah, I don't know. Speaking of bald, I had someone come in a month ago or so tell me I'm balding. Must be some Twitch meta, very possible. I don't know why, like, not gonna lie, I have a pretty fucking full head of hair. Like, I wouldn't say, I mean, this is all messy, like, I do need to... Basically, I think I'm just gonna fucking grow it out again. I cannot be bothered. I cannot be bothered. Bald? Shut up, Vinny. How is this bald, fam? My hair is fucking long as... I don't know. Shit. I think I actually dodged a bullet there, because as far as I know, my father started balding when he was like, you know, 24 or something. And so far, I have not really seen... I mean, obviously my hairline has probably receded a little bit, but I think it's done that in the... Because that's also just natural, right? I don't think it's gone over to the point where I would say I'm balding. And also, what's up, Peepa Poopy? Sorry, I missed your message now. Hope you're doing good. Hope you had a good weekend. How old are you, Chappy? Do you want to take a guess, Vinny? Do you want to take a guess? Feel free. Feel free to make a little guess. 25? Oh, shit. That's interesting. That's interesting. I am 27 or 28, I think. No, I think... Yeah. I think I'm 27. Am I the only one who started, like, getting lost about my age? Like, am I the only one who have to like calculate my age? No. What do you mean? Or well, that's what I'm saying. No, it can't only be. I cannot be the only one who feels like uncertain about my age most days. Do you guys mean that you don't have to do like a little calculation every now and then to like double check what age you are? Do you guys just inherently remember how old you are? That's fucking bullshit. No way. No way people do that. Yeah, sometimes I have to think about it, but I don't take that long. Come on, I'm still not certain. I haven't even gotten to the point where... But if I'm making a guess, I would say 27. Fairly certain, fairly certain. Yeah. No, yeah, I am. Dude, I actually don't. No, I am 27. I should be. Do you hear the certainty in my voice? Do you hear how certain I am? My age is nice and round. Are you 30? Flannel? That would be my guess. But it's interesting, Vinny. I would say that most people tend to guess that I'm actually older than I am. So interesting. You're the first one who guesses younger in a pretty long amount of time. Not gonna lie. Most of the time, I feel like people end up guessing that I'm older than I am. Which, you know, it was kind of cool when you were a kid. Like, when I was a teenager, it was like, yeah, people think I'm old. Now it's kind of like, oh shit, people think I'm a boomer. You know? What's up, Caffeine Storm? I never remember anymore. Same! Some things are best forgotten. Like, the thing is that it doesn't really matter anymore, right? Like, you know, I don't wanna... How do I say this? Like, frankly, does it really fucking matter? Like, I've gone past all of the, like, age limits that really meant something. Like, you know, okay, 18, I can start, like, I don't know, fucking going out or having a drink. And, like, in Sweden at, like, 20, you can start, like, buying alcohol at the local liquor store and stuff. Also driving at 18. And that's really, like, you know, that's the last, like... age limits kind of that you pass, and after that it's like, who cares? The only other thing is that sometimes I know that like car insurance can be cheaper depending on your age, so I suppose that's an advantage to being older. But guess what, I'm a fucking unemployed full-time developer. Do you guys think I have a car? Do I look like a person who has a car? I don't, so I don't even care. Guess we will never know. Oh, you're older, Flano. Are you 40? You said nice and round, so I assume that you're gonna be at one of the one of the... What the fuck do you call it? The ones with a 0 is what I'm trying to say. Oh man. I'm 26 and people think I'm 30. Interesting. Yeah, I feel like most of the time people guess that I am older. I do think the beard probably doesn't help as well. You know, that probably... 40 is the new 0 times 28. Wait, that would be 0. Wait, what? Yeah, 40. Fuck that. Nah, dude. 40, that's still young, you know. You know, as long as you're young in spirit, who cares? Who cares? We got a long ways to go, eh? Okay, so we're basically the same age then, Vinny. Yeah, it's the beard. I also have one. It makes sense. It makes us look older. Yeah, for sure, for sure. No, I do think it does. It probably. Like, I would probably look a few years younger if I completely shaved my beard off. Don't know if I'm gonna do it though, because, not gonna lie, I've had a beard for a long enough time now, to the point where I feel a little bit... basically, how do I want to say this? I barely remember how my fucking chin looks, or like how I look without a beard, so I'm kind of scared of doing it, because the thing is that, like, it's easy to shave a beard off, but it takes a pretty long time to grow it out, you know, and like that mid-time, or like the medium range, like before you really have a beard, like when you have more than stubble but less than a beard, like it's annoying, like, so I don't feel like I can't do it, you know. Serets is a prefix for writing numbers in hexadecimal. Ah, now I feel really old. Maybe I'm just stupid, that's very possible as well, to be fair. Maybe I'm just uneducated. No, you have an awesome beard, keep it. Yeah, I plan to. I have no reason at the moment to shave it off. To be fair, speaking of that thing, it's kind of the same with my hair now. That's one of the reasons I wear my beanie all the time, is that I can't fucking be bothered. Because I'm at that time, or at that moment in my hair growth, where my hair is a little bit too long to, like, I don't know, for me to know how to, like, style it or whatever. And I can't be bothered doing it, but it's just too short for me to put it up in a bun as well. Like, this is the portion of hair growth that I fucking hate, because I don't know what to do with it. Like, having short hair is easy. You wake up and you're basically done. You don't have to do anything. Having really long hair is also easy. All you do is tie it up and you're done. Having this, like, mid-range hair is fucking annoying. That's my take. Bald? I'm not bald. Maybe one day, very possible. I mean, I do look. I suppose this is how I would look bald. Not gonna lie, that emote actually kinda looks like my father. So very possible, very possible. That's gonna be me in a few years. Okay, should we? This is gonna break a bit of my game, because currently all of the doors use scriptable objects, as well as the map, I think. I think we're gonna break the map a little bit as well. So make sure everything is committed, right? Yeah, so let's do a new... I think we're gonna call this... I can't call it room for now. So I'm gonna call this test room. Because room is the name of the scriptable object, but I wanna save that one for the time being. So, ladies and gentlemen, Jones with the raid. What is up, man? How you doing? Welcome in. I saw you were doing a bit of 3D development stuff. How's it going? How are you enjoying? Is it your first time working in 3D? I was lurking a bit earlier. Big shout out here to Jones, another developer on here on Twitch. Recently released his second published game, I think. If you guys wanna check that out. Welcome in, how you doing, man? If anyone coming in from Jones does not know of me, I go by Madchappy, and I'm currently developing a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom, which you can wishlist on Steam as we speak. The plan today is to do a bit of refactoring, because as you might be able to tell from the title, I am a little bit of a perpetual refactorer. I don't know if that's a common term, but otherwise, let's coin it here. If you guys want to, I can show a slightly outdated teaser. Here you go. Thank you very much for the raid, man. I do appreciate ya. Yeah, making a house in Blender. Is it your first time using Blender? I do want to try it at some point. You should really make a slightly less outdated teaser. I really should. What's up, Cheetah? Hope you're doing good, man. The reason why I'm not doing it is because we talked about this a few streams ago. I think the issue with these teasers during development is that the teaser is outdated when I publish it. Like, yeah, obviously if I make a new teaser now, it's gonna be less outdated. But I promise you that in 2 weeks, I'll have made enough changes to where I feel like, ah shit, I should make a new teaser. So that's the main reason why I'm being like I don't want to be the guy who publishes like 10 teasers before I release the game. So I kind of feel like at the moment, I'm gonna make sure we get to a little bit where I feel like we're starting to have a bit more of a vertical slice, and then do like one more update maybe before we do a more proper trailer. That is the plan. Dude, my wishlist on Steam is actually growing out of proportion. Look at this. This is Jones' recent game he published. Grand Fantasy Heroes, an epic fantasy RPG where you level up heroes, go on adventures, and progress in power until you can take on the Demon King. Cool stuff. Go and check it out if you haven't. Support our fellow developers. Yeah, the stream is the only teaser you need. Yeah, in some regard that is true. That is true. Okay, so how should we do this little refactor now? Basically, for anyone who's coming in, what I want to do is remove my scriptable objects for rooms and have the prefab and the data object be the same thing, because I feel like that makes more sense. Is IntelliSense broken? Of course it is, of course it is. Little shout here as well, because this is something that consistently annoys me a bit. If anyone knows why my IntelliSense breaks like once an hour or so, please be free to let me know if there's any way to fix it, because it is a little bit annoying. Basically, I have to restart Visual Studio like 5 times a stream to get IntelliSense to work. I don't really know why it happens. I think it might be sometimes when I reload the domain. I don't know if this disconnects IntelliSense or something. It's weird, it's weird. Gotta run, dude. No worries, Flannabill. Thank you very much for the raid as well, and I'll see you next time. Cheers, man. So the question is, for these rooms, what do we need? Well, first of all, we can check the scriptable objects, the room scriptable object that we are currently using. So this has a reference to room prefab, which we probably no longer need, since we have our own. You know, this is gonna be on the game object, so doing room.gameObject would be the same thing. Name. Do we need a name for the rooms? I don't think I do, because... No, because the reason I use a name here, I think, is to check that I'm working with the same prefab. And then here we have the neighboring rooms, but only one per direction. So this is also something I want to fix, because currently there's no way for me to have 2 doors to the left, because they would end up leading to the same room. So the way we're gonna do this instead, I think, is by using a dictionary of exits and rooms that we go into, basically. I think that would be a good way of doing it. And then maybe do a list of neighbors, if we ever want to loop through those. For some reason. But let's start off by only making the stuff that we know that we need, right? Do I ever need a direct reference to the game object here? I don't think I do. Maybe we should look at the room manager and as well and see what I do with these. So the room manager, here we find neighboring rooms that we go into, and this is the unnecessary stuff, like looping through this list and like double checking names and stuff. Now we can just check if the room is the same as the current room. That's all I need to do. Room transition. So this poses in a room. What is this? Is this a game object? That is a game object. So that we might have to change, because this is gonna be a room class instead. So in the room transition, we'll just have to say... Oh no, room.transform is still gonna work though. Yeah, so it should actually be... No, that should be fine. Deactivate all rooms. Get current room. Oh, so this is for other functions to check what the current room is at the moment. When do I use that? Oh, the map manager does it. I am like unusually excited about refactoring this. I don't know why. I've been feeling like a kid like the entire day yesterday. I was so close. I almost started typing the script and I was like, no, I'm gonna wait. I have to wait until tomorrow. Because I wanted to do this on stream for some reason. Because otherwise I didn't know what to do today. But I've been so excited to code this and I don't even know why. Okay, this should be fairly easy. I think what we're gonna do is maybe make a few... Should we use events to enable and disable these? No. No, I'm gonna use public methods, I think. So we're gonna do... I don't need the game object, because this is gonna be on the game object. I think I'm gonna do, instead of doing set active, I'm gonna do my own public void... I don't know, enable room. Maybe? Or we just have a bool, enable, and here we say game object set active enable. So that one we can call from the room manager whenever we want to enable and disable this. We need the exits, and we also need... Oh yeah, maybe the ambient noise of the room. So what would that be? That would be a... I suppose we could serialize a song, or we just do the audio source. That could work as well. And just set a clip. Oh, you know what? I have an ambience list in my audio system, so this could actually be a string. How do I want to do this? Okay, ambience is not the most important thing, let's leave that for now. Where exit leads, I think I want a dictionary for that. Room size variable, should I do an enum or just an integer? Maybe an enum is fine. But in that case, an enum has to be public, right? Because they are by default public. So we're gonna do public enum size, where we're gonna have... How do you... Oh no, that should be fine. We're gonna have small. I'm gonna call one default, which is gonna be the size we currently use. And then we're gonna have large. Or maybe we just call default medium and set that to the default size. Yeah, that's fine. Maybe massive. Small, medium, large, massive. So we do like no reverb, very little reverb maybe. Quite a bit of reverb, a lot of reverb. That's the... I think the sound effect, the reverb of the sound effects is the main thing we're gonna change depending on the size of the room. But it might be useful later on as well. So then we have to set up a few things. So we're gonna serialize a private size, which we are going to call room size, which we're gonna... Can I default this to... Yeah, size.medium. We set that as the default size of the room. In these we could also later on, when we implement the save system, do like methods to save and load the rooms, the state of the room, maybe. Okay, the exits are quite important. I think we're gonna do a dictionary there. So how would I do this? I would make a dictionary of... Do I even need a dictionary? I could make a new class for like exits. Maybe. Or I do a dictionary of... The key would be the door itself. So that would be like either game object or exit on click, because that's an exit. And then in that case the value would be the another test room. Oh wait, this no, yeah, exactly. So in this room we have all of the exits, and then we assign what room those exits are supposed to go to. So this way is this is one way of doing it. Potentially we could make a public class exit, where we could theoretically do like a string for the name of the exit, maybe staircase or trapdoor or left door or whatever. We could have a public... I need a reference to the actual exit object, I think. So an exit, and then of course we need a test room, as in the room that it's going to. And then we could make an array of this. I suppose that... you know what? I think I'm gonna need both. Yeah, that's the way I'm gonna do it. Because I think the main advantage to having a dictionary is the fact that it's more efficient to do lookups and stuff in a dictionary, right? I'm pretty sure that's the case, rather than like, you know, looping through a array or something. The issue is that a dictionary is not serializable, right? So let's call this exits for now. If I save this, I am almost certain that dictionaries are not serializable. Yeah, I can set up the room size, but I can't see the dictionary. So the way we're gonna do this, I think, is that we make an array of exits. I don't think I need a name. Which we then use to populate the dictionary so that at runtime we can use the dictionary to check or to, yeah, basically find the rooms and stuff, because I think that is more efficient. Oh, there's some plugins online to serialize dictionary if you want. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, because I do know there are those like inspector assets, right? Like, isn't there a very popular one called Odin Inspector, I think? Which I think one of the main advantages to that one is that you can basically serialize more stuff, right? As far as I'm aware. B1, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Don't remember if it was on Unity Asset Store or GitHub, but I've used one and it was great. Interesting. Yeah, just this one is a little bit expensive. It's a little bit expensive for my kind of taste, but I do think, yeah, serialize anything. This would probably allow you to serialize, yeah, dictionaries. I also know Captain Coder showed me one. Naughty attributes. Wasn't this also... This is free. What did this do again? This is also like custom editor stuff. Expand the range of attributes that Unity provides so that you can create powerful inspectors without the need of custom editors and property drawers. I'm not even sure I'm fully understanding this. Oh, so I should set up min and max. Oh, I think it's like just making this more customizable. Maybe it's not really the same thing. But this, to be fair, seems useful as well. Just this is one slider where you can set up the min and max value. Whereas, as far as I know, I would need to do... Yeah, I can't do a min-max slider, right? That must be a thing from this package. I'm quite sure. Right? Yeah. That's not a thing. Because I did do something similar with my sound effects, where I have one of those sliders, but that's when you do the range, right? So you do range, this and that gives you like a slider. But that's only for one value. Odin is amazing also, I'm using it in all my projects now. Yeah, it does seem really good. Obviously it has very good reviews as well. As far as I know, I think it's one of the like best-selling assets on the Unity Asset Store. You know, it's just me being cheap, basically, because, you know, it's 50 bucks is, you know, for a solo developer without an income. It's a bit of money. It's a bit of money. But it does seem really useful. But I do think that if I'm gonna pay this much for an asset, I think easy save is more of a priority for me. At least at the moment. We'll see. I think I'll do it this way for now, where we use an array to populate. Because that shouldn't be... Like, basically on a wait, we would just initialize the dictionary, right? I think it should work. And then we'll see. Maybe in the future, maybe if I ever get loaded, I buy every fucking asset. What's up, Jew? How you doing, man? Welcome in. So that means that this one does not need to be serialized because it doesn't work anyway. Instead, we're gonna do an array of exits called exits. And then, of course, I have to say system.serializable. There we go. What have you been up to, Jew? I saw you were streaming a bit earlier as well. I was lurking. Hope you're doing good, man. Hope your game's progressing. Now we have here an array of exits, which would be a exit on click script as well as the room that we'd go into. So the reason why I want to do it this way is because I have one place where I can set up all of the navigation of the room, rather than like always having to go through the room prefab to like find each door and assign the room there, because that's a little bit more work. Now I could just have this exit pass in itself as a variable to the room manager. Or even... No, this should even call the script in the parent object, the room. Technically, it should even check the current room, because if you click on an exit, that's always gonna be the current room. So in that case, we would already have a reference to the room. So the question is... Yeah, but we need to find which room we go into, that's the issue. And the easiest way to do that, I think, is to pass in the exit itself as a parameter. And double check that, like, if you find this exit in the dictionary, then go to the room that's assigned. Does that make sense? Fine, updated the game on H today. Ooh, nice! How is your day? So far so good. I'm very excited to do a bit of refactoring. I'm very excited to get down and dirty into the code, you know. Yeah, I'm having fun. What have you been working on with your game? Any cool stuff? I need to try your game again. You had English localization now as well, right? I don't know if... Is that easy mode though? Is that easy mode? Should I play in Dutch? Oh, sorry. Deutsch. It's confusing, you know, why... Yeah. Sorry. German and Dutch is not the same language, but it's fucking confusing when German in German is Deutsch and, you know, and Dutch in English is Dutch. It's... Sorry. It's confusing. It's confusing. This is not my fault. This is your fault, okay? To be fair, I think, isn't it like... I don't know about this, don't quote me on this, but isn't there actually a direct link between those words as well? Where I think there was some mistake. That I think the etymology for like Deutsch and Dutch is the same, but there was some mistake that happened where people started calling like Netherlands, I think they call it, right? Started calling that Dutch, as in like thinking it was Deutsch. Don't take my word for it though, I'm not sure. But I remember hearing something about it, but I have no source whatsoever, so, you know. Take it with a truckload of salt. Localization, graphics and tooltips, nice man! Do you enjoy working on localization? Do you think... Is it enjoyable for you, out of curiosity? I don't know, it might just be because I'm a language nerd, you know, but I think localization is, for some reason, very, like, rewarding for me to work on. Like, clicking a button and changing the language of my game, I find really fucking cool. But that might just be because I'm a language nerd to begin with. I could see it feeling just tedious as well, I don't know. Enjoyable is maybe a bit too much, but I do not dislike it. Okay, gotcha. Do you want to link your game, Jew? Feel free to send a little link in the chat if anyone wants to check it out. We might do a little, playtest for you later. It's been a while now since I played it, to be fair. Okay, we have an array of exits. You know, the reason why it might be nice to have a name is because that should help me differentiate between the different doors in the list, because otherwise each exit here is just going to say exit. To be fair, if I click on it though, it would take me to the one. No, I think I'm gonna add a name as well. I think it's gonna make my life easier. So we'll do string name. And now in the list, for example, I could call this one like, what you call a door in front of you? Just, you have like left door, right door, front door, maybe? Does that make sense? Amisis with the raid! Holy shit, we're getting back-to-back raids here today. How you doing, man? Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. I saw you working a bit on a boss today, right? How has it been going? Huge shout out here to Amisis. Go and check him out if you haven't. Another guy who currently has his game on Steam as we speak. Shadows of 2.0. I never remember. 2.0 or 2.0? 2.0. Tuonila. Inspired by like the RuneScape wilderness. Ladies and gentlemen, go and show some support to our fellow developers. Wishlist this game. And if anyone coming in from Amisis does not know of me, I go by Chirpy, and I am currently developing a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom, which you can also wishlist on Steam as we speak. If you want the link, here it is. Never mind, it isn't there. Here it is. That's my game, if anyone wants to check it out. Today we're doing a bit of refactoring. We've done a lot of progress recently. We have little dust particles in the rooms now. We also have this little slight, like subtle animation between the rooms. You can see that they kind of slide into place to basically fake movement a bit more. I feel like it's working quite nice. But today we're basically refactoring how I am handling rooms and as well as the navigation in between them, because I think there's better ways I could do it, and for some reason I am incredibly excited. I've been waiting all weekend to, you know, get down and do a bit of coding. Yeah, bosses are sexy and moving, let's go. We got a lot of stuff we're working on. Do you have anything you wanna show, Amisis? How's the mad and chirpy? I am doing good. I'm doing great, to be honest. Like I said, for some reason I've been so excited to code this weekend. I only did a little bit, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm in a very good state currently where I am like so motivated to work on my game, you know, which feels really good. Like, cause you know, it's been a while since I was like waking up on a, you know, Sunday morning and going, oh shit, it's not Monday yet. I just want to get down and continue working. I mean, of course I do a little bit of work on the weekends as well, but I just want to fucking, you know, stream and develop my game, because it's so fucking fun. Yeah, so I'm very excited. Feels good, man. That's what I'm talking about. So much fun to work on your own game projects. It really is. I'm gonna do a short clip of the bosses, but I don't have anything yet. No worries, feel free to link something when you do. I'll gladly have a look at it. What's up, Sarovati? Terve. How you doing? Motivation to... I just assumed you're Finnish, but from your name I feel like that's a fair assumption. Sorry if you're not, but I'm gonna make that assumption. No, you definitely are. No way. Sarovati cannot be not Finnish, right? Right? It does sound Finnish, but he's not. Oh shit! I fucked up. Okay, never mind. Sorry, man. It does sound Finnish though, right? It does sound a bit Finnish. I mean, coming in from the Amisis raid with a Finnish sounding name, sorry, I'm gonna make the assumption. Interesting. Where are you from? Motivation to work in a game is such a blessing. Indeed it is. Isn't today Monday? It is. Wait, what did I say? But that's what I mean, like, the fact that I wake up on a Sunday and I like long for Monday so I can get to like streaming and work on the game and stuff is kind of cool, because otherwise, you know, if you have a job you're not as passionate about, usually you don't have that feeling on a Sunday. It's usually a bit of the opposite. But yeah, I'm very excited. Fair assumption. Olen Suomalainen. Yeah, sure, okay. I'm from Canada, I see. Motivation is like a roller coaster for me. Sometimes I'm so excited, but after every update I have no motivation for like a week. Interesting. After the update. So after you update your game. Why do you think that is? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, I do want to learn Finnish though. I know I say this every time, but I feel like, for anyone who doesn't know, I am actually half Finnish. Like, half of the blood that flows in my body is from the, you know, the motherland of Finland. So I feel like I probably should learn a bit more than I know. Because, like, being able to count to 3 and curse a little bit and say Eisapeite is not enough. Is not enough. I do, at some point, I promise, at some point I'm actually gonna start really studying Finnish. I feel like I need to. Just the fucking grammar seems so difficult. As far as I know, you know, Finnish grammar is like... It's, yeah, it's difficult. It's not really, as someone who speaks a Germanic language, it's one of the more difficult grammars to learn. What's up, Mokacha? How you doing? Finnish is easy, just be born in Finland. Fair enough. But like, what if I wasn't? Like, what do I do? I've never been to Finland technically either. I've been on Finnish water. Does that count? If I've been on Finnish water, can I say I've been in Finland? You guys get to make the decision here. I don't know whether it counts or not. Like, technically Finland, technically maybe not, I don't know. Okay, so now we have an array of exits, where we have like the front door with a reference to the actual exit object, as well as an exit to the room we go into, which later on is going to be something like room 1, so I will just assign that prefab there. Should be easy enough. I think it's because after every update I have a big list of tasks that I need to prioritize for the next update. Oh, I see. So do you think it's the list of stuff to do that becomes a little bit daunting, maybe? Is that why you feel less motivated? Whereas like when you actually start getting to it and like the list is becoming smaller and smaller, that's when you start getting motivation again. So if I have been in an IKEA, have I been in Sweden? Yeah, basically. Yeah, I would give it to you. I think that, especially, you know, it's a little bit ambiguous, but if you ate meatballs in IKEA, I would say you've basically been in Sweden. You know, yeah. Fuck it, I would say so. I think the basics is easy, but getting all the grammar together is near impossible. There's an insane amount of variation and exceptions, but basics may be fairly easy to learn. Interesting. But you don't... Finnish is not a SOV... Oh, sorry, an SVO language, right? You don't... In general, you don't do subject, verb, object, right? As in, like, Swedish and English, for example, you know. I am... Oh, well, but you do. Olen Suomalainen. That would be I am Finnish. So no, that would be SVO. For some reason I've gotten the impression that Finnish would have been an SOV language, as in like generally putting the verbs at the end. But I might actually be wrong here. Sorry about the flashbang. Wait, can I not do this? No? This? No? This? No, I don't remember the command. Agglutinative. Oh, is this like your, yeah, affixes and stuff to words? We do a bit of that in Swedish as well. Like in Swedish, the definite article, we don't really have a definite article, like we don't say the, like we conjugate the noun to make it definite. So like for example, kaffe, that's the normal noun, coffee. If I want to say the coffee, I don't add an article, I say kaffet. So, you know, I basically conjugate the noun to make it definite. I think that is what this refers to, like similar stuff at least. Where like, there's basically more conjugations of nouns and stuff. Sorry, I am a little bit of a language nerd. We're gonna get back to game development in just a second. Wait. Finnish verbs are inflected for person and number. Standard language. Subject pronouns are not required. So you don't... Okay, so that's why you don't have to say Minua olen suomalainen. I could just say olen suomalainen. Because... Here. Yeah, exactly, because if you say you, sinne, you actually conjugate the verb similarly to like a Romance language, like Portuguese or Spanish. So, because I am would have been minne olen, and you are is sinne olet, that means that this is technically not needed, because if I only say olet, you already understand that I'm talking about you and not me. Whereas in something like Swedish, the conjugation of this word is always the same for everyone, so you have to basically describe the subject as well. Even if I have the clear roadmap, I don't like planning, so it's not really fun for me to organize myself. I see what you mean, Pipa. The Finnish parser supports two kinds of sentences, subject-verb-object, SVO, and subject-verb complement, SVC. I don't even know if I know what that is. I think Finnish sentence structure is the easiest in the world. Dude, you are bloody biased, man. Come on now. No, you can't say that. That is bias, man. Shut up. No, you can't say that. Like, because I would say the same. Oh yeah, Swedish grammar is the most simple one there is. Yeah, for me. For someone who speaks Japanese, it would be mad confusing, because the entire grammar is turned around. No. For you, yeah, subjectively speaking, you are probably correct. You can put the words in any order you want. But yeah, it's subject, verb, object. Is that because of the conjugations then? Because you're still gonna get the same meaning, I suppose. We add shit to the end of words to give meaning. For example, kavi, coffee, and kavin, coffees. Kavisa, in coffee. Kavista, from coffee. Interesting. So we do that in Swedish as well, but not to the same degree. Like in coffee and from coffee, I would not use a suffix for, but like the possessive, like coffees, or the definite, like the coffee, that's a suffix in Swedish as well. Close to no one here uses written language to speak, most use spoken one. I do suppose that is the case in a lot of languages, isn't it? Okay, we have an ad coming up, so I'm quickly gonna run and just get a bit more coffee, and I'll be back in just like 30 seconds or so. Thank you guys very much for your patience. Cheers. And we are back. Thank you guys very much for your patience. What happened to Dart Reader extension? I do have it. I think I got a little bit... That's actually the shortcut, because I know there's a shortcut to enable and disable it. That was the one I was looking for. Because I found it to be... I don't know, sometimes a bit annoying, because sometimes it did change the colors of stuff that shouldn't have been. Like, for example, certain images that I would not have wanted to be changed into basically, what you call it, inverted colors of, got inverted. And sometimes I was on a site where I was trying to, basically a site where you can like design certain stuff. I was testing some things out and I was like, why are there not more colors than this? And why are there so many shades of like similar colors and shit? And then I realized after like 15 minutes that I was having the Dart extension on, and it inverted all of the colors in the thingy. So when I turned it off, the thing I had been designing was like completely different colors, and I was like, oh, fuck me, dude. But it's nice. It's obviously very nice sometimes, but sometimes it was a little bit annoying as well. But I know there is a command to like enable and disable it, I just don't remember it. Like, minne is mostly meh. Oh, I see what you mean. What's up, Jail on the Quest? How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hope you had a good weekend. Yeah, we use a lot of similar stuff in... I mean, in most languages do, like... right? Even in English, like... You have certain phrases like whatcha, you know, rather than what's you, what are you doing, what you doing. Like, you know, you kind of shorten the language quite a bit in spoken, and in Swedish as well. Like, I can do the same exact sentence, like jag, meaning minne, or I, a lot of the time just gets shortened into ja. Like, we skip the G in Swedish, you know. Growing head of full hair is the easiest thing in the world. No, but for example in English you can't put words in almost any order. In Finnish you can literally do any order. Minä olen suomalainen. I am Finnish. Olen minä suomalainen. Suomalainen minä olen. All of those work and people will get you. Interesting. I guess there's only one right answer, but they all work. Yeah, in Swedish you can definitely get it wrong, but we can a lot of the time do... We do have like reverse grammar as well in Swedish, where for example I could say stuff like I am Swedish, or you could say Swedish am I, you know, like that kind of stuff, where you can like flip the grammar and it still works. But it's usually you still have to be in the correct order. You have to flip it correctly for it to make sense, where I suppose that maybe Finnish is a little bit more open-ended. But gotta run, unfortunately. Have a great stream. No worries, Amises. Thank you very much for the raid. I do really appreciate ya. And best of luck with your game. The boss was looking good. I did see the sprite for it. It's looking good. And Dan Jerep, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, should we do a little bit more refactoring here? This is the fun stuff. I think, at least. I do know not everyone loves code, but I think this is fun, doing a bit of refactoring. Nice challenge. So, let's see what else we need here. Oi oi! How you doing, tudo bem? Bem-vindo. So, we need to populate this dictionary from this array. So, I assume that we're gonna do so in a await function. I feel like that made sense. So I have to say that the exit dictionary is a new dictionary, right? I'm pretty sure I have to like initialize the dictionary itself, and then I would, you know what? I think we're gonna make a new function for this. So let's do something like a private void initialize dictionary, where we say that the dictionary is a new dictionary with exits and test room. Or, yeah, exit unclicked test room, exactly. And then we would have to loop through our array. So for each variable exit in exits, I would say exit dictionary add. And then we would do, the exit is this class now, right? So now we have to find the exit on click as well as the room. So we go exit.exit and then exit.room. And that should be all I need, right? As far as I know. No way, do you know Portuguese? Falo pouco de português. Mas eu falo o português europeu. Parece brasileiro, né? Oi, oi, mais brasileiro. Mas posso falar pouco de português? Ainda não estou fluente, mas posso ter uma conversa. Awesome, I am Brazilian, nice. De onde és? Em Brasil. Muito bom, parabéns, muito obrigado. Muito obrigado. Ainda tenho que praticar mais, mas não estou a praticar o suficiente. Sabes? Cassia no estado de Minas Gerais. Interesting. Don't know if I know of it, but I'm Spanish and I understood. Nice. Are you Spanish? You're from Spain? Nice. Yeah, it's interesting the similarities, to be honest. Like, the better my Portuguese got, the more Spanish I understand. Do you know what I mean? Like, I did know a little. I knew Spanish before Portuguese. I studied a bit of Spanish in school. But nowadays my Portuguese is way better. Even though obviously my Portuguese is far from perfect. But it's interesting today because I feel like my comprehension in Spanish has gotten better. And I also think I actually speak Spanish better now too. Except for the little thing that I speak Portuguese in my head. So what I do when I speak Spanish is that I basically think in Portuguese and then I change it to Spanish. Do you know what I mean? So, you know, if I want to say like Nintendo, I just go, okay, so in Portuguese it's Nintendo, which means that in Spanish you always add an extra I, so it's gonna be like entiendo, right? So I basically just, I think in Portuguese and then I convert it to Spanish. It's kind of interesting. Is there a reason why you learn Portuguese? It's interesting. Like, I think I got very obsessive about languages for a while back, and the first language I ever tried to learn myself, like I said, I studied a bit of Spanish in school, but the first language I ever tried to learn myself was Japanese, but I never really got super far with it. Like, we're talking like basic A1 level or something. And then at some point I had a few mates who were from Portugal. So, I don't know, they taught me like just a couple of words, and I realized the similarities with Spanish, and I was like, you know, my Spanish level would probably get me a little bit of a, you know, running start into Portuguese. So I was like, And then, you know, basically the more I started studying Portuguese, I kind of fell in love with the language, you know. So I do say quite often that like Portuguese is my favorite language. Like I don't know, I'm probably biased because, you know, obviously I started learning it, but I don't know, I just feel like, I don't know, I just fucking love Portuguese, man. But in the sense of like actual objective reason why I would know Portuguese, I have none. There's no reason for me why I should know Portuguese. Like, I don't use Portuguese in my daily life, I just really like it. And obviously I like learning languages. But my Portuguese is deteriorating. Like I said, I just don't practice enough nowadays. Game development has kind of taken over my life a little bit, you could say. I still interact with Portuguese every now and then, you know, I still listen to Portuguese music and, you know, I consume a bit of content in Portuguese, but I just don't speak enough, I don't study enough, that's the main issue. multiple translations happening at the same time. Yeah, basically. I want to learn some Finnish. I think it sounds cool. Sounds good. Yeah, me too, to be fair. But yeah, Finnish also seems difficult. That is the thing. But I would like to learn it. Being half Finnish, I feel like I should know a bit more than I do. Japanese is so difficult to learn on your own. It really is. Like, because that's the thing, that even though like Spanish and Portuguese are, you know, they have difficult aspects to them as someone who speaks a Germanic language. Like, obviously the amount of verb conjugations that you guys do, like, fuck with my mind sometimes. Obviously now I'm a bit more used to it, but when you start learning, like, the amount of extra, like, verb conjugations that you have to learn when you study a Romance language is, like, a little bit mind-boggling at first. Because in Swedish, like, we almost have no verb. Like, obviously we have verb conjugations for, like, future tense and past tense and stuff. But depending on the subject, we always use the same one. Similarly to a lot of... English has some exceptions, like I am, you are, you know, that's an exception. But most of the time it's like I run, you run, they run, he runs. So that's also okay. They do a little bit more of it, but you know, yeah. It's not to the point of like you like. Have you seen this shit? Swedish. Okay, look at this shit. So these are the conjugations that we use for to be. These are the conjugations, basically. Like, if you know these, you know every conjugation of the verb to be. Whereas if we do like estar in Portuguese, estar conjugação, these are the fucking conjugations you have to learn for the verb to be in Portuguese. It's never ending, man. It doesn't fucking stop. And this is the reason that, like, it definitely is a, like, compared to obviously me learning English or me learning like Norwegian or another related language to Swedish would be way easier because we don't use this stuff. But compared to something like Finnish, you know, obviously the Romance languages are still way closer to my language, so it's still like one of the easier ones to learn. I do think I really need to up my pronunciation though. But European Portuguese, the pronunciation is not the easiest. I think one of the advantages I have when it comes to languages is that I am somewhat shameless, which means that I'm not really that scared to make mistakes and stuff. Like, I have a pretty easy time starting to speak a language, even if my language level is a bit scuffed, which I think helps me get like used to having conversations. But I'm not the best at, like, you know, mimicking the accents perfectly. You know, I definitely need to study pronunciation a bit more in a more dedicated manner, I suppose. We're in the same boat. I learned English for obvious reasons, and Spanish is easy for me due to the similarities. Exactly. Another language will be out of curiosity, not for necessity. Yeah, I think that's the thing, because sometimes it's very interesting when you speak about the difficulty of certain languages, because a lot of people fail to recognize that it's all relative. Like, it's always dependent on the languages you know. So obviously for me, it's like, you know, maybe like English and Norwegian and Danish would be like very easy for me to learn. Level 2 languages would be, I think even Romance languages would be in level 1, to be honest, like least difficulty. And then of course the most difficult one would be stuff like Arabic, Finnish, Japanese, Korean. Those languages are the most different to mine. But you know, this is from the point of view of a speaker of a Germanic or Romance language. So where like if you flip it around, like for a Japanese person, learning English is one of the most difficult languages to learn, because it's completely different from Japanese. Whereas something like Korean would be more easy for them to learn, you know. So it's all, in the end, it's all relative. Latin grammar is difficult for me too. Eu corro, ele corre, eles correm. Yeah, exactly, like each verb changed depending on the subject, which makes it so you have to learn a lot extra like words and conjugations. There are languages that do it even more though, like I looked into Czech for a bit, and it's the same thing there, like they also conjugate the verbs depending on the subject, but they also conjugate nouns depending on context, which I think it seems like, to be fair, Finnish does as well. So that definitely adds an extra layer of complexity. What's up, be your problem? Sorry for the late welcome here, but I hope you're doing good. I hope you had a good weekend. Japanese is so difficult to learn. Hi, it is. It's interesting because it's fun learning a language that's so different, but it's really, yeah, it's definitely more complex. Same in French, yeah. English is the easiest language so far. I think English is also easier just because of the amount of inputs we get. Because the problem with me when it comes to like English is easy because I'm in contact with English all of the time. Do you know what I mean? Like from a young age I've gotten so much input from the English language. Whereas like with Portuguese it's harder because I have to find the input myself. Like I have to go out of my way to listen to Portuguese music, to watch Portuguese videos and movies, and like to listen to Portuguese podcasts. Like I have to go out of my way to find these. Whereas like if I go to a fucking club in Sweden, or if I go to a restaurant, like it's gonna be playing English music in the background. Like whether I want to or not, I'm gonna get input from like related to the English language. With Portuguese that's not the case. I have to venture out myself to find the input. So I think that's one of the main factors as well that make English so much easier to learn. Because it's inevitable that you're gonna get a bunch of input for the language. You had a good weekend, nice B. I'm glad to hear that. I'll stop distracting you now, no worries, no worries. If I did not want to be distracted whatsoever, I would not be streaming. It's completely fine. I think this should be fine.
Hey Chappie, focus.
Okay, it's probably time. It's probably time. Let's do a bit of work. Dude, I've thought about it. You know what I'm a little bit scared of? I don't know if I said this before or not, but I'm a little bit scared that every time someone tells me to focus, it's gonna be Vin's voice telling me to focus. So in like half a year's time, I am going to... my mind is gonna have made like a direct connection between Vin's voice and someone telling me to get to work. To the point where I'm scared that in like 6 months time, as soon as I like start watching like Hilford stream, I'm gonna be like, oh, I have to get to work, oh, this fucking voice. You know what I mean? It's like that one time when I was a kid and I made my alarm clock song one of my like favorite songs. It was an old Swedish song, and that connection to like me waking up to that song, that like negative or whatever connection there, made me absolutely hate the song after a while. Like even to this day I have trouble listening to that song because something in my body like instantly reminds me of like having to wake up early to go to school or something, to where they like that's the reaction I get now when I hear the song. And I started thinking about it and I'm like, I think the same thing is gonna happen to Vin's voice. Kinda tongue-in-cheek, but I mean technically it is kind of possible. Oh, it's on cooldown now. Seemed like the perfect time to spam it. Yeah. No, I do think we need a cooldown on it. I do think we need a little bit of a cooldown. I don't think I did a lot. Did I do like 5 or 10 minutes or something? I did 10 minutes, yeah. Nah, it's fine, it's fine. I don't think it's gonna be that bad, but I mean, it is possible. Maybe I need to do a good one with Vin's voice as well, just to get, like, you know, balance it out. Do you know what I mean? Okay, so how do I check whether this works or not? I guess I could do a private... No, I don't even need to do a new function for it. I guess after we do this... Does this work if it's null? Maybe I need to do a null check first. So we say something like if... exit, which is the array, dot length is less than or equal to 0, meaning that I have not assigned anything. If that is the case, then we return early. Because otherwise I might get a exception here. It will blow up if exits is null. The for each with length equals 0 would work fine. Wait, what? The for each with length equals 0 would work fine. Do you mean that I could do some like conditional thing here to basically do this null check? Is that what you mean? Or like, what do you mean the for each with length equals 0? Or do you mean this? Or doing like an external check basically? Oh, whoops. For each var x in array will do nothing, but for each var x in null will crash. Oh, so if I don't have any... Okay, so then I don't need this, because if I don't have anything to loop through, it's just not going to loop. Whereas if the exits itself is if this array would be null, then we would have a problem. But that can't be the case, right? Because the array is always going to exist. It's just that it potentially could be empty, but it's not technically gonna be null, since empty and null are different things, right? So in that case, I don't even need to check it. Okay, that's good to know. So for each works even if the thing is empty. That's good to know. Thank you very much. So now what I'm gonna do is make a debug. I'm gonna do debug log and say how do I check if this is assigning properly? I mean, I do suppose I could just run it and see if I get an error. And then here we call initialize dictionary. Seems to be working. Oh, but the room is null. Oh, interesting. So that's a different problem I could have. Where this room could actually be null. Or the exit could be null if I haven't assigned them. But that might be fine. I might still initialize the dictionary with those null, but then whenever I try to actually go through it, that's when I do the null check on the exit and room. Yeah, I think that's the way I'm gonna do it. I don't technically need to do the null check here. It's when I try to do something with it, because I can add a null to a dictionary, right? Yeah, because otherwise this would have gotten me an error. So it should be fine. I forget if Unity will ensure that it's populated, but that sounds right. You should have a null value, don't know about a null key. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Because the key would just point to a null value, but a null key would be yeah, that would be... You know what, we can actually try it. Because the exit is the key, so if I remove that one and we play, we can see if we get an exception. But you might be right, yeah. Interesting that it says value cannot be, but it should be... Oh no, parameter name key. You are absolutely correct, the key cannot be null. For each variable exit in exits. So then what we do is that we check if exit dot, we check if the key is null. If exit is null, then do a debug log saying and then we return early. So now we're not gonna get an exception, we're just gonna get a debug log, right? Yeah, exit key is null. I don't know which object that refers to though, right? That will prevent... because... Yeah, now I'm not gonna loop through the other ones. So in that case, you know what the easy thing we do? We just flip this around, right? Where we say, if exit is not equal to null, then do this. Now I'm not gonna get a warning for it, but I would whenever I try to interact with it. Because then we'll just have to do the... We have to do an extra null check. But this is still going to populate the entire dictionary with the other variables. Yeah, true, I can do this. But the thing is that I still don't know how to find which one is the problem. Because I can't do the name of the game object, because that's always gonna be exit. Or unless... I could do it for the parent object. That would give me more information, to be fair. What's up, Mr. Zombie? How you doing? Hello. Hope you're doing good, man. Hope you had a good weekend. Ladies, gentlemen, we have another developer here who's also working on a horror game. Go and check him out. I did plenty of coding and deving. Nice, man. Glad to hear it. Thanks, no worries, man. Is there a way I could get this error so that I can find exactly which door is the problem? Yeah, I could actually do it by getting the parent of the parent. Or the parent and the parent of the parent. That would give me the door and the room, where we have the issue. So what if I would do a debug log saying something like exit of... let's see, exit is the script. How do I get the parent of the script? Do I have to check the transform.parent? Is that a thing? No? Exit does not have... Wait, what is... Oh no, exit is this one. So I need to go exit.exit. That is the exit on click component. And then we go gameObject.parent. Can I say that? No, transform.parent. Yeah, there we go. But this gives me... I need the name of the parent. Dude, this is gonna be mad long. I'm streaming later, so I have a bunch of cool stuff to show. Nice, man! Oh yeah, I was streaming a game I'm working on over the weekend. I should have mentioned that. Oh, have you? Do you have anything you wanna show? Debug log is fine, but have you tried making your own debug class so you can log things in different colors? Ooh. I have kind of thought about maybe making like my... Yeah, maybe doing like my own debug log and like error system where I could have like... Maybe even have errors pop up in runtime, because that could be quite good for playtesting, right? So if I have basically doing debug logs as errors, and it would show up so that a playtester knows that, oh shit, I treated some type of error. They could inform me and I know that, okay, I have some problem somewhere. Maybe. And also, welcome back, Blue Blue. Hope you're doing good. Hope you had a good weekend. Oh yeah, we did have some ads running. I don't know if you were in ads when I was responding. That is possible. Welcome back, people. But that would be null. Oh yeah, no. Oh, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. No, but just, yeah, the exit itself is null, so of course I can't get the parent of the exit. Oh, but I have the name. Ah. And then this game object is the room. Ah, that's how I do it. Okay, so the exit of... exit.name, that gives me the door, so this would say the exit of front door in game objects.name. This is gonna give me exit of front door in room 0 is null, right? That's gonna give me quite a bit of information, I think. So let's keep that as null, and then we play. Yeah, exit of front door in room 0.0 is null. Perfect! That's basically all I need. Now I get a lot more information about where the problem is. Yeah, actually, errors will break play. Red logs will highlight current bugs. Green logs highlight fixed bugs. And other colors are just things you should probably fix one day. Yeah, that could actually be quite interesting to look at. Because I tend to prefer bugs. Basically, that's what I often do. I make debug logs instead of bugs, right? So I do like a null check to avoid the null exception. And then I do a debug log. Like here, for example. Like this would have been an error, right? But instead of getting an error, I get a debug log as an error. But the game is still working, which I tend to prefer. So what we could do is have our own system that would actually have this pop up visually in the game as well, where it says like, basically error, and then we pass in this string as a thingy. Because I think it could be nice to have like in-game error messages. Because that means that like, for break testers and play testers, they could actually try to get these kind of errors. Just sometimes they might get an error without noticing it, but if something pops up on the screen, they know that, okay, I did something that triggered some weird thing. So I think something like that could be kind of cool. To be fair. I got something in my eye. Unrelated, but I just clicked into PowerShell on my PC and so the last command I wrote was just F. Respect. You have colored backgrounds though, is that a plugin? No, that is in Unity. I think it is in Preferences. Yeah, Preferences, Colors, and here you have Play Mode Tint. I do quite recommend it. It has helped me a few times to remember to not make changes in Play Mode. It was Code Red Games who showed me this. It's pretty neat, to be fair. But no, that is inherent to Unity. I think that is what you mean, at least. The fact that it changes to orange when I play. Oh, I meant on your console messages. Acrylic Pizzo, how you doing, man? Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. How was your stream? What have you been up to? Let me throw a little shout out here to the one and only Acrylic Pizzo. Go and check him out if you haven't. Working on a bunch of cool games. He is the one of the developers of one of the best horror games I've ever played, called 10 Bells. Definitely check it out if you haven't. Also working on a game currently called NovaJet, as well as he has a lot of projects. Man is busy, he's grinding. Go and check him out, give him a little follow. Let's support our fellow developers here. Still working on my little puzzle game. Nice, man. Do you have a Steam page for that one yet? Or is that still in the making? Because that's the Orbs game, right? Thank you very much for the raid, though. I do appreciate it. If anyone coming in from Acrylic Pixel does not know of me, I go by Mad Chirpy, and we're currently working on a point-and-click horror game, which is going quite well. I feel like we're getting a lot of progress recently, and currently we're doing a little bit of refactoring, which I am enjoying in unusual amounts. But yeah, this is it, really. Let me turn off all of these tutorial tips. Boom. Recently added a bit of particle effects. That was pretty cool. The first time I tried working with particles. That was a nice little thing to learn. I think that seems, I mean, let's be honest here. Particles, really useful for like small polishing stuff. But yeah, I'm basically trying to change how I handle the data for each rooms, as well how we navigate between them. Doing a bit of refactoring here. I meant on your console message, I was just a highlight. Oh, you mean this? Oh, I see. I think there's a built-in way to have the console pop up in debug builds. Oh, I see. The issue is that I don't know if I want to publish debug, because debug, is that the same as, do you mean a development build, or do I have like a script debugging, or is this what you mean? Because I do use development build, but that one I only use for, well, for developers, really. Because that gives you all like the cheating stuff for the game. But do you mean script debugging? Enable this setting to allow your script code to be debugged. Maybe. It's been a long time since I've done Unity. What are you currently using? No Steam page for that yet, but as soon as I have a demo, I'll make a Steam page. Nice! Have a good stream, just joining for lunch. No worries. Thank you very much for the raid, Acrylic Pixel. I do appreciate ya. And have a good lunch, man. Catch you later. First you're thinking with particles, now you're thinking with porticles. It's been quite some time. I think it was dev build. Oh, you're using Godot now, I see. Okay. Yeah, just I don't know if I wanna... Whoops. No, cancel. What am I doing? I don't know if I want to publish development builds to the playtesters. So I don't know, I don't think I want normal playtesters to have access to the sheet menu. Which I suppose I could make my own little override for, to be fair. Maybe, I'll look into it. Potentially. Okay, so this gives me quite a bit of information, and... okay, yeah, we have a function to initialize the dictionary. I like that. So let's assign this correctly now. We go to room 0, exit on click. Oh no, we have front door. The exit is this one. I could actually have it... I could assign the door instead to do a game object, and then we have this one passing the parent. Because then instead of having exit on click here, it would actually say door unlocked. I might actually prefer that. Assigning the actual door instead of the exit. And then have the exit, when that one publishes the event, we pass in the door as a parameter. And we check if that door is the same one in the dictionary here, then we go to whatever room we have assigned. Yeah, I think I might prefer that, to be honest. So that means that here, instead of exit on click, I think I'm gonna do a game object door and then a room. So now, wait, let's do this. Boom, and then we're gonna change this to door. Now I also need to make this in the dictionary. This has to be, the key needs to be a game object. Exit.door. Yeah, I think I prefer that. What's up, AE? How you doing, man? Welcome in. Hope you had a good weekend. Did you get a resting weekend or were you working? Exit of front door 0 is null. Okay, so now that one needs to be this one. I suppose I could do another one here. If exit.door is not equal to null, we add it. I suppose I could do... I only add it if neither is null. So if exit.door is not equal to null, and if exit.room is not equal to null, and then here I should say exit door or door/room of exit.name in this room is null. So now even if we assign the key, if the room it goes to is null, then it should say door/room of front door in room 0 is null. Let's go. Why not? Why not? So that should be all we need to initialize the dictionary, I think. What else do we need? What else do we need? We need a function to... Well, I suppose that the room manager is the one that's gonna loop through the dictionary. So maybe we make a public method to find the room we go into. Yeah, we should do that. We should make a public room, or in this case it would actually be test room. Do a public test room called room... what should I call this? I hate naming things. So when you click on a door... Or should I have the room called the room manager? No, that doesn't make sense. The room manager should be the one doing all of the more intricate stuff, I think. So we just make a function to return the room we want to go to. Room to go to? I suppose. So what we need to pass in is the game object of the door. So the door that was clicked on. And that's, the exit is gonna pass in the door to the room manager is gonna pass in the door here to check the room to go to. go to room. Yeah, just how would I assign this in the room manager? We would say something like room. Well, we would change the current room and say that the current room is equal to. But then we do go to room, so that. Unless I have this one. It is otherwise it sounds like a method that. This sounds like a method. Go to your room. This sounds like a method that actually triggers the change, whereas this just returns the room. Maybe find room by door? I don't know. That's fine for now. We can always change this later. So this would... what would it do? It would check... we need to see if we can find the door in the dictionary. So that is the key. I'm not the best with dictionaries, so we go exit dictionary dot try get no contains key. Because this tries to get the room, right? Which is technically what I want to do. Try get value. So what happens if this one fails? Out test room value. How do I check this? Just try get sounds like... can I do like a catch or something? Try add. I mean, I suppose I could check if it contains the key. Try get returns the value or null. Okay. That should be fine then. So we try to get the value by checking the key of the door and getting a room. Well, okay, so if it doesn't find it, which would be, that could happen even if everything is correctly assigned here, if I would accidentally pass in the wrong game object. I want to know about it. So, what if we do, if room is null, then debug log, because I can't return, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna return null, so anyway. But that means I need to do another double check in, so in that case it's almost unnecessary to do it here. I might as well do this null check in... so let's actually rename this into try get room by door, maybe, so that I know to null check it in the room manager, and then here I just say return this. Oh, can I not do that? Oh wait, this is a bool. Right. I need to return room. Boo, yeah. Key gives the value or crashes. Okay. But it would only crash if it is null, right? So that's something we're gonna check in the exit, I think. I normally opt for crashing in cases where I absolutely need to find the thing after things work. For things to work, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, sometimes like crashing isn't always the end of the world, right? Just sometimes it just helps you find the problem. Okay, so we return room. This could potentially be null. But that's probably fine. Or should I have an error room? Maybe we should do room 404, which you only get to if you... I mean, that should be kind of fun. So we have a prefab for like the error room, and if this is null, we return the error room instead. I almost wanna do it. That means it would always work, but if something is bugged, you actually end up in a room, but maybe there's like graffiti on the wall that says like error 404, room not found. Should I do it? It sounds a little bit fun, to be fair. And that means it can never be null, you're always gonna get to a room. Easter egg? It kinda is. To be fair, you would only find it if you managed to like bug the game, but I suppose that is fine. Oh no, we should return null here, because in that case, we can have the room manager. It makes more sense for this one to have, in that case, the reference to the room 404, and then it checks if this is null, then enable the error 404 room instead of enabling null, because that would give me an exception. Yeah, I think this is fine. So we now have a method to find the room we're going to. Is there anything else I need? Maybe... I don't know if I should handle ambience this way though. Because the ambience could actually be on specific game objects instead. But then I can't make this thing work. Okay, I think I'm gonna keep it like this for now. I have quite a few things here we can do. So let's save this, and let's start actually breaking the game a little bit. Direction. I should no longer need direction. On room changed. So that's whenever you click on a door. We're gonna have this, instead of passing in the direction, you're gonna pass in the game object, which is the door that was clicked. This is going to call on new try get room by door. So this method would be... So what we're gonna do here is just change the current room variable, I think. Yeah, so we say that next room is equal to try get room by door. Oh, but that means... Oh yeah, and that would be from the current room, so that is actually fine. Oh, wait. Let me take this. I don't know why I have methods above my variables. It kinda annoys me. Let's do on enable, on disable first. And then here we add this. And now we're gonna change it so starting room should be a test room. And the current room should also be a test room. Whoops. List game object rooms. So this is the nice thing now, because all of this can be changed into a new script. So we're always going to be working with the same type of variable, right? Rooms transform. Why do I have a reference to that? Where do I use this? In set new room, an old method that I no longer use. Otherwise, it actually seems like that one is unused at the moment, so I think I'm gonna delete you. And then we have a dictionary of... Oh, I don't use this one either, do I? This was the one I made when I started thinking about how to refactor this. I think this is unused. I do suppose that maybe taking this list and making a dictionary would be more efficient though, but I don't even know what I would use as a key. I mean, I suppose... Nah. I think I'm just gonna have a list. Oh, list? I don't even need a list, do I? We should make this into an array. Because this is not ever gonna change in runtime anyway, and as far as I know, if you're not gonna change it in runtime, it might as well be a list. Or sorry, an array. I think. No, don't delete me? Wait, what? Exit ease, enter ease. So that's just for animations. What's up, Arthur? How you doing? Welcome in, man. Hope you're doing good. Hope you had a good weekend. Current room is equal to dev event. Oh, I need to change how I handle this as well. I shouldn't need to have directions anymore. Was lurking for a while now and forgot to say hello. No worries, man. I appreciate the lurk. Hope you're doing good, man. Publish fade event. So now this should be a test room. Maybe I should call this next room. Maybe I should call it new room. Is equal to current room dot try get room by door. And now we need to pass in a game object, which is going to be door event dot door. So we need to change the door event to, instead of this, we should have a public game object door. And in the constructor we should also have game object door. And then here we're gonna say that this dot door is equal to door. A lot of doors here. If new room is equal to null, that's when we should spawn in the error room, which I think I'm gonna do just because it's fun. So I suppose I could do that one in the list of rooms as well. But no, I still need a reference to it, so I might as well do serialize field private test room, and we're gonna call this room 404. This is the error room that gets instantiated if we don't find it. So now here, if new room is equal to null, we can say that new room is equal to room 404, just for fun. And then we no longer have to return. Then we loop through the rooms, and instead of checking name, so what do we want to do here? Yeah, this is when we do the room transition. So I think the best way of doing this is to have a separate helper function to find the room we're looking for in the array of rooms. So how do I do that the best way? Let's make a private void get room where we pass in. Well, do I even need to find it? Wait. No. Do I even need a list now? Because whenever I go to new room, I get the room I'm supposed to go to here, so I could just disable the current room. I don't need to loop through, because right now, I think whenever I set a new room, I kind of unnecessarily, if I'm not mistaken, I deactivate all rooms, which actually loops through every room in the array and deactivates it. But I only need to deactivate the one that's currently active. So that's almost unnecessary. Do I even need the array? I actually don't think I do. I might be fine without an array of rooms. Because we're always gonna be passing the rooms into the room manager anyway. So it's always gonna have... Whenever we call on room changed, we know the room we're in, because the room we're in has to be the current room. And here we get the room we're going to. So then we can just deactivate the current room and activate the new room. There's no reason to ever loop through an array. Which means I don't need this function. Yeah. I think that's fine. Just here as well, I find the current room. But I don't need to find the prefab no more, because the current room is... The prefab is the same as the current room's script, so... All I need to do... Oh shit, I need a direction. Scheisse. Because the direction tells me not like the direction of where to find the room, but I still need to know the direction for the transition. Like how should the camera move when I click on it? So I think that means that the doors should have a direction so that I can know how the camera should move when I click on it. Yeah, I think so. So let's remake a public enum direction, which is going to be... So before I said up and down and shit, but I don't know if that's the best way of doing it, because it's not... What if I actually want to move the camera straight up? That would be different. I think we should have more directions. It should be either left or right. It should be forward or backwards. Theoretically, at some point I might actually want to do specifically up and down as well. That's every direction you could be moving, unless we do some diagonal shit, but I don't know about that. We're gonna do left, right, forward, backwards, up and down. That's basically every axis we need, I think. Yeah. So then each door event is also gonna have a public room manager dot direction. So this is gonna pass in a door and a direction, and we're gonna assign the direction here. On new room changed, door event direction. I no longer need to loop through any lists, so I should be able to, let's see, room, that should be the current room. So now we can just say room transition in the current room. That should be a game object though, so I could do current room.gameObjects, but that's unnecessary, so I'm not gonna do it. This is the bool target room false, because this is the room we're going from. And then we have the direction, yeah, that should be good. And then we update it and say that the current room is equal to new room. Now, The issue is that we're gonna lose track of the current room. And we can't do so, because it's only when we set room, that's when we're gonna disable it. So to not have to loop through any array, we need to pass in the current room. Set new room. What if set new room is the one that actually updates what the current room is? So then we can pass in the current room and the new room. And then have this basically update that. So we will deactivate the current room, activate the new room, and set the current room to the new room. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do. Should I just make these static maybe? Like a static current room? No, I don't want to. Current room is equal to new room. No, not yet. Because now I still have the reference to the current room. But here I also have a reference to the new room. I don't need to loop through this anymore. So we can immediately start coroutine queue new room. Actually, this should be called... You cannot rename this element. Why? Here. We should call this something like transition to new room. And now I'm gonna pass in a test room instead. Room does not exist in the current context. Yeah, that's because we need to pass in the new room. With a direction. True direction. Maybe the room... you know what? We could do all of the transitions down here. So we would transition to the new room. Oh no, because now I lost the... No, I still have the direction. But now I can just say direction. So this does the transition to the new room, and then we wait until that one is finished, and then we play the transition to land in the new room. And at the same time, that's when we also set the new room. Yeah, I'd quite like this. On room completed. I don't think I'm gonna have you anymore. Do I actually have any references to this? I do. The flashlight subscribes to on room completed. But I don't think I ever publish this one, do I? So that shouldn't... Why is the on room complete? What do? You toggle the flashlight. Yeah, I think that's unnecessary. I don't think I need this one anymore. Which means that you don't need to subscribe to it. And I don't need this function. New checkpoint event. We're probably gonna use that at some point. Set new room. So here we need to pass stuff in. We need to pass in the new room whenever we call that function. So here on teleportation, current room. No. What's up, Atrium? How you doing, man? Welcome in. Let's say... You know what, I'm gonna comment this out for now. The Captain Coder with the raid, how are you doing? Welcome in. Let me throw a big old shout out to the one and only Captain Coder. Happy Monday. How are you doing? Hope you had a good stream, man. Thank you very much for the raid. If anyone coming in from Captain Coder does not know of me, I go by Madshappy and we are currently developing a point-and-click horror game. Doing a bit of refactoring here. Refactoring Monday, isn't it? Story Girl, welcome in. If you guys want to see a little teaser, slightly outdated, for my game, here you go. Hate to raid and run, have a beautiful stream. No worries, Captain Coder. Thank you very much for the raid and have a good one, man. I will see you next time. Cheers, man. How are you guys doing? What was Captain Coder up to? We're about to ruin your code base now? Oh shit. Wanna learn something cool? Absolutely. Absolutely. Show me something cool. Cap was also refactoring. It is actually Refactor Monday. Holy shit. At the top of that file, of this one. Ah, define dev tools. I kind of do. Because you mean that as a... Yeah, the way I do it is that my dev tools are only in the Unity editor and development builds. Because I suppose that is where you're going for basically conditional compilation, you mean? I assume. Oh, you're gonna see? Hashtag trust. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. But oh, no. Atrium, where are we going? Where are we going? I do trust you. I do trust you, my man. But if it's not this conditional compilation, why are we defining dev tools? I do trust you, man. I do trust you very much. If Unity editor or development build, define dev tools, and if. Oh, event bus, love me a pub sub architecture that's explicit about it. Well, you have, to be fair, you have Atrium to thank for it. Let's be honest here, I cannot take credit for my event bus. Atrium basically wrote the entire thing for me. If I'm gonna be, you know, be a bit frank here, that is the case. But it's really good, and I fucking love it. It's made my code base a lot better, if I'm being honest. Okay, so what? I should define a... I don't even know what you call these. You call them a definition, I suppose? Wait, what are they called here? Define symbols, that's what you call them. Scripting define symbols. If you feel like sharing, I can show you the event bus. Feel free to take a screenshot wherever you want. We do have the illegal code here. Don't look too much. Wait, I don't use this event thing anymore, do I? I think I can remove this. I will make some notes. It's a good one. Yeah, the generic part is not used, yeah. Well, I currently do it, but if you mean the generic lookup table thing, I still have that one. I do use it, but we'll see. I might eventually switch it out. It is possible, because as far as I know, it's kind of cursed programming, isn't it? It's working though. It's fucking working. Using C# actions and generics, yeah, right. Because this called by action, so that would still be like C# events, right? Off topic, but I added to my solo devs starter pack in Blue Sky. Where you added to your solo devs starter pack. Do I follow you on Blue Sky? I don't know if I do. Oh, I added you. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Do I follow you on Blue Sky? I don't know if I do. Holy shit, you fucking did. Fam, what is this? Yeah, you bloody did. I just got like 35 followers or something during the last hour. Holy shit, that's fucking incredible. That's fucking mad. That is pretty fucking sick. I think I just like doubled my my followers on Blue Sky. Thank you, Gail. Very much appreciated. You're a fucking legend. What's up, iHot's Funny Boys? How you doing? Well, since we're speaking about it, if anyone else wants to follow me on Blue Sky, you have a link here. Nope, because my bot does not fucking work. Never mind, you don't have a link. Here you have a link. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm not even sure if I follow you. Do I? You're called Gail as well. You are. I don't. Let me follow you as well. Thank you very much, Gail. Appreciated. That's fucking sick. Dude, I think you legitimately like doubled my followers on Blue Sky in like an hour. That's fucking crazy. Thank you. Yeah, big thing with the generic, because we wrap the action inside container T class, we actually create the compile time lookup, so no dictionary string or type lookup. Yeah, whatever Atrium said, that's what we're doing. Doing good, I will follow on Blue Sky. Thank you very much, iHeart, appreciate ya. What have you been up to lately? Did you not publish some? Yeah, I think I might have kinda missed it. I'm pretty sure you did. I heard something about it. Almost certain. Tell me if I'm wrong. Thank you for the follow too. No worries, Gail. Appreciate ya. I'm published on Steam if that... Ooh, link it. Send me the link. Let me have a look. Chicken chasers, here we go. Master a unique movement mechanic and chase chaotic chickens across various levels with unique environments and challenges. Casually progress through levels or get competitive by aiming to climb the time challenge leaderboard. Chicken chasers will have you raging and raving. Nice shit! Am I on? I'm not. Let me wishlist this. I'm gonna follow it as well. I know I saw you work a bit on this. I might not be the most avid chatter, but I do lurk quite a bit. I know I've seen you work on it. I didn't know you had released it on published a page on Steam though. You are a lurker? I am indeed. This looks quite fun, to be honest. Congratulations, iHearts. Very appropriate as well, me being called Mad Chirpy. I think that means that I basically have an obligation to play this game when you release it. I think that's what that means. You are part bird, exactly. It looks cool. It looks cool. Wishlist chicken chases on Steam. Do it, people. Show some love to our fellow developers. Wishlist and follow. It helps out. So go and do it. There's an alpha demo on itch if you want to try it. Ooh, link it. Link it all. I appreciate that. No worries. I feel like I'm, you know, like I said, I'm not the most avid chatter most of the time, but I try to basically lurk like almost everywhere consistently. You know, we wanna support our fellow developers. Want to see a speedrun on this game? Ooh. Yeah, and I mean, you basically already encourage it quite a lot, right? By a time challenge leaderboard. So it's basically like the speedrunning aspect is almost inherent to the game. Nice. Games. Okay, I will check it out. I'll play it someday. I have a lot of games I need to play. Did I also... Oh shit, I lost the link to Hey Juice game. Need to remember to play that one as well. Yeah, this one. I will check all of the games out. Okay, so Atrium, the man, the myth, the legend, Atrium. Where were you going with this define thing? Is this to make me not have to do as many of these? Is that where you're going? You know, I fucking love Atrium. Atrium is a absolute legend. He's improved my code base like tenfold, single-handedly. Like, I'm not even gonna lie, like, I have to give him quite a bit of credit. He's... When it comes to the major, like, refactor of my game, Atrium has a... You know, he's done a lot for it, to be honest. Well, you still have to write the if define, but you don't have to write the entire thing out. But does it change how I write these portions? Is that what you mean? Or I just don't need to... Oh, I don't need to double and say both Unity editor and development build, because if it's either one of these, I define a new thing, and then I can use that new define symbol to do... Yeah, I see what... Oh, I get it. I basically merged these two. Oh, but it's sadly per file, so I would have to do it in every class, basically. Okay, but that's good to know. Okay, teach me, senpai. So I would say if Unity editor or development build then define... Wait, what? Well, something like that. Okay. So then we go define. Yes, we do dev tools. Maybe. Oh, on a new line. Sorry, I'm a Dumbo. Define. Dev tools, maybe? I should call them debug tools. Everyone else calls them debug tools. But I already call them dev tools everywhere. And if... Okay, so I do this. And now... Here I would be able to just say if dev tools. Ah, that is pretty sweet. Thank you very much, Atrium. Kinda sad that it's... But how does that work? Oh, I suppose defining this technically multiple times doesn't make a difference as long as it's defined once. It's basically like trying to activate an object that's already active. Slightly unfortunate that it's a per class basis thing. Oh yeah, I see why. Because I'm creating this one... I would basically create this one kind of at runtime or whatever. So if I would try to use if dev tools in another script, I'm basically lacking the reference to it. Yeah, I see why, I see why. Interesting. It's used in some larger libraries to keep track of more complex combinations. Gotcha. No, it definitely seems useful, because it, like with many things, it minimizes the amount of characters I have to type right. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it, like always. Code with TD, welcome back. How you doing, man? Hope you're doing good. Hope you had a good weekend. We're doing a bit of refactoring here. It's Refactor Monday, apparently. As you can see by my console. Are you living in Sweden or just hailing from there? I am living in Sweden. Born and raised, as they say. You do as well, right? But you're not from Sweden originally. But you do live in Sweden, right? I hope my skills stagnate and I don't improve so I don't feel the need to recode everything. Oh, it's kind of funny. I mean, it's kind of true. It's kind of true. Like, sometimes it can be a little bit annoying being in this stage where I'm at, where I feel like I improve so much, like, every week. However, that means that, like, every week I look back on my code and I go like, oh shit, I could do this so much better now. So it's easy to get into this, like, perpetual cycle of, like, always finding improvements to your code. Which is why I say, like, obviously refactoring has quite a few advantages, but, you know, you could get into a bit much of a, like, bad cycle of, like, consistently refactoring, basically. I am living in southern Sweden and from the US, there we go. How are you enjoying it? Okay, we have some ads running, so you might be in ads. We shall be back in just a moment. Okay, since we have an ad running, let me take like half a minute break or so, and I will be right back. Thank you guys very much for your patience. Cheers. Okay, we are back. Thank you guys very much for your patience. What's up, Ginseng T? How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hope you had a good weekend. Also, I'm not a chicken. And let's see, iHeart, you said that I'm living in southern Sweden and from the US, right? How long have you been in Sweden? I know I probably asked you before, I'm quite sure, but... You know, goldfish memory. In my game I have a builder script that defines scripting symbols before build to set the context. Like debug, yes or no. Environment, then demo, playtest or production. Oh, interesting, I see. I've been here almost 3 years, nice. Jag talar lite svenska, nice. How are you finding it learning Swedish? Is it your first, second language? Holy shit, that was the worst way to describe it. Is it your second language you're learning? That's what I tried to say. And how are you enjoying Sweden? Are you enjoying the fika? Have you upped your coffee consumption? Let's ask the important questions here. Okay, room transition. We need to change this. I will no longer want this to be a game object. I think I want this to be a test room. We're gonna try and work with the test rooms in as many places as possible. Now, I think that should be fine. Deactivate all rooms. That's unnecessary. Why loop through them all if I don't have to? We're gonna make this into a test room. Get current room. Return current room, yes. It's not my working language, so I don't get a lot of organic exposure. I see what you mean. I'm trying to learn and will be starting formal classes eventually. Nice. Love the fika, love the culture. Never want to leave. I'm happy to hear that. So much coffee, but probably not more than what is normal for me. Gotcha. I'm actually currently trying to like minimize my coffee consumption a bit, because I think that I do go a little bit far sometimes. There's probably, copious amounts of coffee. So far going quite good. Like for the past like 2 weeks, this is insane, but I've only had like 1 cup of coffee a day. That shit is fucking crazy. For me, at least. But I've basically started drinking more tea instead. Yeah, 1 cup. Well, technically, depending on how you see it, 1 physical cup, technically 2 coffee measurements, so technically 2 cups. It all depends on. This shit is confusing. It depends on how you define a cup of coffee, I suppose. One per day. Exactly. I drink one cup per day in general. I have over like the past 2 weeks. And the fucking maddest thing is the fact that I've stopped drinking morning coffee. So now when I wake up, I just have a like non-caffeinated tea instead. And then before I start the stream, I have my first cup of coffee. It's fucking insane. I don't know how I've done it. Like for the past years, I've been like hardcore fucking coffee addict. But yeah, I think I would drink like 6 cups of coffee a day, and after a while it's like, I'm probably drinking a little bit more. How do you get out of bed? Barely fucking do. I feel horrible every day. I wake up feeling like I ran a marathon the last day and like slept 2 hours. And yeah. And then I just go, oh, fuck it. I guess I'll have a bit of tea. It doesn't help, but it feels like I'm kind of tricking my brain that I'm drinking coffee. We'll see, it might get better with time. I go to bed thinking I can't wait for my morning coffee. Me too! Holy shit, I've said that so many times. I do the same exact thing. Like, I would go to bed and literally, like, as I'm closing my eyes, I would start, like, yearning for that morning coffee. The only thing is that, like, I said, I drank lots of coffee. The main thing for me was that I was still very strict about when I drink my coffee. So like after like 4 or 5 p.m. I would never touch coffee because, I have a hard enough time to sleep already, so I don't need to try and make it even worse. But so that would be basically, but since I was still like so dependent on coffee, I would drink like a lot of coffee during the first half of the day. And then like the entire evening I would go, it would be so good with coffee. And then as you said, you start thinking like, oh damn, I can't wait for tomorrow so I can drink more coffee. And then after a while you're like, do I have a fucking problem? Am I being irresponsible? Oh, same fika is my last coffee of the day. Nice, yeah. No, I do think it's good because I know I know some people get into the habit of even drinking coffee like late in the evenings, and yeah, like, let's be honest, it might not feel like the end of the world, but it objectively affects your sleep quite a bit, so I do think it's important to try and not drink it too late in the day. I decided against hopping on the coffee train. Wait, against? So you're not doing it, Raka? You're a game dev, coffee is fine. I suppose, but that's the thing. Now when I'm an irresponsible adult who quit my job to pursue solo development as a fucking Dumbo, as the Dumbo that I am, it's easy to even start consuming even more coffee, because I always have a coffee machine nearby, you know? And I do think there are limits to where you kind start going like, I don't know if I'm drinking healthy amounts of coffee anymore, or if I'm like, I think I might be starting to, you know, go towards the kinda unhealthy amount. Okay, how should we do this? Current room.name should not be found. I don't think I need this debug log even. Set new room. Oh wait, do I need to deactivate the old room earlier? On room change, transition to new room. I want to switch rooms here in between, so no, it's actually fine doing it in set new room. That is fine. And then we pass in the new room as a parameter. Coffee after 5 PM is for the wild youths, lol. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. Don't think of it as dumb, think of it as courageous, as daring, I suppose. Much more fun, yeah. No, I am, like, Manchov is living their best life. To be fair, I am. Like, I am thoroughly enjoying my life at the moment. Like, I talked about it when I started the stream today. Like, it's fucking mad. I spend my weekend longing for Monday so that I can, like, stream and work on my game. Like, I'm so fucking excited to work on this shit. And, you know, that's quite motivating. Like, it's quite nice to feel that way. Of course, there might be others. Like, I do know that, because obviously I'm not doing this full-time successfully, as you might be able to imagine. Which means that I am, like, burning up all the savings I have. Like, at some point, my savings are gonna run out. So I suppose there's a little bit of that, like, pressure that if I'm gonna make this work, I have a time frame in which I have to do so. Fortunately for me, I think, I am the fucking essence of a... how do you call this? I am the essence of, like, a fucking toxic man here, where I am incredibly fucking proficient at bottling up those emotions and just pretending that they don't exist. So you know what? It actually works pretty good. So far so good, at least. I'm not stressing too much. Okay, what do I need to do? I need to deactivate current room dot enable room. False. Yeah, that's the dream, indeed. Hell yeah, well, for what it's worth, I hope it works out for you. Thank you very much, Storyjan. Appreciate ya. Oh yeah, push away the bad thoughts, exactly, that's what we're doing. Just pretend it doesn't exist, it will be fine, it will be fine. Okay, I think, let's see, we deactivate current room. No, I'm not stressing too much, like, obviously, since I decided to do this, like, I do have savings, like, it's not like my savings are gonna run out next month or so. And in the end, I think this is worth it. Like, even if I quote-unquote fail, like, at the end, I don't think I'm ever gonna look back at this time and feel, like, regret, you know? Like, obviously this is a big gamble and everything, but I feel like I'm always gonna look back at this and feel like, oh, you know, for once I actually took a couple of years and really pursued something that you know, I was passionate about, and I don't see any reason why I would ever regret it. Of course, it's gonna be sad seeing like fucking 10 years of savings go away, but in the end, I think it's worth it because I'm young. I have the time. I don't have that much responsibilities at the moment. If there's any time for me to do this shit, it's right now. So why not take the opportunity? Do you know what I mean? Look, if you have to have a few drinks when not coding to unbottle, then all good. When it's 3 bottles of vodka, you start at 9 AM before coding, that's a different matter, I suppose. Did you open an AB or are you a sole proprietor? Currently I am a sole proprietor. I do probably plan on opening a... Yeah, I do want to have an AB. Basically, for anyone who doesn't know, a AB or aktiebolag is basically Sweden's equivalent of a LLC, right? Is what you would call it in America. A limited liability company. Yeah, an LLC. So it's basically Sweden's equivalent of a LLC. And I do plan to make one because it feels like the responsible thing to do if you're gonna publish something. To have a little bit of, you know, a little bit of a safety net there. Like, I would prefer not to go into personal bankruptcy, you know? I feel like, you know, because of course having a company go bankrupt is probably not fun. It's fucking better than going into personal bankruptcy. Fucking, I will bankrupt any company before I go into personal bankruptcy. What's up, Bjarne? How you doing? Welcome in, man. We will make it, I believe in you. Thank you, Gail. How old are you? I am, we talked about this earlier, I am either 27 or 28, one of them. Definitely one of them. I lean towards 27. 10 years of savings? Yeah, okay, I shouldn't make it sound like it's not a massive sum. It's like me... basically what I can do is that I can scrape by for another year and a half while trying to live somewhat cheaply. Like, that's basically the point where I am. But I also would prefer to... Like, I can't do this until I literally have 0 savings, you know? Like, the closer I get to the money running out, the more I would need to, like, I suppose, be a responsible adult and be like, okay, I should probably start looking for a job, you know? So, we'll see. If I can get this work, whether that be game development or streaming, that would be the fucking dream, but you never know. In the end, like I said, even if I burn up all my savings, I don't think I'm gonna regret this. We're PTY Limited, Propriety Limited in Australia, UK. Oh, I see. So that's the equivalent there. Gotcha. You can think about making a company once you start making money. Yeah, that is true. Like, I don't... But when it comes to game development, I'm not sure. Because if I publish a commercial game, I think I want to have a company behind it. For like streaming, right now, I think it's fine not having a company. Because obviously I do make a little bit of money. Like, not enough to like pay my bills or anything. But I do make a little bit from this, but not enough to where I feel like I need to start a company specifically for it. But if I'm gonna publish a game, I feel like I would prefer to have a company. But do you have a AB, iHeart? Have you sorted all of that out of curiosity? Oh, just the baby? What? You're not that much older, are you? Wait, how old are you, iHeart? Oh wait, sorry, I don't know if you're supposed to ask that. In that case, sorry. I have an AB, very fancy. Oh, I see. Interesting. I still have a lot of... I'm barely... Yeah, that's what I thought, like, there's no way. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I still feel like there's a lot of stuff I have to look up because I'm just, like, not... I'm just not knowledgeable enough at the moment of like how I'm gonna sort all of this out, but we'll see. In the end, I might have to fucking, I don't know, talk to a lawyer or an accountant or someone to like help me figure this shit out. Just, yeah, basically I still have a few questions which I'm not sure about how I'm gonna solve. We'll see. But I do think, like I said, I do think I want to have a company if I'm gonna publish a game. I think there's a threshold for when you should start paying taxes from earnings. There is, indeed. And like right now, I'm still far below it. I think you can, in Sweden, you can earn like 24,000 crowns a year, I think, without paying taxes on it. So that would be something like, lazy calculation, $2,400-ish. That you can earn a year without paying taxes. I think that's the number in Sweden. But when it comes to publishing the game, I think the main reason why I would want a company is not for like specifically tax reasons and stuff. It's mainly for the protection that it gives you. Because being a sole proprietor is a little bit scary. Because you're basically, even though this is like, obviously like, it's worst situation we're talking about here. Like, it's only like in case the... Like, probably I would be fine, but the thing is that little chance of me not being fine means that I could potentially go into like personal bankruptcy and fucking lose all of my savings, and basically I would just be fucked, you know? So that's the main reason why, like, if I'm gonna publish a commercial game, I feel like I want to have that protection, you know? I have a problem where the sooner I get to a deadline, the less I want to work on it, because I get anxious over the results. I see what you mean. I think I do that a bit with editing. I usually, whenever I edit videos, I feel like hyped in the beginning, and then when it's like 80% done, I just lose fucking all motivation to edit. My editing backlog is the fucking size of a mountain. It's mad. I need to dedicate more time to actually editing. Meanwhile, I'm nearly double Chirpy's age. Shit, as they say, happens. I got help from the state, got free meetings with an advisor that specializes in game studios. Oh, that's sick. So, how did you end up in Sweden? Out of curiosity. Did you come here for work? Lots of countries have government arts programs that sponsors game developers. Yeah, I think the issue with those, when I've like looked into it, is that you almost need to like prove your experience, as far as I know. Which for someone like me, like I have none. So I think it might be hard. I take it with a grain of salt though, because I don't really know. But it seemed like that when I looked into it. To some of those, you kind of needed to... It seemed like you had to prove yourself quite a bit, that like you are... you're an able developer, and I'm not sure I could, because I don't have anything published, I have no working experience, I have never had a job related to IT, like I don't really have that much to show. Cage58 with the raid, welcome in, how you doing? What have you been up to? Let me throw you a little shout out here. Hope you're doing good, hope you had a good weekend. Right, if Nintendo decides to sue you versus your company, exactly. Like, I would much rather have my company be sued rather than me as a person being sued. Because that shit ain't fun. Not that I've tried it, but I would prefer to keep it that way. It helps me sleep at night that it's with an AB, I can imagine. I came to Sweden on a work permit, but I'm allowed to own my own business too. Okay, gotcha. Interesting. Not really, usually given to student teams as far as I know. Yeah, and that we have another issue, I'm not a student either, am I? What's up, Prince Akron? Hope you're doing good. More about how you present your concept. Yeah, I mean, it's probably possible. And obviously there's other ways you could do as well, with like... what do you have? Like, I don't know, publishers and investors, Kickstarters, like there are other ways of going about it as well, but I don't know, I kinda, at the moment, I do quite prefer...
Dev is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
What's up, Dev? Let's do it. I do kinda prefer being self-published at the moment. That it could change in the future, but I don't know, we'll see. got to go. Bye. No worries, Prodigy. Thank you very much for dropping by. Hope you're doing good. I've been looking for an old abandoned house to do some foley from. Found some that should work, but seems hard to get a hold of the owner. Do you know any place that should work? That's a good question. Maybe. I might have some ideas. Maybe not for abandoned houses or whatever specifically, but maybe something that could work still. Potentially. I'll think about it. Was working on the enemy logic for my game, managed to make the enemy chase the player properly. Nice! I hate working on AI. I've worked on, like, you know, proper AI once for, like, one of my first games. And I think it was half the reason I stopped working on that game, because I was like, obviously I was, you know, even less proficient as a developer. I was just like, this is so above my head, what the fuck am I doing? So, good work, man. I'm sure Sweden has some art grants for it. It is very possible. Maybe I should look into it. We'll see. Because that, yeah, I mean, if I could get something like that, it would definitely be worth it, you know? Just depends on how possible it is to actually get it, I suppose. So, were you in the game industry in the US as well, iHeart? Let's see, I want to say that the current room is now equal to the new room. Okay, that got rid of a few errors. What do we have here? On restart, okay, we just pass in the current room. So that's gonna be a bit weird, because technically, here, I'm gonna disable the current room, enable the current room, and reset the current room. Okay, who cares? It's fine. If I'm in the current room when I call it, at least. On teleportation, current room equals... Yeah, I need to change how I handle that. So for now, let's just pass in current room. Ginseng tea. You fucking legend.
Therapy crane. Bork bork.
Cheers. Thank you very much, Ginseng tea. I really do appreciate that subscription. Thank you very, very much. It means a lot. Hope you're doing good. You absolute legend. 3 months. Let's fucking go. Cheers, Ginseng. Appreciate ya. I was not worked as an electrical engineer until my most recent job at Ubisoft. Oh, interesting. So wait, but did you start working for Ubisoft in the US then? So when you moved, were you working as a... Tell me if I'm prying too much here, I'm just curious. Nice meeting you, Chappie. 2:20 here in South Australia, so going to retreat to bed. Of course, no worries. Good luck with the game and get into a point of profitability. Thank you very much. And thank you for dropping by, Story Girl. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate ya. And I'll catch you another time. Have a good night. Okay, I moved as an electrical engineer, went to Ericsson. Then I moved to a UB studio here. Okay, gotcha. How did you get into game development? Out of curiosity. Ciao, ciao, Story Girl. Cheers. How did that happen? Okay, most of this seems fine. Let's save this. Let's just get rid of these errors here. So the map manager, this is gonna change. Room, current room. So this now returns a test room instead. Oh, yeah, we're gonna have to change how we... I'm gonna code it or comment this out. For now. Let's make sure that the navigation between the rooms work first. Oh, I need to change how the back arrow works now too. Get current room dot down. Oh, I'm gonna have to figure that out. Then here we have exit on click. Door event now needs a game object door, which is gonna be the parent. So we're gonna do, can I not just do transform.parent and then direction? Oh no, wait. Oh, parent returns another transform. So what? Transform.parent.gameObject? Is that why I pause in? I suppose. Maybe I should get the parent here. Let's see if this works first. One thing at a time. Interact, I'm gonna break the back arrow for now and then we'll fix it. That's the way we do it.
Time to stretch.
That is probably true. Thank you very much, Gail. I started as a hobby 2 years ago because I was trying to figure out where I wanted my life to go, trying different things. Interesting. Immediately was hooked on game dev, so thought working my daytime in that industry would be cool too. But it's basically just like any software job here. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, obviously working in the games industry would be quite cool, but it seems like it might be hard to get into. I don't know. Oh yeah, we do have some ads running. Oh, you know what? Since we have ads running, let me go and get a bit of tea. I'll be back in just like 20 seconds or so. Cheers. And we are back. Thank you guys very much for your patience. Can I sit down? I can't sit down. Okay, fair enough. Let's see. Should I try this now? I did assign the... Oh no, I need this one to have the test room script. At the moment, I suppose I don't need to define any exits. Then here, front door, we can just say that this front door is gonna lead to this room. And we can check whether this works or not. I think game dev is incredibly rewarding for especially for people like me who I think I have an easy time to get very obsessive about things, but I can kind of burn myself out quite easily. I think the fact that game dev is so broad, there's so much to work on, whether it's like, you know, art, design, like code and everything, like the ability for me to like jump between these things is something that makes it, I don't know, I feel like it works quite well for me. And then, like I said, it's also very rewarding because each time you do a little iteration, you can like instantly see the result, and I don't know, it scratches my little oh, we have a null exception. Okay, let's see. I don't know, it just scratches that itch, you know? Do you know what I mean? So I think this is because of... oh no, here we have an... Oh, room 404 is... I see. So what we're gonna do... We're gonna take this room. Gonna duplicate it. Gonna unpack this prefab. And we're gonna make ourselves a little error room. I don't know why I'm doing this. It's mainly just because it's fun. So here, what we're gonna do is... Let's remove... Oh, not unpack completely. I don't want to unpack you completely. Boom. I just want to unpack. Boom. And then we remove the door. Maybe for now we keep the door. Never mind. But we can remove the passage to the left. Or maybe that's what I should do. We could have the error room so that you always can go back to the first room. Because otherwise we basically softlock players. Basically what we're doing here is making a... This is the room that you will go to if I forget to assign a room. So this could be a fun little Easter egg in case someone finds a way to get to this room. But generally speaking, this room is not supposed to be in the game. It's just a fun way of... Basically, rather than having the game crash, if we can't find the room you're going to, you end up in the Error 404 room. Kinda stolen from Binding of Isaac, to be honest. Binding of Isaac 404. Not the item, because I think they have an item as well, but they also have the... What do they call it? Error room? Yeah, this. Basically a glitched room you could get to. But I don't know if they do it the same way. Actually, what is the... It's a rare room that... Oh yeah, it isn't connected to any other room. So it's reached through glitches or as a failsafe for an impossible event. Like using blank card on a DLC... on a question card which loops on itself infinitely without a failsafe. Alright, so basically it's the same thing then. That is basically one... Yeah, they're basically the same exact purpose. So should I do a reference to this? Should we have some little... Should I make him inside of the room? That would be kind of fun. A little nod to one of the best games ever made. We do this little fella with like pixel art. Is that copyright? Am I gonna get sued? Speaking of which, I need to make a company. Maybe. I think I want a working lamp in here. Ah, so you know what? It's actually easier to do it this way. Sorry, I'm gonna remove this one. Gonna duplicate the first room instead. Prefab, unpack. Room 404. Let me... I think we're gonna close this door. Boom. For now it's just gonna be a empty room with a light on. That's all we need. Now in the room manager, we're gonna assign this as the error room, and then let's see, we don't want to play no cutscene. I do think I need to have an animator, don't I? No, maybe no, I don't, because whatever animation I would do would be programmatic. Yeah, game dev makes me feel like this is fake life I'm creating can be anything with little effort, which is really cool. Indeed, we're like gods, exactly. No, I feel like game dev is incredibly rewarding. I feel like it's the... I don't wanna, you know... I don't want this to sound like I'm shitting on any other creative ventures. Of course not, I would never do so. But sometimes I feel a little bit like game dev is like the... It's the creative ventures of like creative ventures, you know? Because there's... Especially as like a solo developer where you do... Or at least if you do like a lot of the stuff yourself, it's so fucking broad. Where, you know, it can almost encapsulate like... You know, it's so many different like aspects of creative endeavors in one, with like the art, the music, the sound design, the game design, the writing of like story and lore and stuff. Like it has almost like everything inside of it, you know, which is, I think that's pretty sick. Okay. Let me see. So now the question is, why did we not end up... I think we had a null before, and that was because we were trying to go to the error room. So something is wrong at the moment, but let's make sure that the error room works. It doesn't. Why? Try and get room by door. So wait, is this giving me a null? But wouldn't this try get? This... I should assign this to null, is that not okay? Or do I have to say... Get room by door. That one shouldn't even be null, as far as I know. Because in the first room, I set up the front door to go to room 1. This should work, shouldn't it? Why am I getting a null here? Oh, I think it's because of exit on click. I'm not passing it incorrectly, am I? No, I am. When you interact with the exit, we say that we publish a new door event. We pass in the transform.parent.game object, which should be the door unlocked with a direction. Let me check the exit. Oh, direction left. No, you should be up. No, you should be forward. Is that why, maybe? Thank you very much for lurking, iHeart. I appreciate ya. Nope. Use debug, see where it's breaking. That is probably a good idea. Room manager dot direction. That is what I'm passing in, right? Yeah. Because this shouldn't break if we return null, right? I should be able to return null. Maybe it's the assignment here? Is it that? Because this is the line it says that breaks it. The thing is that you shouldn't be null. Right? But maybe you are. If I don't find this one. Okay. This is the line that breaks it. What happens if I set this to null? Just out of curiosity. Okay. Now it broke here instead at 108. Name, is it the... game object here cannot be... That cannot be null because you're on the game object. That should be fine. Wait, where did it break now? Yeah, so it broke here, right? Yeah, let's do it. So it's when I'm... Oh, am I not assigning the current room? No, yeah, I think that's it. I don't have a current room in the beginning, because I bet I've forgotten to assign the starting room. Yeah, I'm a fucking Dumbo. I see, that makes sense. Because when the game starts, we set the current room to starting room. I didn't have a current room because I didn't assign the starting room. Ah, okay. I'm 99% sure that was the issue. So now, technically private... Wait, current room, do you even need to... I can actually make you completely private, because I set that as runtime anyway. Don't say you're Dumbo. Yeah, it happens. I mean, I suppose it happens to the best of us, right? It's easy to forget one of those little assignments. Now current room should disappear and that should be fine. Now we have starting room 0, 0. So now I should be able to go to the second room. That did seem to work. It did not look like the animation played correctly. Ooh, I know why. I have not done anything for the direction forward because it used to be called up. But up is technically different, right? Forward and up is not the same thing. So what I need to do is to go here. Let's go to room transition. This up should actually be forward. Down should actually be backward. And then the same thing here, this should be forward, and this should be backward. Because you never know, I might want to do like stairs and trapdoors or whatever later on, ladders, you never know. So in that case we might want an animation that actually moves the camera upwards instead of forwards. That's why I separated them. There we go, now we have the animation as well. And then here, I don't know what happens actually, this probably breaks. No, look at that. I ended up in the error room. Interesting. Seems to work. I mean, that is what it's supposed to do. So, I wonder if we should have the error room automatically assign, let's see here, its door to lead to the room you were just in. Not super important now, but later on it might be nice to choose. If this would for some reason happen, some glitch happens at like the end of the game, and you end up in the error room, that would mean that when you go through it, you would start at the very start of the game and have to go through it in its entirety to get back to where you were. But we might do that when we have the save system implemented, because at that point we will probably have something like checkpoints, and then we can do some special thing for the error room and say that the room it should lead to is the room where you have the checkpoint. I feel like that made sense. Miss Phoebe, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya. Hope you're doing good. Hope you had a good weekend. Okay, this seems fairly functional, to be honest. Now we can... this was an idea from Bjarne as well, the guy who works on the sound for the game. We now have a variable for the room size, so we should be able to make this affect the reverb of all sound effects. Sounds pretty cool. I think I need to do something where we like separate the audio mixes even more. I think we're gonna have one mixer for, because as far as I know, I can only add reverb on a specific mixer, right? So in that case, it's gonna add it to all sound effects, including menu sound effects. And we might want like certain UI elements to still have the same reverb. So I think we might do like sound effects and like UI sound effects. And then we only affect the reverb of sound effects, and we make... How am I gonna do this? Yeah, I think that's the way I would do it. But then we make the sound effect slider affect both of these mixes instead. Maybe. It's always the simpler things. It kinda is, to be honest. Usually those like, either I forget an assignment or it's like off by one. You know, those type of errors are like the most common, I feel like. On new checkpoints. I'm not using you at the moment, so let's delete it. On restart, current room equals starting room, set new room, current room. That should be fine. Just cleaning this up a little bit. Go to room. I'll sort that out later. Okay, I'm feeling pretty good about this. So I do suppose that the map is broken now. Let's take these rooms and add the test room script. And then I suppose now we need to assign the exits. We also need to make sure that the direction here is correct. So door unlocked left should obviously be direction left. Let's apply that as an override. Door locked right, exit should be right. Applied to door locked right. Passage. This is a passage to the left, isn't it? Door side exit. Because this is in the third room. Why are you just called passage? Doors. Do I only... No, I have passage left, right. You know what, I can just update them here, to be fair. Let's do the parent script. Exit. This is door locked. This should be forward. Door locked left. Left. No, that would apply to the parent object, which I don't want to do. Right should lead to the right, exactly. This should be forward. Unlocked left should be left. Unlocked right should be right. Passage forward. Passage left, left. And right, right. That should be fully updated. I suppose I need to assign this as well in the room scripts, right? So exits. In this room we would have a left door, which is door unlocked left. The room this goes to is room 2. And then we want the right door, which is this one, which should go to room 5. I need to rename this. I'm still thinking about whether or not I should maybe start not like indexing the rooms and actually naming them, having stuff like small hallway or like bedroom, office, like call the actual room, stuff like that instead, potentially. Toughest part of recreating all sounds ourselves would be to get a button click on the flashlight as satisfying as the one we got. That is probably true. But you can probably find something, and then with a bit of tuning, nah, I feel like we should do it. Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, we're thinking about potentially recreating all of the sounds in the game. Doing everything with like our own Foley and shit. It's a relatively big undertaking, but would probably be quite cool. Oh, you know what we should do? You should make a glitched song. This is so unnecessary, it's not really needed, but because we don't know, potentially the error room for room is never going to be found. If everything works correctly, you should never find this room. Wouldn't it be cool if this room plays like a glitched ambience or something, like you hear little glitches? Just to sell like the error aspect of it a little bit more? Potentially. Maybe that's what we should do as well. Each room should have a... We could make a... how do I do this? Because I do think I want to be able to play ambience from the actual room thing, so maybe each one should have a... No, we would have 2 audio sources. One for ambience and one for songs, since they have different mixes now. And then we could have like, oh, on start or on enable, play this song or play this ambience. But what if we want to have multiple ambiances? Hmm. Okay, let me set this up first and see if we can get everything working with our new system. Left door, left room 2, right door, right room 5, that should be fine. Oh yeah, we need to fix the back arrow. Also, I found a safe sound that would fit an underwater area, so maybe have a half-flooded basement. Ooh, that could be kinda cool. Oh, I don't know how am I gonna do it art-wise. I suppose I could do some like half-transparent animation in... Or maybe, you know what you potentially could do? There's my test room here. What if we did something like this? Tell me if I'm crazy. But... theoretically, well, that might be a bit much. Okay, it's probably a bit too high in the level, but just hear me out. I suppose one could do something like this-ish. Maybe make this the same color as well. To kinda simulate there being water on the floor. Or like this room being flooded. Should probably be lower though. I mean, it could work. Room 2 exits. So room 2 has a front door, which is this locked door. And the room we should go to in that case is room 3, right? And we need another one, which is the left door, which here is actually the passage, where the room would be back to room 2. No, I'm in room 2. It would be back to room 1. Room 3 has a front door that doesn't lead anywhere, but you should have a back door. So this is the issue now, because I cannot assign a back door, because there is no... So I guess the exit should be... Yeah, how do I make this work with the back arrow? That is really the question that we have at the moment. Because right now, I think everything should be working fine in terms of navigation between the different rooms through the normal doors. Like, this seems fine. Yeah. Now... Oh yeah, my map might be a bit broken, that's fine. So now the issue is that I can't go backwards, because the backwards button is no longer working.
sucks cause is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
What's up, Beards Chaz? How you doing? This is an interesting dilemma. Good, good, and you? I'm doing good, I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Did you have a nice weekend? We've been refactoring our room system a bit here. So far, so good. Let's do a stretch. Let's do it. I still get a bit of pain in my hands every now and then. I can feel like an inclination of it, but it's a lot better than it was before, to be fair. I don't know, how do people do it? How do you code for 12 hours without fucking breaking your hands? That's my question. Am I just weak? Am I just weak? Is that it? Maybe I am. It's possible. Oh, wait, what if I assign the direction here? No, that's more annoying. Maybe each exit needs to have a bool, whether it's supposed to be backwards. And then whenever you click on the backwards arrow, we would loop through and check if you have a room that has that bool as true. That could be one way of doing it. Because the issue here is that for a door behind you, since you can't click on it, I don't actually have a game object for it. So I think we need to change how we handle our exits. Trigger back arrow. Yeah, just here we check if we have a room behind us, but this no longer works. So we would need to check, I think in each room, we could make a private bool has back exit, maybe, which we did not default to false, I think. Which that is if you have an exit behind you in this room. And then in a wait, after we initialize the dictionary. Now, here, the exit. Each exit needs to have a way where we can assign whether or not this is a door behind you. Since in that case, we don't have the game object door. I suppose... Oh, you know what? What if not having door assigned is a way for us to know that this is a backdoor? Could obviously be an issue if I ever forget to assign it, because that would default the door to be a door going behind instead. But that could be one way of not having to have another variable, like we could calculate it instead. That could work. Should we be explicit or should we calculate it? That is the question. Oh no, yeah, just the issue now is that our dictionary is of type gameObject and test rooms. So the gameObject is the key. So if I don't have a gameObject here, we have an issue. What's up, Gamian? How you doing? Welcome in. Hope you're doing good, man. Hope you had a good weekend. Okay, scheisse. How do I want to do this? Come on. I could have a bool on the exit that checks whether this is a... What if I pass in the back arrow as the game object? So if door is null, we pass in the back arrow as the game object. I know which German word is your favorite. Yeah, probably true, probably true. It always comes out of nowhere. Yeah, every now and then a little scheisse has to slip through, you know? Sometimes I go Portuguese instead and I do a little foda-se. Ironically, it's kind of rare for me to swear in Swedish on stream. It does happen. It does happen, but it's not very common, to be honest. I think I swear more in other languages than I do in Swedish. That's actually quite ironic. Okay, come on now. Think, Chirpy, think. How do you want to do this? How do my exit works? Exit on click. Wait, I should have that one open. Exit on click. When you click on a door, we pass in the door and the direction. So when we click on the back arrow, we could actually publish a door event with the back arrow as the game object and the direction always being backwards. Which is the only time you would ever click on it is to go through a door behind you. So in that case, we initialize the dictionary. And here we could say that if both are null, then we do a debug log. But if we have a room with no door, we should calculate and say that that probably means that this is a room behind you, or a door behind you. And in that case, we pass in the back arrow as the key. So now the question is, how do I find the reference to the back arrow in the room? The easy answer is to make it a singleton, but that's a little bit, I mean, you know. I do get a lot of hate for overusing singletons. Because I don't know if I want to assign it on... Maybe that's what I should do. Maybe I should assign the back arrow myself, because then we know that it's always going to be correct. Because otherwise, if I forget to assign the door, it's going to default to a back arrow, and that might be bad. Why? Do you mean why I get shit for overusing singletons? Is that what you mean? Is that what you're asking? Yeah, so basically in the Game Jam version, I had almost every single manager and everything, even more stuff, random things, like the safe in the game was a singleton, for some reason. And the reason why it was kind of bad is because I did like cross-communication between all of them. So like the room manager would like call stuff in the game manager, and the game manager would call stuff in the room manager. Pure spaghetti code, right? To be fair, I think that is an important thing to note, that I actually don't think that there's anything wrong with using singletons. I think the issue was my implementation of singletons, which is basically I ended up having very coupled code, right? And that I think is like objectively a bad thing. Whereas like using a singleton in a more correct manner, completely fine. Let me see here, UI canvas. That would mean that every time I assign this, I would have to find the back arrow and assign this as the door. Which is fine, since this is a game object. I could just assign this one. And then when you click this button, I should have... Let's see what you do. This one, oh, interesting. It actually, it does call exit on glitch, so we are using the same component here. Just that this needs to be... No, not down, this needs to be backwards. Okay. So exit on click, you pass in your transform.parent.game objects. What if we make an override? Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. On exit on click, we say private game object. Don't know if I want to call this game object. So event. This is gonna be the key. And then we're gonna serialize a game object called key override, which is gonna default to null. However, in a wait, we're going to say that if key override is equal to null, then key is equal to transform.parent.game object. Otherwise, the key is going to be key override. Then I can assign my own game object as the key if I want to. Just basically what I want to do here is make sure that I don't have to find the back arrow hitbox. Instead, it's easier for me to just assign the parent object as the key. So here, for this one, we're gonna say that the key override is the back arrow. Now, in, for example, let's see, 0, 1, you have a door behind you that leads back to the first room. So we're gonna say back door. Now the game object, which is the key we use for the dictionary, is gonna be the back arrow. And the room that we go to is back to room 1. Now we have to make sure to update this as well and say that the here, when we call this one, we're gonna pass in the key. Indeed! I feel like we're onto something here. Feel like this should work. Now we need to make sure that we can check whether there is a back door in a room. Which is, we need a way to check whether we should highlight or even show the back arrow or not. Because if there isn't a room behind us, we never want to show the back arrow.
Cheers.
So in that case, yeah, we need to update this bool somehow. Cheers, Gail. Appreciate ya. So, what we're gonna do here Enable room, try get room by door. Let's do a public bool has backdoor, maybe. Why don't you instead track previous room? Isn't previous room always behind you? No, not the way it currently is. The previous room is not always behind you. Sometimes it is, but not always. Also, what's up, Trash? Hope you're doing good. Okay, let me just do this so that this should be working and I can demonstrate. Just currently, if I go in here, now the previous room is behind me, right? But if I go in here, you can see that we're actually moving completely sideways. So the previous room is here now. This is into the previous room. So now the previous room would be on the sides. This might change sometimes in the game, it depends a little bit, but I have been thinking about it, but I'm not sure how I want to do it yet. Just basically, what's happening is that we have a bunch of rooms, right? That look like this. Let's make something like this. Boom. The way I'm currently doing this is that you're actually always looking the right way. So when you start in the first room, you stand here, right? Like that's the perspective that you have. When you go into this one, you stand here. Now you have a room behind you. When you go through this room, you actually end up here. That's why the previous room is actually to your left now. So as you can see, the thing that's a little bit weird about the way I'm currently doing it is that the player actually never turns, right? You're actually always in the same orientation, like you move across the game looking the same way consistently. One of the things I like, the thing I don't like about doing it this way is that it feels... Yeah, exactly, Lou. Welcome in. You always look north. Yeah, you can basically say that we are always looking in the same direction. So the thing that I don't like about this is that obviously it feels a little bit... how do I describe it? It doesn't feel as fluid. Do you know what I mean? Because you can you get the sense that you are moving in a kind of robotic way since you're never turning around. The thing that I do like about this is that we minimize the amount of back arrows you have to click, right? And if we keep doing it this way, it's always intuitive where you come from, as soon as you get used to the fact that you never turn around. Because in this version, we only have 1, 2, 3 back arrows. So it's much more even, like where you click to go through rooms. Because then we have 1 right arrow, 1 here, and then obviously you can also go the opposite ways. So almost everything is like equal in that sense. Whereas we could do it a separate way, where you actually always look into a room from the direction that you came through, right? Basically making it so that the previous room should always be behind you. The issue with this strategy is that in theory it sounds kind of nice, but the more I thought about it, it's actually impossible. You cannot always do it that way. Because here's one thing, one limitation that I'm gonna admit that I have, which is that I am never going to allow the player to turn around inside of a room, because that basically exponentially increases the complexity of my game. I will have to make 4 different layouts for each room that I create, right? Because in that case you need to be able to look in different directions. So it's 4 times the amount of objects I need to add, 4 times the amount of objects I need to draw. Like, it's exponentially more work for me to do, and I'm not sure I'm willing to do that. Because this would be the way it would work. So here it would be fine, right? This seems intuitive. When I walk in here, I look here. When I go in here, I look at from the direction that I came in. Which means that the disadvantage here, one thing I don't like, because to start with, I should say, I'm not the biggest fan of the back arrow. It's the only UI element that I have in the game. So I prefer to use it as little as possible. Because that means that if we do it this way, now we have one back arrow here, one here, one here, one here, and one here. So we are like more than doubling the amount of times that the player is going to click on the back arrow. You know, Leo, thank you very much for the follow, appreciate ya. Which is one of the things I don't like about this. The other thing is that this actually isn't as intuitive as you might think. In this specific layout, it is. This makes sense, right? Like every time you click on the back arrow, you click on the door you came from. But that's not always the case, is it? Because what happens if we have rooms that either loop around, or if we do something like this, where you now can go through multiple ways like this. I feel like this is gonna become more confusing. Because now the player is gonna start here, here, and then you go here, and then you go here, and then you go here, as well as here. So the confusing thing now is that when you go back through these rooms, you always end up in the same position. Makes sense? It is the way you came from. But then we can add even more complexity. Where, okay, what if you can loop back? Say that we have rooms going like this. Now, it actually becomes really confusing. Because you would imagine, if we keep going from the right to the left here, we would put the player here, 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 here. What happens in this room? Where should the position of the player be? Should it be here or should it be here? Impossible to know. Theoretically, it would depend on which way the player first took. But now it becomes even weirder, because if the player goes around this way, when you go in here and then go to this room, you're not now going to be moved in a completely different direction than you came in through, right? Now, when going straight into this room, you are now gonna be looking this way, having the new door behind you, and seeing the door you came in through, which feels very weird. Of course you can argue that, who knows, maybe I won't make a place where this happens, but we do get these kind of weird situations where it's like hard to determine where the player should have the perspective from. To where I feel like, although this method seems a little bit more rigid, it feels a little bit less fluid and dynamic. It's kind of easier to make sense out of. Like when we have a simple layout like this, it kind of works, and who knows, I might do it sometimes. Because if you only have one direction to come into, theoretically we can always have the door behind you. But like if we get more complex room layouts like this, it becomes really confusing where we should put the player. So I'm not sure. It is something I'm still like considering how to actually go about this. Well, it's a horror game, so it doesn't need to make sense necessarily. It depends. In some regard, that is true. But we also... It shouldn't be to the... Like, in some things, I feel like that's a absolutely fair argument. However, if it's something that confuses... If the player feels a little bit disoriented, yeah, that might be fine. If it becomes infuriating because you get lost because you don't understand like the layout, then I feel like it might be just bad. Because here you could almost get stuck going between these two rooms because you can't make sense of like where you came from. And although your argument is in certain regards, sometimes it's true that things doesn't have to fully make sense. If a player feels like the mechanic in itself doesn't make sense, I think it becomes more infuriating which I feel like is just bad. How will you add horror into that game? I'm curious. So basically a lot of it is going to be atmospheric horror, as in like, you know, creepy atmospheres and stuff. Which a lot of it technically is on Bjarne in terms of making the sounds, making sure that the atmosphere always feels quite uneasy, you know what I mean? But then of course we're also gonna have stuff like little jump scares and little creepy things, you know. There's a lot of things we can do. So for example, we have like hover interactable objects. So we can make stuff where maybe when you hover on this window, a guy pops up to it. Because if I hover below this door, you can see that a bit of blood fades in. Like, so we can do stuff like that. You also have interactions, like for example, if you open this door, there could fucking be a guy standing here for a second. Like, we could do stuff like from the game jam version, where, for example, if I make a loud noise, someone comes running. So if I bang on this door, maybe you start hearing like knocking from the other side, or like the... at some point we might have something similar to the game jam version, where the enemy is actually like pacing throughout the rooms nearby, so you have to kind of sneak or like basically keep yourself hidden. There's a few things we can do, but it is, I should say that I am planning on making it more atmospheric and less like jump scare after jump scare, because I think that was a big issue with the game jam version, that there were like so many jump scares that after a while the player gets used to it and you kind of lose the tension, you know. So I'm gonna put more emphasis on trying to actually build the tension in between the scary elements. We also have those little fun ones where like, which I'm gonna probably make some more of, like in the game jam version, when you open one cabinet, there would be a little like, you know, small jump scare sound and a rat just jumps out and runs across the floor, like stuff like that as well. Like small little ones. I think I'm gonna have less... There are gonna be like loose condition jump scares, where like if you get caught by the monster you might actually like lose and have to go back to a checkpoint. But I also think I want to have a little bit more non-lethal jump scares, you know. Like every time you get a jump scare, that shouldn't be because you lost. It shouldn't be because now you are like forced to go back. Because that theoretically also means that if a player is playing perfectly, they're gonna play through the entire game and never get a jump scare. No, I feel like it's fine to have a few like scripted jump scares, like at this moment this should happen. Another thing, slight spoiler, potentially, but one thing I realized that I think could be a really cool jump scare as well, is that maybe at one point when you're looking at the map, because you kind of hide the room a lot, right? We could actually have a jump scare where like the monster comes and like tears the map down and like scares you, you know? I feel like that would fuck me up, you know? Because you would be like focused looking on the map and then all of a sudden you get like a jump scare. Which means that now in the future of the game, it's gonna be like scary looking at the map, because you never know, like, am I safe to look at the map, or is someone gonna come now? Like a lot of little things like that we could do. For me, the horror is the Iono's lady from the ad. Oh, have to go now, catch you next time. No worries, Gale, thank you very much for dropping by, appreciate having you here, and I'll see you next time. Unless the map/rooms are numbered via the doors, for example, I can see why your approach has advantages. Wait, what do you mean by the map/rooms are numbered? Oh, do you mean like there would be, for example, like actually having a symbol on the door that shows you what room you would lead to? Is that what you mean? And then do something similar on the map itself? Imagine you are coding in the middle of the night and jump scare with something you are debugging. Dude, I've jump scared myself multiple times while developing this game. Because, you know, the biggest irony of this development is the fact that I fucking suck at playing horror games. Like, I am a coward, you know? Like, I screamed like a little girl while I was playing 10 Bells. So the irony that I am making a horror game is like, I don't know, it's otherworldly. It's insane. But so far so good, you know? Okay, so let's see, where were we? We want to get the back arrow to work. Now we have the back arrow here. So yeah, we need a way to check whether we have a room behind us, whether or not we have a back door. So what this is gonna do, I think we're gonna, yeah, this is just gonna return has back exits. Return has back exits. But then we want to assign this ourselves. So after we initialize the dictionary, we should check if room has back door. That's a mouthful. So we make a private void, check if room has back door. The reason why I separate these is because I don't wanna... There's no reason to go through the dictionary every time we check this. So we rather just basically log it once. We calculate once whether we have a back door in this room or not. And then we just return that bool. So only in a wait are we gonna actually calculate this, where we say something like... check if room has back door. How do we do that? Well, we have to... Oh, we check if the exit dictionary contains key back door. Okay, so how do I know? I would prefer to not need a reference to this on every script. Oh, so we can check if it has the... if the game object has the back arrow controller, I suppose. Or a more lazy, less good way would be to just check if it's called back arrow. Oh no, but wait, if I... Initialize dictionary, check if room has back door. How do I actually check this? I know that in here, if I have a back door, I'm gonna have an entry where the back arrow is the game object. So if the back arrow, if that key exists, I know that we have a... that must mean that we have a back door. The issue now is that I don't have a reference to the back arrow. And I don't want every single room to need that reference either. Hey, BH Chaz! With the Prime subscription! Thank you so much, man. I really do appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. You fucking legend. That means a lot, man. Thank you. Get that shield. Get those emotes. Let's go. Thank you, man. Absolute legend. I really appreciate it. Okay, how do I want to do this? That is the question. Also, one step closer, if I'm allowed to do my little sellout pitch here. One step closer to getting your name in the credits. Since I do have the bot basically keeps track of everyone who supports the stream and logs it all. It remembers everything, your address and everything. I'm joking. So if anyone is curious, you can do !supporter to check how close you are to the threshold. Thank you very much, man. I really do appreciate it. Indeed. Check if room has back door. I can't help but think about singletons. That's like the easy way to do this. What if I make... Okay, what if I make a static field? The back arrow controller is on this game object. Raycast blocker. What if I do a public static game object back arrow and in a await we say that back arrow is this game object. Now, in the room manager, this might not be the best way of doing it, but it should work. Here, check if has back room. You know what? I'm gonna call this... I don't know what I'm gonna call this. It shall be. When are you planning on updating the Steam build? Just curious. Very soon. We are getting really close. There are a few things I want to polish up before I do it, but we are getting very close. Because I feel like the thing is that the way I view it is like each update I do for you playtesters, I want to have, you know, enough things so that it feels like it's worth to try again. That's why I'm not doing like small little updates with like one little thing or whatever. But I feel like now we're getting to the point where I have like a relatively substantial amount of things to test. So yeah, we are getting really close. Most likely, if we're lucky, maybe even this week I should be able to get a new build up for playtesters. Need to fix these two objects because they're not really working. I'm happy with the UI changes for now. Yeah, we are really, really close. I probably need to get the map working again, at least like a prototype version of it, but that shouldn't be too difficult. So yeah, we are getting close. I'm excited. Cool, yeah, I see there's a lot of new things, that's why I wanted to ask. Yeah, for sure. No, and I do think, like I said, I feel like we have enough things now to where it's worth doing another playtest. And I've actually already started implementing it, so the way I've done it for people to make sure that it's like, oh, is it worth playing, is that in the starting scene of the game, I'm gonna add and show like exactly what has changed during this update. So you guys have a bit more of an idea of like maybe the new things you wanna try out and so on. And also I suppose like what feedback I have listened to from the last playtest. You can see like what things have been fixed and so on. Probably gonna publish this update log on Discord as well in like the playtest channel or something, so people always have a bit of an idea what to expect from the new build. I like the update log, nice. Yeah, I feel like it's pretty good to have, because it gives you guys information about like what type of stuff you could be testing, I suppose. Because otherwise, if I made some change, maybe you don't interact with that thing or so maybe it's like completely missable. So I feel like it's nice to give you guys an overview of like what has changed in each version as well. Speaking of playtesting, if anyone else is curious, we do have applications. Are they not working? I think I need to... Oh, is it through Streamlabs as well? Yeah, my Streamlabs bot seems to be dead. Let me sort that out quickly. Give me just a second. Sadly, I would check everything in the log. Nice. I don't know why, when I looked earlier it said that Streamlabs was in my chat. It still does, but it doesn't seem to be listening to... Yeah, activate CloudBot. It's deactivated. Why? Okay, here, in case anyone is interested in playtesting, there you have a link to apply. I'm currently not accepting more playtesters. But if you're curious, you know, if we ever open up more spots, then feel free to apply if you're interested. I feel like as of right now, with the amount I'm testing and stuff, I feel like I currently don't need more playtesters, but I will most likely need more in the future. I suppose while we're at it, if anyone is interested for localization, you can apply for that as well. I will apply again just in case. You don't have to. You already have the key. You're fine, Winnie. Dun dun dun. This is where we need to check your new function. Did I get that one working? No. But we should be able to now, since we have a static, let's say batch arrow controller has a static. Do I have a script called batch arrow, out of curiosity? Can I assign static fields myself in the inspector? Or is those like non-serializable? How many testers do you have? I think I've used quite a few actually. I think I've used 17 or 18 playtesting keys. Out of which I think I've sent 18 keys. I think I've had 16 people redeem the keys. And I think I've had 14 people actually playtest the game. Or well, that I technically don't know. But I have 14 people who've given me feedback, so to speak. And then another 2 who has redeemed the keys, but I don't know if they tested the game. And then 2 who has not redeemed the keys. So active playtesters right now, I suppose, is about 14 or so. Okay, so now what we do is that we're gonna check the exit dictionary if it contains key. And I suppose I only pass in the key, right? Yeah, game object key. which would now be back arrow controller dot back arrow. And then contains key is a bool, right? Which means that check if room has back door. Should make this a return, make this a bool. And here we instead say that has back exit is equal to check if room has back door. No, I don't want to do it. I'm gonna make this a void, and then here I'm gonna say has back exit is equal to whether or not the dictionary contains a back arrow as a key. And now back arrow clicked. No. Trigger back arrow. Here we need to do some changes. If show and room manager.instance.getCurrentRoom.down is not equal to null. So this was the way before how I checked if we had a backdoor. Now we do getCurrentRoom. I feel like I should make the current room a static one as well. Yeah, I think I will actually. Current room. I'm gonna make this a public static current room. I think that should work. Then here we can just say room manager dot current room, which actually means, if that's the case, I don't need my function to get the current room, because now that one is static anyway. So room manager dot current room dot has back door. If you're supposed to show it, and if the room has a back door, then show the back arrow. Yep. I'm working right now with the world building of my next game, but I have no inspiration at the moment. Do you have any advice on what to do when you are stuck? Are you doing world building? No inspiration. To be fair, this is gonna sound bad, I mean, or it's not gonna sound bad, but it's not gonna sound very helpful. I feel like I've actually had it relatively easy so far with this game. I feel like I'm almost at the opposite side, where I feel like I have so many ideas, I don't know which to implement. But I do think that actually playing similar games and stuff is something I'm gonna wanna do as well, because I feel like you can probably get quite a lot of inspiration from it. So what type of game are you making, Vinny? Sorry, that might not be the best answer, to be honest. Yeah, fuck you, that doesn't help. Yeah, it doesn't really, does it. But I do think maybe playing similar games that you want to emulate could actually be a good idea of getting a bit more inspiration. Especially if you're doing like level design and stuff. Because I feel like level design is pretty difficult. That's something I haven't gotten to. Because when I'm gonna decide the exact like layout of this building, I feel like that's gonna be a bit difficult. Because it has to be good, you know, and it has to make sense for the type of building and so on. And I think I might actually end up just like partly playing similar games and also legitimately looking at like architecture, like blueprints of houses that might have similar use cases and so on. I'm speaking a bit cryptic here, I don't know if you can tell, but you get the general idea. I make it up as I go along, regret it later. I mean, that is a way of doing it as well. I also think sometimes it's hard because, like I said, sometimes we might have too many ideas, and that's why I feel like sometimes you just need to do something, because usually I find that when you get the ball rolling, it's a lot easier, right? I mean, this should basically work now, shouldn't it? Okay, slightly bugged, but it's visible here, and after it fades out, I can't get it here. No one there. And here there should... Oh, I think I just haven't assigned this one, that's why. Okay, generally seems to be working. So the issue is when I go back into the first room... If I keep holding on it, it stays here. Back arrow controller. Am I publishing on back arrow clicked? Yo, actually, good question. When do I publish this one? Oh yeah, it listens to the door event, which is called. So if the room direction is down, I see. This needs to be backward now. I think that's the issue. Yeah, now it fades out. Nice. Dude, I think this is basically fully functional if I just assign the rest of the stuff. And now it's nice because I never have to look at a specific door and assign where it goes or something. I do everything right here in the room script. That was dope, cheers. We are making a fast-paced FPS for our last project in uni. The main character is an exterminator in space that gets jobs to clean areas from a parasite. The parasite takes control of animals, humans and machines. Ooh, I mean, it sounds interesting. The idea of the game is that the MC, the Mad Sharpie, the Mad Sharpie also is infected with the parasite. And half his body under influence of the parasite. Ooh. And because he is infected, he has no special abilities where he can control other entities that are infected. I mean, it sounds pretty dope, not gonna lie. Yeah, like part of a hive mind. So use the guns to kill the enemies and with the abilities control them and also help you move around. No, Chicken Man, it's not you. What? No, it is, right? MC has to stand for Mad Sharpie. I suppose you could argue it potentially could stand for main character. But nah. I'm pretty sure Vinny means Mad Sharpie. Wouldn't that make the Mad Sharpie the queen or a opposing queen? I would prefer king, but I mean either or. Master Chef. Finally they made a game about Chappie, exactly. Second game actually. Did you guys know I already once a long time ago had a game made about me. I think I still have a video up on my... I think it's on my main YouTube channel actually. Yeah, here. Playing a viewer-made game until I beat it. And every time I die, it says Chirpy sucks at games. Pretty fun. If anyone hasn't and you're interested, feel free to subscribe to the YouTube. There are no kings in the hive. Well, there actually is a king, but he's kinda irrelevant. Yeah, we thought about that, where at the end you're basically fighting against the other queen. Ooh. I mean, it sounds like a dope project. Do you have anything you want to show, Vinny? Okay, still missing some assignments. Let's see. Door 0. Boom, boom, boom. That should be fine. Room 1 has 3 doors. That's correct. Room 2 has a front door and a... Technically, this should be a right door. Right? Because it's... Yeah, it should be. Room 3. Yes, back arrow. The game object. The door is technically the back arrow. The room should be back to room 2. Room 5, I think I've already assigned, but no, wait, I need a... Let's see, passage. That should be back to room 1. This is the left door. And that should, as far as I know, make the current layout fully navigationable. Navigation, is that a term? Did I just make that up? Navigationable, is that a word? Navigable, navigable. Capable of being navigated, navigable terrain. So it's not navigationable, it's navigable. I don't think I've ever heard this.
Navigable.
I think that is a first. Okay, we can go in here. Need to get the map working. We can go back. Can we go back to the first room? Yes, we can. We go in here. Seems like it. Can we go back? Oh, that was weird. I'm zoomed in. Which can only mean that the assignment is wrong. Yeah, the passage is actually a passage right. I see. I've flipped the sprite. Let's remove this passage. Now we go into doors. We do passage left. And now, here, The passage left is the new door. Now it should work. We don't have much at the moment as we start the project like a week ago, I see. We were working on the idea, like the mechanics and that stuff, but we didn't have time to start the project. Okay. We weren't supposed to start earlier, so we are doing okay. Okay, fair enough. But once we get something interesting, I'll show it to you. For sure, man. I'll gladly have a look. Okay, I'm gonna cheat here. Give me the master key, please. That looks right. Yep. That seems fine. So I should be able to delete this now. Wait, we have the map room, right? State, room image, non-lit, bam bam bam. This is all fine, but the assignment here, room, this needs to be the new test room instead. I have my map manager. Map room, map rooms, room manager, room manager. Yeah, this is the code we need to fix, because we probably have a few errors here. Test room current room is equal to room manager dot current room. And here we are checking neighbors. We can no longer do that. So what do? I create a list of neighbors. Which means that... Where is my list of neighbors? Is it here? No. Oh no, this is... Oh yeah, I'm just making a new list. I'm dumb. Okay. So this needs to be test room. Test room. If neighbors contain room... Oh, I'm looping through all of the rooms in the map every time. That seems very unnecessary. But getting the neighbors should actually be easier now. Because now we can just take the current room . Oh, we can't get the dictionary. Because the dictionary is not public. Oh, what if I make each room have a function to return all the neighbors? I mean, that should work. If we made something like a public list of rooms called get neighbors or get neighboring rooms. Well, there's no reason to do this multiple times, so what I think we're gonna do instead is do something similar to this bool where we calculate it once instead. So we do a private list of rooms called neighbors. And then check neighbors. Public void check neighbors. We call that one, we go through, we need to basically for each thing in the dictionary. What's the most efficient way of doing this? We want to add those to our list of neighbors. And then whenever we call get neighboring rooms, we would just return neighbors. But we need to populate this list. What can I do with a dictionary? Oh, values. Is this a dictionary game test room value collection? Values get. But does that return? What does this return? So what, does it return a new dictionary? Yeah, value collection equals open with dot value. Wait, what? Value collection, to get values alone. But is this like a list or an array? The order is unspecified. No, it returns a dictionary of value collection. Okay, I don't know if that's what I want to do. Add clear, contains key, contains value. I mean, I assume I could loop through it. What's this? Values. Oh, that's what I was looking at. Never mind. But in that case, I might as well loop through my array. Like, does it really matter?
time to stretch.
Probably a good idea. Thank you, Chaz. Yeah, I suppose what is there a difference in like efficiency between doing a for each loop on a dictionary or an array? I suppose that is what I want to know. If there's any like noticeable difference. Since I have both, I might as well do whichever one is, you know, the most efficient, I suppose. I guess so. Yeah, if I do it for each loop over a dictionary or an array, C#, which is more efficient? Iterating over an array with a for each loop is generally more efficient. Two to 4 times slower. I want to assign all values of the dictionary to a list. Is there a good way of doing so? Or should I loop over the array, which contains the same values or whatever? If your dictionary's values are already stored in an array and you just want to assign them to a list, looping over the array is the better option. It's faster and cleaner. However, if you only have a dictionary and want to extract its values to a list, here are your options. Can't you do like 2 lists? Select 2 lists? Maybe. So select, is that a function? Is that a linked function? Or is that inherent to... No, it can't be inherent to dictionary, because at least IntelliSense didn't show it to me, right? Oh, it does. Oh yeah, but it is system link, yeah it is. But do I need to pass in the keys here as well then? Well, let me check this first, and then we'll look into it. Maybe it even shows it here, to be fair. If you already have the array, var list equals new list, your type, your... Oh wait, can I like cast an array to a list? Ooh, I don't even need to loop over it. Uses internal add range optimization. I did not know I could do that. If you only have the dictionary, new list, your type, your dictionary dot values. Okay, so that is the one I checked before. This also avoids manual looping, still performs well, internally iterates over the values collection. Manual looping if you must. Yeah, but that seems unnecessary. And then just out of... Not that this really matters, but just out of curiosity. Which one of these are more efficient? Also, should you do something like select to list on the dictionary? Something like dictionary.values to list. If you already have an array, use that. If not, just do list your type, boom. Okay, but you didn't answer my question here. Oh wait, I'm looking at it. I'm dumb. Never mind. Let's break this down. Why is more efficient? Okay, the array would still be the most efficient one with the other one. Why? Minimal overhead. Oh, this has to allocate memory. Using an enumerator of values collection involves iterating over an internal buckets. Barely understand that, but okay, in that case that would be the same though with the toList thing. I suppose that the fact that I need to use values already makes it less efficient. Since I have, like, if I didn't have the array, maybe, but since I have the array, it might be easier to just loop through that one. Or to be fair, wait, I actually need to get a component from the array. I would need to do... your array... Oh yeah, I'm not sure I can do this, just I can't do the entire array. I might need to loop through it manually, because I need to add a variable from each thing in the array. Variable list equals your dictionary.select kv lambda kv value. Oh, key value value to list. Oh, so it does actually use select then, and we check each value instead of doing the values thing. Adds a little more overhead than a plain loop or constructor. Still not sure I fully understand what overhead is. It's great for readability and quick transformations though. But it seems like in general the array would be the most efficient one. But the thing is, my array is an array of exits, right? And I don't want to pass in an array of exits, I want to pass in an array of rooms on the exits. So I don't think I can cast the entire array like that. I would need to, unless I can do it, maybe I can. Let me check this. Check neighbors. Could I do new list? Your type would be test room. The array would be exits, but that's not gonna work because this is not a test room. What if I do exits dot... No. No, I think I need a for each loop, since I need to get a specific variable. Let me try this. For each... Nope. For each variable test room in... No. Variable exit in exits. Neighbors dot add exit dot room. Cannot convert from test room to room. Did I mess up here? I did. This needs to be test room. This also needs to be test room. And now let's do another check just out of curiosity. Not that it matters, but this is interesting. Is there a more efficient way of doing this? Nice and clean already, but yes, there are a couple of ways you could make it more efficient or expressive depending on your goals. Pre-allocate list capacity if size is known, but it isn't. Neighbors, exit. Oh, well, I suppose it is then. Because yeah, the amount of exits I have in the array must be the same as the amount of neighbors I have. I think chat doesn't understand it is an array. Oh yeah, because it would be length, wouldn't it? When it's an array. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's the way it works. Count is for a list, length is for an array, right? Or am I mixing it up? You select if you want brevity and clarity, but slightly more overhead. This really doesn't matter, this is just me being curious. What's up, David? How you doing? Welcome in, man. Hope you had a good weekend. Okay, actually, can I just check programming overhead? Is the resources required to set up an operation? It might seem unrelated, but necessary. It's like when you need to go somewhere, you might need a car, but it would be a lot of overhead to get a car to drive down the street, so you might want to walk. However, the overhead would be worth it if you're going across the country. I see. So overhead is basically just extra stuff you need to do. But that doesn't mean that sometimes it's not worth doing the extra stuff, right? In computer science, sometimes we get cars to go down the street because we don't have a better way, or it's not worth our time to learn how to walk. Interesting. Sorry for the flashbang. Okay, I think this is fine. Let's see if we get any errors here. So now we have, let's see, list of test rooms, neighbors is equal to... Yeah, well, how do I need to say new list first? And then we say... No, can I not just say that the neighbors is equal to current room dot get neighboring rooms? That's all I need, right? I need to make sure to call this function though, to check neighboring rooms. Am I doing that? Check neighbors, I am. I suppose I'm gonna need to assign these on the map as well. Open map, rooms, map room. Let me turn this on just to be able to visualize it. Oh, never mind, I can't see it. Yeah, I can. So this would be the starting room. So room should be 0.0. 0.1. 0.2. I should really make some type of like layout editor for this. That would have made my life easier if I do a lot of like iterations. 4. I don't have a room for this one. So let's leave that one for now. And then here we go 5. Let's see if this works. I just don't know if I have the... Okay, what's happening here? I get a null reference 1948. 19 check neighbors. 48 neighbors.add. Exit.room. So what, do I have a room that hasn't been assigned? No. Do I need to initialize the list? Is that it? I think I might. Is it that I just need to say that it's a new list of this? Seems to work. Why is that? Why do I have... Oh, because a list defaults to null? Otherwise, I suppose. That seems to be working. However, that is not. Did I mess up the assignments? Somewhere maybe? Because in the third room it did work. This should be 0.0. Nice one. 0.1. 0.2. 3. None. 5. No, we can actually set this one as the error room. I mean, it looks correctly assigned. Maybe I do... Do I do this before I've switched the current room, maybe? No, but in that case, why did it work in the third room? That doesn't make sense. That's fine. That's not. Now it goes to the second room. Oh, but that made sense then. Yeah, I think I haven't checked the current room yet. Or changed the current room. Seahov, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate ya. Yeah, it always shows the last room I was in. I bet now, if I go back into this room, because I'm technically here now, the red one is gonna be here. So I think it shows the last room I was in. It does. It does. So that means that whenever I... Let's see, room... No, map manager. When do I update the map? I do it when I acquire the map. That should be fine. However, the issue is that I do this on new room. So now the question is, when do I publish new room? Yeah, so I publish new room before I've changed the current room. So instead, if we move this to the end, make sure that we update the current room, and then publish the new room event, this should be fine. Almost certain. Boom. We go in here. There we go. Yeah, seems fine. Oh, we can't find this room now because I haven't set up the exit. Interesting. What if I want to have some hidden rooms that you can't see on the map? How do I make that happen? I suppose each room on the... I suppose I just don't create a room on the map for it, and it should work. Oh? Why is the outline not disappearing now? That's interesting. I think the show animation here needs to be a bit quicker. Yeah, overall though, this seems to be working. But wouldn't you want to mark the hidden room after it was found? Oh yeah, true. I probably want to show it after you find it, but if it's a hidden room, I probably don't want to show it as a neighbor. Because obviously what happens now is that when I'm in this room, it shows the neighboring room. But say that we had a hidden room here, a small hidden room that you actually got to by like climbing through the vent. In that case, I might not want to show it on the map as a neighbor, but you're probably right, Lou, we still want to show it if you actually find it. So I suppose what we would do in that case... Yeah, it's actually possible, it's not really that difficult either. Here, if a room is hidden... Yeah, this loops through the neighbors and checks whether it's hidden. And if it is, it sets it to unvisited. So here we should just do an if check whether this room is a secret room, and in that case don't set it to unvisited, keep it hidden. But if you get to it as in the current room, then we would show it, right? Yeah, if it's the current room, then we set it to room state current, which would show the sprite. Yeah, no, it's possible doing it that way. Yeah, I think that's the best way of doing it. So we don't show it as a neighbor, but if you find the room, then we show it on the map. Yeah, I think that makes sense. So what is this? This is a list of in the map rooms. So we could actually just have a variable here in the map room, which is like this needs to be public. We just make like a public bool whether this is a secret room. We default this to false. And then in the map manager, whenever we loop through neighbors, if they are hidden, we just check if room.secretRoom if this is false, if it's not a secret room, then we do this stuff. Otherwise, just break. And now we could actually test this to see whether or not it works. If we just go to, let's say we take the third room here and we check secret room as true. Now that one should not appear as a neighbor, but once I walk into the room, it should be visible and stay visible on the map. Yeah, that's a good point, Lou. So here I should see my neighbor. When I go in here, I should see this neighbor, but not this one, since I marked this room as secret. Exactly. So on the map, it only looks like I have one neighbor, but if you would find this like secret door and get into this room, it does update. And now, if I go out of it, it should stay visible on the map. Yeah? I mean, that's pretty much perfect. That's pretty much perfect. Now we can set this one to not be secret again. Let's go. Nice. So we basically have the map pretty much working now as well, don't we? If I want to show this room, I just need to... I need to say that this room is connected to the error room, otherwise it's not gonna find this one, I think. I think that's how it works. It's always nice when you're a bit unsure about how your own game works. Technically this is the current layout, because there is a door here as well. Which I suppose... The thing is, I need a key for a dictionary, right? You get an exception if you sign something without a key. But I suppose I could do a... If I want to fake a room like this, I could do a... Yeah, I could make an exit and just deactivate it, I suppose. Because to make this room visible, even though you can't get to it, all I actually need to do is make sure that this room has this as a technical neighbor, even though you can't get to it. But that means it needs to be set up correctly. Let's say this would be room 3. Yeah, because you don't have a reference to that room, which I'm quite sure I decided that that room is technically the error room. Do I even have an exit here though? I don't think I do. Because technically this is a... Oh no, there is an exit. Oh. But it's a brick wall. Oh, but wait, it's... Oh, no, this is fine. Because the keys are just game objects. It doesn't actually have to be an exit. So I could choose that a vase is the key for this one. As long as we have the reference to the room, we're fine. Yeah, so actually, in here, room 3, even though this is not a true exit, I could say that this locked door actually leads to the 4-4 room front door, even though you can't get to it. Oh, but how would I make... Because if I assign the same... Let me actually try that out of curiosity. What if I assign this... If if I assign this one to be the error room as well, is that one gonna show as the current room when I go into the other one? I actually don't know what's gonna happen now. This is fine. That's fine. What happens now? Yeah, look, it showed me all of the rooms now, which is these two are set as the same room. So both of them got turned into the unvisited state, as it's called. To be fair though, in the full game, we're probably not gonna have rooms you actually can't get to, so this wouldn't be an issue. I need to figure this out though. Why is the outline not stopping?
Chat wants your attention.
Is it because the map is active? What's up, Vinny?
Hey, Chappie, focus.
Hey, wait. No, you can't do that. That would... No. How? What? No! Shut up. Yes, I can master the move. To be fair, it was kind of a big brain move, not gonna lie. I kind of respect it. I kind of respect it, to be honest. Let's see if this makes a difference. Boom, open, close. Oh, it does. So that's some bug that happens because I enabled the map from the beginning. That's very interesting.
Cheers.
So I guess that's, in other words, an issue I don't have to fix. Cheers, beards. I think we should make an achievement for the game where you get an achievement if you never pick up the map. Is that mad? I feel like it would be kind of fun. As a little, you know, kind of hardcore playthrough achievement if you play through the entire game without ever picking up the map. I'm thinking about it. I might do it. Yeah, that would be so cool. I think I even have an image for it already, to be honest. Steam achievements. Did I not make a map? Yeah, this one. That's basically a map, isn't it? Maybe have an X on it as well. Yeah, sure, that's a map. Also, it would be hard to check if the achievement even works. No, I would be able to... because I can cheat, right? I will hate playing your game trying to get all the achievements. I do have... I mean, some are gonna be a little bit... because I do think I'm gonna do a few, like... technically you have to replay the game to get the achievements. Oh, well, some of them are like... no, not really. Because I'm planning on having like a speedrun achievement. Where basically you have to complete the game quickly. But of course, like, I'm not gonna put that as like, you know, you have to get like a speedrun world record to get the achievement. Of course not. It's just gonna be like a, you know, relatively quick casual playthrough. And then maybe one like, you know, not picking up the map. But like, theoretically speaking, both of these you could do on your first playthrough. Like, if you just kinda god gamer and also cocky, I suppose, you could theoretically get it in one go. Will it be linear? At least I can learn how to win it and then repeat it without the map. Yeah, the game will mostly be linear, so that is absolutely true. I might potentially do some like hidden ending, extra ending stuff, you know, which I suppose you could say makes it a bit more non-linear, but in that case it would be more like, you know, kind of how Undertale did it, where like in the end, like the majority of the game is still like linear, you know, in certain regards. Is Undertale considered linear? Maybe it wouldn't be, to be fair. No, Undertale is still like a linear game, right? Is it? Yeah. Is it? Wait. I don't fucking know. I think this one should be the opposite way. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I might do that as an achievement. Okay, that part needs to be fixed. I wonder, does the game break if a room on the map doesn't have a room assigned? Is that gonna break it? Oh wait, I need the map. Okay, so here we should be fine. Okay, it didn't break immediately. No, it seems fine. So the only thing is that I can't see it here, visually speaking. But that's fine. This is just placeholder stuff anyway. I do need to make sure that you can actually open this door though. Because I suppose this is where I'm gonna put the end of the current playtest. So, holy shit, have you seen? You get one extra room. Nice. Dude, we basically finished a refactor, right? The map is working. And so is the room navigation. The exit on click script is fine as well. So I should be able to remove all of my scriptable objects now. And instead I only have these prefabs, which I do need to override these prefabs, to be fair. Enable, apply. Let's make a prefab out of the error room as well. And we'll see. I might stop using indexes here because it becomes kinda confusing. Because right now the way it works, like since when you can go different ways, this way of indexing it doesn't make sense. I feel like I might start just naming my rooms instead. doing like, oh, starting room, the window room, the backpack room. I don't know, just random shit like that. Because that's almost easy as well. Because right now, sometimes it's confusing, like if I want to do changes in like the room with the backpack, like, oh, is that room 2, 3, or like which room is this again? If I rename a prefab, it doesn't rename the instance in the game, right? I don't think it does. First room. No, it doesn't. I feel like maybe naming it like this is gonna be more intuitive. Can I override the name change? Ah, why if I open the prefab and then rename it? Rename file. Yeah, just now it got renamed here, and if I go back, it is renamed here as well. Ah, okay, so that's how you would do it. Fair enough. I'm gonna call this backpack room. No? So why didn't it work now? No, it did not get renamed here. So why did this not show up on the other one? The prefab file must match the prefab root game object name. Why did that not show up when I renamed the other one? Oh, but now it didn't update here either, so never mind. I feel like this is gonna kind of make my life easier, to be fair. I guess this is currently the final room. What are these? Oh. Not broken whatsoever. Yeah, these are some of the old Game Jam rooms. A little bit more furnished compared to my current testing rooms. Take these, turn them off. Okay, should we push this? I'm feeling quite good about this, to be honest. I mean, we could add a bit more functionality to the actual room script. So let me do this. Let's go to room. So this is the old scriptable object. I'm gonna rename this into room data. And now, since this seems to be fully functional, I'm gonna go into the test room. I'm gonna rename you room. Look, now IntelliSense breaks. So when I do like one of those, when I rename something, IntelliSense breaks. That's interesting. Monocecil, what the fuck? No. Because I think, should we make it so that a room could maybe automatically change like song or music that's playing? Okay, I might do an audio source in the room for ambient noise, because you know what I just realized? With the window room, theoretically, right now, the actual window is the audio source. So the window is playing the rain sound, right? What happens if I want to have two windows in one room? That would be a bit of an issue. Like, if I duplicate this window, I now have two audio sources playing the window sound effect. I would say that feels fairly unnecessary. So the way I currently handle this, I think, yeah, I just have an audio source that plays on a wait, which means that when I switch object to the broken one, it changes the ambience that's playing. But then I suppose I could instead have the window play a... No, I could have this room itself play the rain sound effect, and then when you smash the window, interaction hammer, we could have a script to change the ambience of the room. That could be one way of doing it. Because then we made sure that we're never playing the same ambience from multiple places. For some things it's probably fine to have a separate audio source. I probably will do that sometimes. But I don't know if we should have... Yeah, I feel like it kinda makes sense to have a separate audio source specifically for the room ambience. Oh, I could make it so that we have a... We could have an array with audio overrides. And then I make my own class, a serializable class named audio override, where you can assign whether it's of type music or ambience, and then you pass in the name of what the song or ambience you want to play is. And then if it's null, we just don't do anything. But I don't even need... Do I even need to play music, technically? Because music could just be playing from the audio source in the room as well, rather than calling the audio system. Little Mago, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya. Hope you're doing good. Or instead of having each room have an audio source, I could put one on the room, the parent object of all the rooms. And then have the room class. Just change the ambience of that one. Just otherwise, the way I do it now works as well. The only issue, like I said, is if I, for example, decided that I now want to have 2 windows in this room. Since both of these windows are playing the sound effect. But I suppose then that you could argue that I could either make a prefab variant without sound and make only one of them play it. But then what happens now? Because whichever one you smash, you want to change the sound effect of both, so that doesn't work either. But if I have multiple objects like this, I feel like it kinda makes sense to have a specific audio source for ambience. Maybe it's fine, maybe that's the way I should do it. I make it so that I have the ability of playing a generic, like, or general room ambience. But then if I want to, I can always add an audio source to a specific object as well. I feel like that makes sense. Okay, Dog, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya. Yeah, because now, if I go in here, we grab the hammer. If I smash one window, we're gonna be playing the low pass rain and the non-low pass rain at the same time, right? Yeah. And that's no bueno. What's up, little muggo? Jamie's looking good, thank you very much, man. Do you have an audio manager? I do. If so, the audio manager, down to strong load, can hold all the audio sources you need to as children. The room can tell the audio manager what it uses, if anything. Yeah, I could do it that way, because the thing is I already have a... Maybe I should just... maybe I should do 2 audio sources. Which is the way I currently do it. Here is that I have one audio source for ambient or ambience and one for music. So this one is playing the like general ambience noise. But then I'm thinking that because I might need more. Because maybe we want a little ooh kinda ambience going on in the background, but then also have a specific ambience for the room you're in this case maybe something like the rain audio. So maybe I should have a source for like general ambience and one for like room ambience. So that I have the ability of like playing around with multiple at the same time. Maybe. Because that would kind of solve the issue. And then if I need to play even more at the same time, I can always do specific audio sources in the scene as well. I suppose you could do some object pooling stuff too. There's always a lot of ways of doing stuff, isn't there? Yeah, maybe it does make more sense, to be fair, to put the room ambience on the actual... I feel like in some regard it's more work for me to assign audio sources and stuff to each of the rooms. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Uploaded a concept for the error room. Ooh, nice. Oh yeah, you did a sound effect for the thunder as well, right? Still haven't looked into that one. That's something we... It would be kinda nice to have thunder there too, in the windows. Okay, give me a second. Music. Should we go listen? Nice. Yeah, this is like exactly what I meant. You can kind of hear that it sounds a bit glitchy, you know? Yeah, that is fucking dope. I love it. Let's try it out. But that means I do need to make maybe a bit overkill. No, it's absolutely fine. Because in the end, this is for like the error room, right? And like most of the time, you're not really supposed to end up in this room. So I think it's fine. I think we could make it. What could be fun to do, maybe, is to not only, just currently what I would do is make sure that it's only if the game like glitches out that you would actually end up in this room. But maybe as a little Easter egg, we could have one way of like having one way in the game where you could like with a guarantee make it to the error room. Just to have it as an Easter egg as well could be kind of fun. Because otherwise it feels like this could go entirely missed. Because in some regard, if we take Binding of Isaac, for example, they have an error room as well, which is like a failsafe. In case the game glitches out, you would end up in that room. But there is also ways in Binding of Isaac to basically make sure that you get that right. If you use the certain items in a certain room or whatever, it's like guaranteed that you're gonna end up in there. So maybe having something like that could be cool as well. Okay, the way I'm gonna do this now... How do I want to do this? Maybe I should do it the easy way first. Let's do serialize field private song. Oh. String song. And then... Wait. Oh, I guess we can play it when we enable the room, actually. Yeah, because that would basically become our start function. So whenever you enable the room, we can say if song, if string dot is null or empty song. But then we flip this around, we say if it is not null or empty, then we want to tell the audio manager dot instance to play song. And then we say that otherwise we have to make sure to stop playing the song as well. So if that isn't the case, then audio manager dot instance dot play song. Did I not make a... Do I not have an override for this? +1 override? Yeah, I think you can say play song false and it's gonna stop playing the music. Okay, let's try this first. That should default to empty everywhere, right? Now, we can go to our audio system. We have to add this song. So let's call this one Era 404. The clip is going to be... Damn, we have a lot of sounds. I assume... Did we? Wait, what did we call the song? Four room, there we go. Thank you. I'm gonna have to redo my audio mixing later. Let's leave it like that for now, that's fine. Okay, wait, I need a way to get to the 4 room. I did assign the 4 room behind the locked door in the map room. So what if we actually make that into an actual door? Just this one you actually can't get through. Right, it is theoretically impossible. It's practically impossible. It's impossible in every manner of the word. Let's see, closed door, door locked brick wall. Let's remove you. And then we're gonna grab ourselves a new door locked. And that should be all I need. Now in the map room, we have lost our reference here, and now we can say that door locked should lead to the error room, and then we have to say here, exit direction forward. Oh, this is annoying. Key override now sounds like it's an override for the key you're supposed to use. I need to change that name. That's very confusing. Because this is the override for the key in the dictionary of rooms, not the key that you unlock the door with. But this kind of makes it sound like that's what it is. Let's see. Exit. No, close the door. Item interactions. To unlock it, I'm gonna say that you need the master key, which would make this impossible to unlock for players at the moment, since that is my little debug key. Let's see if this works. So now we have ambience and no... Should I stop playing the ambience now? Maybe. Because now it's gonna play ambience and music. Okay, so I cannot unlock it with this key. That's not going to fit. However, if we cheat and get ourselves a little bit of a master key, I can. And now it should start playing the song. Oh. Error 404. Maybe it's a good thing to assign the song to the room as well? Maybe? Maybe? Let's try again. Little mistake there on my part. It does. Nice. I feel like we should make a reference to Binding of Isaac in this room. Wait. Am I hearing rain? Why is there rain in this room? Do I... Oh yeah, I'm playing the rain loop. I was like, what? Okay. So I duplicated a room that had the rain ambience. So yeah, now I wonder if I... Should I make that... Should I play the room ambience through the audio manager as well? That does change a few things though. Oh, let me make sure that we can walk out of here and the music stops as well. It does. Because, you know, we have this ambience playing now, right? The little... I don't know how to describe it. The ooey ambience. And if I go in here... No, even now we actually have two playing at the same time. We have the general ambience, and we also have the, like, low volume rain sound. If I go in here, we have general ambience and the high volume rain sound. The ooey ambience is correct. I feel like that's a pretty good way of describing it, isn't it? I feel like that's pretty descriptive. Oh? Was that? That's a bug? Why is the room looking like this? It's zoomed in. One of the doors is incorrectly assigned. Oh, now it's working. Oh no, it's because I... Is it because I leave the room one way and I enter it a different way? Oh, I might have to fully reset the transform of the animation at first when I enter a room every time. Because now, since I walked in from the... on the right side or whatever, through the left, however you want to define it, I only reset the X position, but not the zoom in position or the scale. I didn't think about that. Oh yeah, what I was saying before though is that I kind of feel like we should make a reference to Binding of Isaac. Since they have an error room as well. And do like a little pixelated version of this guy. The error dude. And put him inside of this room. Wouldn't that be kinda cool? I feel like that's kinda cool. Just as a little nod to Binding of Isaac. Unless Edmund Macmillan is gonna sue me over it. I feel like that would be kinda cool. Or maybe we just write like I am error on the wall. And maybe, just because it's fun, what we could do... Gamedev with the raid, welcome in, how are you doing? How was your stream? Let me throw a little shout out here. Hope you're doing good. Do I follow you? I don't think I do. Let me throw you a little follow as well. I hope you're doing good, man. What have you been up to? If anyone coming in from Gamedev does not know of me, I go by MadSherpy, and we are currently developing a point-and-click horror game. We've been doing a bit of refactoring today, and now we're working a little bit on a kind of Easter egg room, I suppose. It's kind of taken from the Binding of Isaac games. We made a little error room, which in general you're not supposed to be able to find. but if the game ever glitches and we can't find the room you're going to, you end up in this room, which plays kind of glitchy music and stuff. I feel like it's kind of cool. I feel like maybe if someone makes it here, we should give them a reward as well. Maybe have a few batteries on the floor or something. Maybe. Good Easter, Binding of Isaac reference, which then points to Zelda. It's all connected. Oh wait, did they take the error room from Zelda as well? Or do you just mean in general that Binding of Isaac is inspired by Zelda? Or do they... Is there an error room in Zelda too? Doing good, how's it going over here? It's going very good. I feel like we made quite a lot of progress today. So yeah, I'm feeling good. What have you been up to? Have you been developing as well? Do you have anything you wanna show? Oh, maybe his face scratched into the wall. Ooh, that could be kinda cool too. Yeah, I'm thinking about potentially having this like error guy from Binding of Isaac as a little reference in this room. Yeah, maybe. Inspired by Zelda? Potion room in Zelda. Interesting, I had no idea. Wait, is it this one or the magic shop? Oh, or is it the like room itself it's based upon? Wait, all potion shop locations. Interesting, I had no idea. Yeah, I was working through a painful refactor today. Holy shit, man, everyone is refactoring today. I think I was refactoring, Captain Coda was refactoring, you were refactoring. It is actually Refactor Monday. But I can show a GIF, let me grab one, for sure. Feel free to link it, I'll check it out. See what you've been up to. Should we... Instead of having a door, should we have a hole in the wall that you walk out of? As like a reference to the secret rooms as well? Maybe. Dude, we could do so much references to this. Same thing, theoretically, we could remove the walls, only have floor. But then we can't scratch anything on the walls, so maybe not. Oh, you know, I just realized we could make some fun stuff here as well, where you can flip the switch, but it doesn't do anything to the light. The light keeps on, like just making everything in this room seem like glitchy. Are you able to have like the room glitch as well, like the outlines glitching? Probably. I mean, I could make a separate sprite for it. For like this room, and then we quickly like switch the sprite to like a glitched one every now and then. Otherwise, I suppose I probably could do it with some shade thing as well, but that's not something I have a lot of experience with. But like manually, with just basically myself glitching a sprite and switching out the rooms. Ah, but then we need to glitch the door as well, don't we? Or Or maybe it's fine if the objects stay the same, but like the general like walls and stuff are glitching. I mean, it would be kind of cool. So I have my, let's see, room details. No, I want rooms. Rooms. Let's do... what should we do? Maybe we should have this room like really broken and stuff as well. Okay, I think I'm gonna just make a new sprite sheet for these. Because I'm lazy, or should I? No, I shouldn't. Oh, well, I need to. If I'm gonna do the glitchy thing the way I'm thinking, I need this to be on a separate sprite sheet, I think. Because I'm gonna change how I handle my rooms later. I'll have the GIF after the ads probably. How long have you been working on this project? So, it was originally made for a... Are you in ads, by the way? You might be. No, wait, the ads should be over, I think. Originally it was made for a game jam, which started in October, right? And we finished the game jam in November, and since then I basically refactored the entirety of the game, and then spent a lot of time like refactoring and stuff. Or just generally polishing the game, I suppose. Scheiße. This is just me testing. We'll see whether this works or not. Am I dumb? I mean, like how it would look if you had a like hole in the wall. That looks like shit. Because if I'm gonna glitch the room, I'm thinking that I would do something like this. Where you basically just mess up the room a bit, like horizontally speaking or something, and then like every few seconds or something, we switch the room sprite to this one instead. That's all like glitched up and disconnected. Ah, scheisse, I drew on the same layer. Hate myself. I always do this, man. Could be cool if it was fully furnished, but clicking on an object activated something else. Ooh, that is very cool as well, yeah. Like basically making sure everything is like glitched out. So like you click on the you click on like the light switch and like the cabinet opens. You close the cabinet and like the light turns off. Yeah, that's actually very cool. Like opening your cabinet, turn the lights on, and clicking the light switch. Oh, open the door. We basically, yeah, same fucking examples as well. I actually didn't finish reading. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, it's a good idea. We should try and make like everything in this room feel like glitched out. I'm working on a desktop virtual pet 2-in-1 game. One of the games is an RPG hero that can battle and level up, and the other is a more traditional virtual pet. When you say virtual pet, are we talking like Tamagotchi style kind of thing? Is that what you mean? Oh yeah. Oh, this is sick, man. So wait, how is this working? Is each one of these its own application that you are running? Because I see you have code in the background. Or is that just... It says over top of your window. Interesting. Okay, so but these two are the same game, like the same application. Dude, this is really cool, man. So like the Tamagotchi one here, and this is like the RPG hero game, I presume. Dude, yeah, this is sick. The fact that they are like moving in like a 3D space as well, really cool, man. How long have you been working on it? And where are you gonna... do you have like a Steam page or something for this? Like, I still don't fully understand how the... So wait, is this background? Is that... No, that's not part of the game. Is the application with like a transparent background? Dude, I have so many questions. This is mad interesting. Or like, is this like an overlay kind of thing? Wait. So about 5 months ago, no Steam page, should come soon. Nice, let me know when you get it up. I'll wishlist it. That's my actual code window. So is this a window? Or are these two on a window? Or is the actual... Wait, dude, I have so many questions. I think this is like slightly blowing my mind right now, trying to think about how you get this to work. No, just you said this is one application. So each one of these can't be a window. Are these on a window? What? Okay, it's a big transparent window. Okay. So you wouldn't be able to like... Yeah, you can't click on stuff behind here. This is still like in a... It's in a transparent application, basically. Okay, okay. Interesting. Really cool, man. You can? What the fuck? Wait, what? How does that work, then? Wouldn't the window... Or is it... Wait, what? Fuck my life, dude. Oh, that's funny. What's up, Tatsuberg? Check out the game Window Frame sometime. It would blow your mind. Similarities to this. Is it the itch.io game? Oh, it was a... Oh, I think I've seen this. Was at least something similar. Is it one of these where the... You play by like... Because I saw... Wasn't it in the GMTK, one of his game jams? That there was a game that you played by like resizing the window, which fucking blew my mind too. Yeah, look. Yeah, I mean, this stuff is fucking cool as well. So the window follows the player, and like the background technically stays in the same place. And look at the... Yeah, this is... Big desktop screenshot, let me see. But how is this working? Wait. Handsome fella. So if this is one big, like, transparent application, or like the background is a big transparent part of the application, would that not, like, block your clicks on Windows? Ah, the window has a click-through. Interesting. Huh, I did not know that was a thing. Define areas that you can click on, which is just pets. So it's basically like, in Unity terms, it's like saying that the background doesn't have a raycast target, so that you would click through to the actual Windows thing behind it. Is this made in Unity? What game engine did you use? Wait, can I see your... I can see your code. Can I see what language you're using? No, this is not C#. Because you don't have semicolons. Is this Godot? Are you making it in Godot? A game maker? Cool, man. Yeah. Fucking good job. It seems sick. The only annoying thing... Fuck. Or maybe it's fine. Because the way I'm thinking, Bjarne, the idea with having like the room glitch is really fucking sick. The annoying thing is that it's a lot of work making everything in the room glitch, but maybe that's fine. Like maybe if the objects and like furniture in the room are like static, but like the background of the room glitches. Just in the end, it's a glitchy room, so if stuff doesn't fully make sense, it's kind of fine, right? Yeah, it might be fine. Let's try it out, because I think the glitching idea of the room is cool. Fansman, appreciate you taking a look. Oh no, for sure, man. Like I say, it's a cool damn game. I respect the creativity, you know? I respect the creative endeavor, or the creativeness of the game. It's not something I would have thought about, but yeah, it's cool with the thing about, because you basically make it into a virtual like Game Boy thing on the PC, but in like 3D space. Yeah, I don't know. It's fucking sick though. Okay, let's try this for now, and then we're gonna do something like... We want to have a glitched version of this, so... Maybe... Is this gonna be too much? No, it's probably fine. Maybe we should do a few smaller ones as well. Stuff Creates. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya. Hope you're doing good, man. Hope you had a good weekend. Currently making a error room here. Trying to make, basically inspired by Binding of Isaac, but just have like a glitched room. Maybe we do even more little glitches like this. Welcome in, stuff. Likewise, cheers, man. Oh, do you know Grog as well? Nice. Yeah, I'll make sure to check out your stream as well. Grog, that, I mean, like I said, I'm impressed by your game, man. Okay, I think I'm gonna maybe glitch this a little bit up and down too. Or am I going too far here? Is this too much? Am I overdoing it? I might be overdoing it, actually. Oh, you came in with the raid. Oh, you didn't get the raid message. But thank you for coming along, man. Nice to have you. Is this too much? Am I going overkill here? I might be going overkill. It feels like I maybe went a bit too far here. I don't know, what do you guys think? So does the game get progressively glitchy? Not at the moment, that's not a plan, because this is just for this very room. I'm basically making a glitched out room. Fits the overkill music. Fuck it, let's try it. It's probably fine, especially if you only glitch frame out for a few lesser ones. Yeah. Yeah, because it shouldn't be like too... We can't overdo it in like the amount either. Let's see, how the fuck am I supposed to find the... Wait, I know that this is the top. It must be, yeah. I know that... Oh, can I not do that? How do I only change the size? I can move it. Can I not? Did I ever move this? I don't think I did. Let's say... No, 325. This is too wide. Ah, so... This. Yeah, this is the... Yeah. And then... What do we do now? We fill these in. Boom, now we have a square. Let's just try this and see how it looks. Error room. 100% visible layers, PNG. Yep, sounds good. Wait, we have to set this up as well. Sprite mode multiple. Point no filter and no compression. Apply. Sure, error room 0, that works. Anyone have any good ideas for how you can find this room? Because, like I said, this room is going to be like a failsafe, right? So the way I currently do it is that whenever we move the player to a new room, we check like the room we go into, right? But to avoid ever having that be null, the way I do it is that if I would accidentally pass in a room as the room we go into as null, meaning that something has like glitched out, then we say that this is the room you're going to. So it's basically failsafe for a bugged room navigation or whatever. So if the room you're going to ever for some reason cannot be found, you end up in this room. However, what that means is that like with the most probably players are never gonna find this room, right? So I'm thinking that we should have one way in the game where you can actually end up in this room. Like guaranteed. Like there should be at least one way to actually find this room. It could be very hidden though, like it can definitely be like a very secret like little Easter egg thing. Like I'm not saying that every person should find this room, but I feel like you should be able to find it. Let's see, even number on the x-axis. Dude, why if I even put the door like here? Fuck it, why not? Let's say half. Let's put the light switch here. Oh, you know what we can do as well? We flip the Y switch on the Y-axis so that it looks turned off when it's on, and it looks turned on when it's off. How should I do this? Room. I might just use an animator here. Like change the image with an animator. Because otherwise I need to set up some while loop or something, and I'm not the biggest fan of while loops. Let's try doing an animator, and then we do animation, create, animation. I don't know. Error. Go in here. Now we should be able to I don't know how often it should happen. Let me just try something like this, just to see how it looks. Okay, so the glitches definitely need to be quicker. Yeah, more like this. And then maybe add a little bit more chaos to it. So we do like a double glitch here. What if we flip the entire room every now and then. Is that mad? Like we actually flip the entire room sprite as well? No, am I going too far? It's very, very possible. Making an in-game debug break. Error rusty / faulty key. Random idea. Konami code traveling up and down, left and right. That could be cool as well. Dude, let me see how it would look if we just randomly in here. Oh, technically, we could also only flip the room sprites. So the objects still stay at the same place? Oh no. That is not what I wanted. Yeah, no. That's not what we're looking for here. Dude, add a little random rotation to things. Oh wait, I can animate. Yeah, because I could use this animator to change the position of objects. I didn't think about that. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Can you put random objects that get randomly replaced, like lamp becomes something else? Yeah, absolutely. Can I say, dude, I feel like this is very fun. Let me see how it is to actually play this. But everything should still work fine and be interactable, because we should just be moving the hitboxes. So yeah, everything should be fine. And let's make sure animator, if I stop the preview, always animate, yeah, we go into the animator, on entry you go there and you just continue doing that forever. Should be good. Let's turn this room off. Let's see how it feels to actually walk into this room. Because now what I did for testing purposes is that this door just leads to the error room, but obviously then in like the production build, you're not just gonna, you know, that easily stumble upon this room. Oh wait, right, that key does not work. I need to get myself the master key. I mean, I would actually say this is a pretty, like, objective error room. This is truly an error room, isn't it? Like, the fact that my game actually breaks when I walk into it as well. Holy shit. The irony of making a literal error room and the game breaking when I walk into it is fucking hilarious. GG. So what actually happened? Alpha hit. Okay, so it has to do with a. It has to do with the room sprite. Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. I forgot to set the sprite sheet up correctly. Here we need read write. Apply. That should be it. Okay, we have an ad running. I'm gonna wait going into the room until the ad is over, so you guys can see it. Let me add a few items in here as well. Because there should be some reward for getting in here, right? Maybe a few batteries. That is really the only thing I can give the player at the moment. It's only like the only objectively nice thing to find that you can always use more of. So let's do like, you get 3 batteries in here. Gotta run and grab some food, have a great stream. No worries, Grog. Thank you very much for the raid, I do appreciate it. And I'll see you next time, man. Enjoy your food. Dude, I made this battery a part of the door and it's actually gonna move around with the door as well. Now those should move around here too. Yeah. And then let's see, record. We take the last battery, this one. Let's make it glitch a little bit as well. Is it slightly hard to look at? I suppose. But isn't that kind of the point? Okay. Let's try this. Did I fix the error? I should have. Dude, we should do something where if you end up in this room, like the map glitches as well, or you get like a unreadable map or something, so you can't like see where you are because you're not technically in the actual building. So even the map is like glitchy. That would be kinda sick. I mean, this is pretty fucking cool, isn't it? I do like the idea though. I wonder if we should make something like that where we make the light switch open and close the door, and we make the door turn on and off the light. Make the object glitch away on a click a few times. Oh, that would be fun as well. Basically forcing you to like actually chase the object. Dude, there's so many cool ideas you can do with a room like this. Maybe have like a... Wait, let's have one more furniture. And we misplace it. Let's do like so that the perspective looks all fucked up. The items, no items, props. What do we want in here? Maybe a cupboard could be fun. I think I want to move the text. Oh shit, that's a bit annoying though. No, it's not. It's fine. Do I want this to be centered maybe? What do you guys think? Should the text be centered in the room? Well, I suppose you could argue that centering the text makes it feel more orderly. Having it uncentered is more chaotic. So maybe it kind of fits better to have the text uncentered. The only thing is that I don't want to have like a cabinet here, because now all of the interactable items are... But the thing is, wait. I'm overthinking this. I don't even need to put the cabinet there, because this is a glitched up room. We can put stuff wherever we want, right? So what if we do like a... Fuck it. We do a table. Wait. What happens if I flip this table? Fuck it, why not? We put the table on the ceiling. And then give me a cupboard as well. Put you like here, but then we maybe flip you so that you look even more misplaced. Am I going too far? Very possible. Do I chair? Not really. But wait, both of these being upside down, that feels too orderly. They should be different. Then let's see, a table and cupboard. I would like to unpack you lots. Prefab. Let me actually unpack completely. Let's do the same thing with the closed door. So I don't want to mess up any of my prefab. Oh wait, door unlocked I mean. Prefab. How do I have to open this one? Let's apply everything to this prefab. And then unpack. I'm gonna unpack everything. And then we're gonna mess up all of the interactions. That's the plan. So we could do something where, for example, if you click on the closed door, Well, really what I would like to do here is that I would like to switch these interactions around. But I can't copy all components, right? The question is, do I need all components? Okay, what should do what? Like, we could mess this up so much where, like, turning the light switch on opens this cabinet door, but turning the light switch off, like, I don't know. What should that do? Or should this one only control one of the cabinet doors? Because you could also switch it around where, because almost all of these items have two interactions, right? It's to turn the light switch on or off, open or close, open or close. So we could even mess it around where opening does one thing, closing does one. Oh, I could only change the switch object on click, but no, wait, that would remove the door completely. That would be messy. You go through the cabinets to leave the door or leave the room. Ah, that could be interesting too. Dude, the like things you could do in a room that's glitched is pretty much infinite, right? Like I feel like there's no limits to what you could do with a room like this. Okay, I need to decide what does what. So the door is probably one of the things that people are gonna try to click on. So let's make the door turn off the light. Which means we need a activate object on click, and we need a deactivate object on click. Close the door. You are going to activate lamp off. You're gonna deactivate lamp on. So now I'm gonna open the door as well, but let me just try it. Wait, that... Oh, wait, I'm still in the first room as well. Wait, I think you actually have to walk into this room. Speedrun. Yeah, so that turns off the light. We keep it that way, but we don't open the door. Okay, I kind of like the idea here. So... Oh, sorry, I was playing double music there. Okay. Okay, I think it's easier to copy some things. So what we're gonna do is that we're gonna go to our... Where's my light switch? Here. So let's see, clicking on the door switches the light off. So... Oh, I could just copy this one. Play sound on click. Copy. Let's put you on the closed door instead. And then, now we should have the sound effect there. Okay, distance of the lamp. So I guess the light switch can open and close one of the cabinets. Ah, dude, we could even mess this up where like items that you normally pick up are like buttons instead. So like there's a battery in the cabinet. If you click on the battery, you open the door or something. Question is... When you click on the door, should you change the light switch as well? No, not necessarily. We should even have double doors. Like, I should duplicate the closed door. Oh wait, not like that, wait. Oh no? Is it like that? No. Door unlocked. Yeah, closed door. We duplicate that one. That would make it feel even more glitchy. What happened here? Oh. I need to make a better system where I don't have to restart the game every time. I mean, I do have my... go to room 3. Oh, that one doesn't even work now, lovely. It's fine, let's just do this. Master key. Yeah. Well, that's interesting. Oh, whoops. light switch on. Let's make you open a cabinet door. We have like this one. So this is what happens when you open it. So let's do light switch on, paste component. Switch object on click. No, I can't do that. I think we need to... Yeah, we need to use one of these, switch objects on click. And then we're gonna deactivate the close the door. And we're gonna activate the open one. And then I suppose we do the opposite here. Where we activate the closed one, deactivate the open one. Oh no, wait, I need to switch the light as well then, or the light switch at least. Switch objects on click, object to activate, deactivate. So you need to deactivate yourself and switch to the switch off. You also need to deactivate yourself and switch to switch on. I'm gonna make this battery. I'm gonna unpack this prefab. Unpack. And then I'm gonna make you, instead of collect item on click, I'm gonna make you play the light switch sound effect, and then we're gonna activate objects on click. Nope. Switch objects on click. we're gonna deactivate lamp off and activate lamp on. So this battery is the light switch to turn the lights on again. I need to sort out the door. That one is a bit bugged at the moment. Let's remove this one. And I think that is because of unblock raycasts on click. Nope. Why can I not click on stuff after I click on the door? Why? I click on the closed door. Activate object on click. Lamp off. Deactivate lamp on. Sound effect light switch. Why does my game break when I click on this one? Was this a bug because I start in the room? It is possible. Okay, I messed something up here. Why is the lamp not turning on when I click the battery? Battery, did I mix this up? Object to deactivate. Oh yeah, this should be the opposite. You should... No. Wait. Now I'm confused. You deactivate... Oh, switch. I see. I need to activate lamp on, deactivate lamp off. I see. Impossible battery pickup Evo. It kinda is. Okay. So now that should work. I really need a way to... The issue is that I think if I start in this room, I actually don't trigger the game to go into... Oh, and I get some error here as well. Why? It's in the map manager. Oh, is it because this room doesn't have any neighbors? But you do. Because here we have the first room should be a neighbor, so that can't be the issue. Wait, 4365. 43 update map. When we call if neighbors.contains... Oh, but this is not set as the current room. I wonder if that's the issue. Maybe I should calculate the current room instead. I think I might do that. It's unnecessary when we play the game normally, but while testing it would be a lot easier. Because right now... Do I have a reference to the... Let's see, we only have current room. Because the only way I could do it is to loop over the children of the room parent and see which one is enabled, basically. Or you know what, I could also be lazy and do this manually for now, which is ironic because that's not really being lazy, because technically speaking it's more work. But if I go here and I say that the starting room is equal to error 404, I think this should be working. Yeah. But then it's not, I can't click on anything because I don't think what actually determines that my game is in gets to the gameplay state is when the first cutscene finishes, so without the cutscene I don't end up in gameplay, so I can't test anything. So what if start, play song false ambience, initialize game, start game. We publish game started event. I think the cutscene manager listen. No, because it plays the. No. The cutscene plays automatically, which this one listens to, right? Cutscene play event. And cutscene end event it is what brings us back to gameplay. But wait, I can just add this again. I don't know why I removed this, that should be fine. Because then if you start in the first room, it's gonna switch to gameplay, but then instantly as the cutscene starts, it should switch back to the cutscene state. Whoops. Okay, reminder for the future, make sure to never get to this room without a flashlight, because that is gonna softlock you. Okay, so clicking on the door turns off the lamp, and clicking on the battery turns it on again. Is that not lovely? I feel like that's the most intuitive way of doing this. The light switch opens and closes a cabinet door. Absolutely, makes sense. So okay, we need a way to open this door though. Amazing. I mean, I'm pretty happy with this, to be honest. Long stream today, not that bad. I do tend to, we tend to do pretty long streams here. To be fair though, last week I actually did quite a few shorter streams. I think I only did like 6-hour streams last week. Otherwise, you know, 8-9 hours is not too uncommon. I do need to eat soon though, not gonna lie. I haven't taken my dinner break yet. I think I had a little bit too much fun today. Okay, so should I make this door maybe open this instead? Okay, I should make these furnitures move a little bit as well. I mean, you could also mix it up where maybe trying to... Oh no, we don't want to make it too tricky. We don't want people to be stuck here for too long. Because otherwise you could do something where you have to click on the light switch to open this one, and clicking on the open version of this one would like open the door. But that could take quite a while to find, and I don't know if I want to be that mean. Because this shouldn't be like a full-on... Like, you shouldn't be stuck here for minutes, right? Yeah, I think I'm just gonna make the lamp play the wrong sound effects. So instead of knock metal, we can do something like... What's a fun sound effect to do? Jump scare? No. What sound effects do we have? The rat sound effect. Static maybe? That could be good. Is that too... But that kind of feels like it makes sense. I feel like it should be something you would... Like something like this, like a zipper closing when you click on the lamp. Like it should have no connection whatsoever. I mean, I suppose static is not really... The static is more like an... Yeah, that's not... yeah, I suppose that is... That could work as well. I don't think I have one of those sound effects there. Burn. Let's, for now, let's do... Should we try the rat sound effect? That should actually be kind of fun. Lamp flickering, lamp on and off, sound effect rat. It's so random. Why is the music not playing now? Ah, because I never called the enable... Oh yeah, I see. I never called the on enable or enable room function. Which means I never start playing the song for this room if I start in it. Wait, can I? Oh, I can't even get out of this room now. Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna make... Yeah, but let's do the right door. Switch object on click, no. Play sound on click, no. You are gonna switch objects on click. Let's deactivate the closed door. Oh, activate the open door. And then we need to play sounds on click, which is going to be unlock heavy and door open quick. So now clicking on that one will open the door. That should work. Whoops. And that's how you get out. Ironic to see the... Oh, wait. I didn't trigger the cutscene correctly now. That's interesting. Oh, it saved the door as open now, since I've already been in here, right. I don't like the rat sound. It needs to be a little bit more intense sound here. Let's see. Lamp on, lamp off. What other sounds do I have? I can't do an unlock sound, because that might make the player think that they unlocked the door. Oh, what about the monster grunt? Just having a grunting noise when you click on the lamp. That should be kind of fun. Let's try it. Maybe monster alerted? Lamp on, lamp off. Monster alerted. Whoops. You should 100% do a low volume knock behind the regular light. Oh, so you mean when you... Wait, low volume knock behind the regular light? So you mean that there's a knocking sound, like a door knock, when I click on it? Is that what you mean? So I think the reason I got confused first is because the normal sound effect I call a metal knock. Like as if you were knocking on the lamp. But you mean like a door knock when you click on it? Is that what you mean? Yeah, that would be... We should try it, to be fair. I do have the... Let's see here. I'm not a chicken. What's up, Hillfoot? How you doing? Wood... No, knock wood. How you doing, Hillfoot? Glad to see you, man. What do you think of my new little error room here? Oh. So clicking on a battery turns on the light. The door turns it off. Of course the light switch controls the cabinet. That's why it's supposed to do, right? This is not really like a door knock, if that's what we're looking for, though. It's more like a generic, like knock on something. Okay, my state is not being set up correctly when I restart the game. Yeah, we're basically making this as partly a failsafe room, so that if I ever have a glitch where you don't find the correct room you're going to, we instantiate this room instead. Or, I'm thinking that we also should actually have it like a guaranteed Easter egg somewhere, so there's like some way of getting to this room normally as well, because otherwise, you know, obviously since I'm the fucking master programmer, the chance of you being able to glitch yourself to this room is really, really small. I'm saying this tongue-in-cheek for anyone who is not aware. I'm being very sarcastic here. But still, theoretically, it could mean that no one will ever find this room. And I feel like, even though it should be really hidden, but I feel like there should be a way of you to like actually seek out this room if you want to. That would be ironic if they glitched into this room in particular. Yeah, like... That's... I don't know how it would work about if you do it by glitching. Just right now, it's basically a null check for me. That's how I use it. Or to make sure that we don't get a null reference exception. So, basically in the room manager, whenever you click on a door, we try to get the room you're supposed to go to, and for whatever reason, if this ever returns null, then I say that the new room is this like error room. So this is basically a way to make sure that the room you're going to is never null. But I feel like there should, yeah, like I said, I think there should be a way of like finding this room in a normal manner as well. But it should be very hidden. Like, I'm not saying that everyone who plays the game should find this room. but it should be possible to do it without glitching, basically. Unless it's easy, unless I implement a way to glitch it. No, probably not. Okay, I feel like we need to glitch these a little bit as well. I know I'm making like 100 frames here, but I cannot be bothered. Dude, this is so messy. I kinda like it. And then we also have the music, which Biana made, which suits the room as well, so you basically... Oh, let me see if this works now. Whoops. I take that as a no. I need to do something where it's easier for me to test new rooms like this, without having to reassign the room you're in and stuff. Okay, starting room, first room. How you doing, Hillfoot? Are you doing good? Have you been developing today? What have you been working on? Oh, I need to make this stop working. Or make it do something else when you click on it. You should only be able to open this with the light switch. Oh, maybe the same... the open door? I can close normally. Should I be able to do that? Making props for containers. Nothing fun? That sounds kind of fun. I've been thinking as well, I think I might steal a little tactic from 10 Bells. I think, wouldn't it be kind of sick? Is this the Isaac error room stat? It basically is, yeah. That's actually a big inspiration to it. I mean the I am error as well. Yeah, you got it. How you doing, Spec? Nice to have you. As long as you don't shit yourself while playing your game, that's too late. I've already done that multiple times. Like, I've gotten jump scares from my own game that almost made me, like, jump out of the seat. Like, it's fucking embarrassing, man. It's actually embarrassing. But I was thinking, because I know in 10 Bells, which is fucking ironic, because I missed this the first time I played it. In 10 Bells, when you start playing the game and you walk into the pub, there's a painting in front of you, right? And then you like look to the side, and then quickly when you look back across to the other side, you change the picture, right? I don't know how. I didn't notice that until I started editing my 10 Bells video, which obviously taking way too long time to publish. It's almost finished though. You know, it's fine. It's coming out, I promise. I am gonna publish it. However, I think that's really good as well, because I did watch the little...
Spectacular One is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Let's do it. I read or watched a GDC talk on like narrative and stuff, and they talked about how horror games in general should have a little start with some intensity. And I'm thinking that what if we do something where... something similar, actually very similar, where... like the first time you open the eyes, nothing here. The second time you open it, the monster is standing in the door. And then when you get up, there's no one there. Obviously very similar, but I think that could be pretty sick. That is the reason why I left the door open now in the beginning. I think that could be a pretty good one to like throw in a little bit of horror immediately. But yeah, I 100% got the idea of the watching that Hilfert, oh sorry, the 10 Bells intro. What's up? JPN, Japan, how you doing? Welcome in. Sounds like you made a solid game if it even is scaring you. I suppose that is kind of true. To be fair though, if we're gonna be honest here, scaring myself is a fucking low bar. Like the bar here is not very high. Like I am a coward when it comes to horror games. So I'm not even surprised I get scared by my own game. Just jumped in to say hi since I saw you on. Gonna run soon again. No worries, man. Always nice to have you drop by no matter what. I'm not a chicken, maybe a little bit, but not too much. Hope you're doing good, Spec. There's 3 scary things in that camera move. Most people only see one thing. Because I remember thinking that one of the paintings moved, but when I checked the footage, I was unsure whether that actually was true or whether I was fucking hallucinating. Is there a painting that moves as well as not the one in front of you? Wait, there's 3 scary things in that camera move. Okay, I might have actually seen one of them then. I think it was it your one? Wait, I actually have to check this. Friendly reminder to subscribe to the VOD channel if you haven't. Yeah, that's cool. Keep the speed high on it though. Needs to be fleeting glimpse. Yeah, I think I'm gonna actually do one more blink. So I do like 2 quick ones in the beginning, then the one with the hand, and then you wake up. And maybe do like the second one that's still relatively quick, where we actually show the monster. Because I think you're right, it shouldn't be too long. It should almost be missable, right? You need to make the play think, wait, did I just see something? Yeah. What's your favorite horror game of all time? Is it fucking lame if I say 10 Bows? Because it might actually be. It is like one of the... I don't know, I don't know why I'm saying that would be lame. I think the reason I say it would be lame is because it sounds like I'm just fucking kissing Hilfert's ass here. But I think it's kind of true. Like, I've completed 2 horror games in my life, and 10 Bows is definitely the best one. Without a doubt. Ghostwire appears 3 times in the intro. Are you mad? Is that actually true? What's up, zombie? How you doing, man? Damn it, I should have raided here. No worries, man. I appreciate you stopping by no matter what. Told you. Oh, thank you, Hilfert. I appreciate you. How you doing, zombie? What have you been up to? Okay, let me see here. Where is my 10 Bells playthrough? Here we go. Okay, you're saying that there's 3 Claras here? No. How did I miss that? Well, I do know... No, wait, that hand looked normal. Oh, is it only the second time you walk in where you have the other hand? Or am I hallucinating again? Very, very possible. Okay. So the painting is normal here. Ah, you fucking nasty little bugger. And then here, now I think it's the painting, right? Oh yeah, and then it disappears. Oh shit, yeah, I completely missed that one. And then here we have the painting. That one I saw while editing, I did not see it here. You can, to be fair, you can see me looking away from the monitor the second that one plays. Kinda unfortunate. Like, as soon as I would have seen that one, that's when I look away. But where's the other one? Oh, wait, is it? Oh, that painting. Fuck off! Dude, this is creeping me out. Okay, yeah, you're absolutely right. There are 3 of them. Dude, I got a little bit creeped out there. That's valid, I can't wait to play it. You really should. It's a fucking dope game, man. It's okay, which is his ass in chat all day anyway. He's used to it. Yeah, I suppose that is true. Yeah, damn, dude, I missed all of them. That's fucking mad. When I played this the first time, I did not catch any one of those. Because I remember, I'm pretty sure, this is the fucking thing that's hilarious. You know what? You know what's hilarious? The fact that I missed the 3 scary things, or the 3 actually scary things that are in this intro, but I thought I saw a 4th one that doesn't exist. Because I'm 90% sure that I did a painting move. Oh, that painting definitely moved. Which it fucking didn't! Is that not hilarious? There were 3 hidden things in this intro. I missed all of them, and then I fucking made one up myself that didn't even exist. That's fucking mad, dude. That's why I was so happy when you said that there were like 3 things in it. I was like, oh shit, maybe I was right. Oh, that's funny. Down the stairs, dude, that game really got to me, man. Not gonna lie. I mean, we do have the one where... Ah, oh, shit, is it the... Clara says hi one? That one, like... I think that's the title. I don't remember, was it you who clipped it, Hillfoot? It might have been. That one fucked me up, man. Like, you can hear, this is like 100% me just screaming like a little girl, basically. Was it? No, it might have been more than a month ago. Holy shit, I need to finish editing this video. Oh yeah, I think it's this one. Dude, this one fucked me up, man. Obviously, if anyone is planning on playing this game, you might want to look away for the next 20 seconds, 30 seconds or so. But this one fucking got to me, man. Oh, fuck you! Fuck off! Fuck off! Fuck you! Oh! It's so fucking bad, man. The worst thing is that even while editing this video, I still get scared. Like, every now and then, I think I've jump scared myself, like, I don't know, at least over 10 times editing my 10 Bells playthrough. Because I just forget about the jump scares, and then all of a sudden one happens, and I go like, oh! You know? It's fucking horrible, man. Fun last time, though. Oh, this one was bad as well. But this was, oh yeah, this was the trailer. Sick too. Fuck off. Fuck off, dude! Fuck off. I'm not watching this no more. Anyway, good fucking game. Did you also see you walked out of the ladies' toilet? I didn't at first. I didn't. Maybe I'm just fucking bad at paying attention to details. Maybe I am. I feel like I missed so much stuff, man. I streamed while playing it and my 12-year-old son told me to pull myself together. Oh, that's funny. Gold Dust. The best playthrough I've seen for Bells, 100% honest. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I really, like I said, I think I'm like 80% done with the video as well. I'm just so bad at taking the time to actually edit. Editing is so long, man. It's unfortunate because I like making videos. But I cannot lie and say that I enjoy the editing part very much. Like recording and publishing videos, I'm completely fine with. Absolutely fine, no issues whatsoever. Recording is just, oh sorry, editing is just too fucking long, man. It is legitimately too long. Now all this stuff you miss was on purpose. It would have killed the story if you had. Yeah, I do suppose that is true. I do suppose that is true. I'm bad at editing, takes way too long. Yeah, I feel the same way. I do think I would probably... I should probably put more emphasis on trying to get better as an... Like, here's the thing though, I don't think I'm like horrible at editing videos. I mean, a lot of the time for like my second channel videos and stuff, I don't put that much effort into them, if I'm gonna be honest. That's also why they often end up being second channel videos. And otherwise it's also when they just don't fit the vibe of my main channel. But like, I feel like I'm kinda fine at editing, but it's the fucking... Yeah, exactly, it's the speed of which I do it that I'm just not okay with. Like, having to spend like a week editing a video it's just too fucking long, man. I feel the same, I can edit, I'm just not fast at it, exactly. Wait, Tate's made 300% more time. Tate's liked 300% more time than other people that like it. Oh, that like editing, you mean? Tate's me 300% more times. Yeah. No, I do think they definitely like of course there is a skill to it. Like if I was more consistent at it, I probably would have gotten quicker. Sometimes I feel like it's also about maybe me being too much of a perfectionist and stuff. Like, I feel like I need to get better at just like, you know, quickly cutting out stuff from a video and stuff. Whereas like, I spend too much time like re-watching the same 10 seconds over and over again to make sure that I like the way it is. The perfectionism kicks in hard on editing, yeah. No, it really is the case. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like... And the worst thing for me right now is the fact that I'm not even following my own plan. Like, you know, the whole reason why I only stream 3 days a week is because I'm supposed to have the time to edit on the other days. But I'm just so fucking bad at sitting down and editing. And I think it is partly because, like I said, I do have to admit that I don't really enjoy editing. I do feel like it's one of the... Like, currently, in my day-to-day life, it's one of the few things that I don't really feel like is very rewarding. Publishing a video, absolutely. That is, I do like publishing a video that is finished. But just the editing part of it, I cannot pretend like I like it. I can't do it. I am pretty happy with this. So the only things I would like to change is to make sure that this door is not interactable normally. It should only be interactable with the light switch. And I don't know if you should be able to close this door. I give myself 4 days to edit devlogs. I can't allow myself any more than that. Fuck me, dude. Like, my video, I have started making my first devlog, which is for my first game I ever made. But same thing there, like, I think one of the issues there is that, I don't know, do you... But that's the thing, I think I need to do devlogs more kind of the style that you do them, to be honest. Because I think it makes more sense. Because the way I started off editing that video is like me going through almost fucking every detail I did in the game. And it becomes, it's too much. I also have like 100 hours of footage. So like going through all of that footage to find the right things, like it's so fucking long, man. But I feel like you do a very nice, like, I don't know, it's less of a I did this, I did that, and a bit more of like a documentary kind of story video, you know, it's more like the overarching kind of thing that you focus on, which I think is pretty good. Yeah, choose a story, yeah. I feel like that's kind of what I need to do, because the way I'm currently, or the way I tried to do it for my first video, which I did probably like 30-40% of the editing. To be fair, that's more than what it sounds like, just like I said, it was like 100 hours of content. But I don't know, I might fucking scrap the whole thing and restart and do it a little bit more where I just talk about the full experience of making the game rather than going into like every detail of how I did it. Because right now, the way I wonder if I did start writing the script for it as well. But like the way I did it is too like, I don't know, I explain almost like every detail of like how I made the character move, how I made him jump, how I came up with the ideas. And I think the worst thing about it is that it kind of gets a little bit of a... It's easy for that to get stuck into like a monotone type of like monologue where you just start going, I did this, then I did this, and then I did this, and after this I did this. And like that isn't really that fun either, you know. My first devlog was a story of I need to get a playable demo done by the end of the month, and then I explain that. Yeah, I see what you mean. But then it's hard because I'm not gonna make multiple videos for the first game, I can't be bothered. So like the story of my first devlog, when I made my first ever game, is going to be something like, you know, how I made my first game. Like that is basically the story I want to tell, right? Like how I ended up making this game without ever having made games before. It's very simple, it's not super impressive, but you know what? I'm still kind of proud of it. But yeah, I think that's the reason why it's also... I don't know. I need to really figure out a way to make these like devlogs and stuff in a way that isn't too... that doesn't take too much time. Because the issue is that if it takes me like, you know, 1.5 weeks to edit each video, since I can't edit for a full 1.5 weeks, that means that it takes me like 3 months before I can post a video. If I do editing like, you know, 2 days a week. And that's just like, it's too much. So I think I need to figure out longer the video, worse the devlog will do. Probably true as well. Yeah, just I don't want to make like, exactly, I do want to be in that kind of, you know, up to 10 minutes kind of range. But yeah, I feel like I need a way to make sure that it just doesn't take too much time. Just, let's be honest here, I'm already like 4 videos behind on my main channel. And I'm like 2 videos behind on my second channel. And fuck me, I'm like 200 clips behind on my clip channel. Like, my editing backlog is fucking immense. It's not... I think that's might be one of the reasons why I don't enjoy editing very much at the moment, because I think the fact that I have so much stuff to edit makes it a little bit daunting, where I kind of end up just... maybe I'll just work a bit on my game today, even though it's an off day, you know. You should be proud of it? No, I am proud of it. And to be fair, like I said, this game, like the idea behind this game was nothing but for me to see whether it was possible to make a game. And you know what? I fucking succeeded. It's not, you know, it's not an MMORPG, but it's fucking playable. which I feel like is, you know, that's an achievement in itself. What you said, that's a story. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Rather than going, here's how I made my first game, step by step. Having more of a, yeah. Yeah, maybe that's what I should do. Focus more on like, what is the actual story I want to tell? And like, obviously in some regard I want to tell how I made my first game. But I think when I say that the story is how I made my first game, that's when it's too easy to get down into every single detail. Because how I made my game is so fucking broad that you start going like, okay, this is how I made the movement, this is how I made jumping, this is how I designed this and that, and this is how I made the art. And I think that type of like to-do list devlog is not gonna do as well anyway, because it gets too repetitive, right? Just half the words I say is, and then I did this, and then I did that. Yeah, I think that is a good point. You need to talk about your journey, what you were thinking, how you tackled it, etc. Not this is how I coded the character controller. Nobody cares about that. No, I think that is true. I mean, there are people who do quite technical devlogs, which do quite well as well. But I do think there's different audiences for it, right? Because isn't it like... what's his name? The mini something. Dude, if anyone understands who I meant from that, that's fucking dope. But like that guy does quite technical devlogs, and they seem to do quite well. But I also think that fits him better. For me as well, especially as someone who's still, you know, learning code and stuff. I don't think, like, people wouldn't watch me for exactly like how I coded this specific thing. And especially like general players don't care. To be fair, there is an argument that devlogs not always is for the target audience playing the game either. Because, let's be honest here, I think that the majority of people who watch devlogs are game developers. I think that's fair to say. But I do think that the way like you do your devlogs, the fact that they're a bit more of a story, and even people who do more like in-depth ones, where they focus more on design and stuff, I think has a broader reach, right? Like that's easier for someone who's not a game developer to kinda vibe with. Whereas like, as you said, if I start talking about like how I coded the character controller, like there might be some developers who could potentially enjoy it, but the vast amount of people do not care. You know, I think that is fair. So what should I do this? So should this just not be clickable then? I mean, fuck it, I guess I could just make you not have any interactions. Okay, let me try this. I also think I'm gonna change this quickly. Enable room, I'm gonna do a private void on enable. And then just gonna jump in here and say that starting room is this room. Mm-mm-mm. No, this one is not interactable. I think this is fine. Fine for now, at least. We can always polish this stuff up later, but I shouldn't... This is one of those rooms that I probably shouldn't spend too much time on, because I do imagine that the vast majority of players are not gonna get to this room. This is more like an Easter egg. I think this is fine for now. Wait, did the music not play? Why did the music not play? Song error 404. Void on enable. No, that should trigger... Yeah, that should still trigger. If string null or empty song, play song else, bam bam bam. Enable room, do this. This should trigger, right? On enable. Have I misunderstood how on enable works? It is possible. Did I turn off the music? Why is the song not playing? Why did it work here but not here? Play song is song, and that should happen if it is not null or empty, which it isn't. I can see that here. Okay, what happens if I do this then? It still doesn't play. This is confusing. I did get this one, which means that on enable must be called. I do have the song assigned. I am so confused right now. Ah. Is it because the game manager in start says play song false? That is very possible, but I don't need that anymore since any room who doesn't have a song will automatically call the same thing. Yeah, there we go. Sweet. I'm gonna head to bed. Ha det gott. Detsamma. Thank you very much for dropping by, Bjarne, and I'll catch you next time. Good job on the song as well. The glitchy song sounds fucking sick. Perfect fit, man. I'll catch you next time. Have a good night. Cheers. I do need to get off quite soon as well. Fucking now, I've been on for 8 hours. I haven't had a break yet. I think it's getting to the time when I probably should do that. I am pretty fucking happy about this room though. It is pretty much the exact type of vibe I wanted. So now, let's assign the first room as the starting room. Disable this, enable this. I'm going to duck out myself, I think. Great job on this room, man. Definitely will confuse a few people in a good way. I do think so. I'll catch you again soon, for sure. Thank you very much for dropping by, Hilfert. Always nice to have you here, man. And I'll catch you next time. Cheers, man. Wait, let me make sure that the states are being called correctly here. I can't click on anything, can I? No. So that should be fine. That means that the cutscene is overriding the gameplay state from the game manager. Map seems functional as well. Whoops. Master key. Oh, I was just gonna say, what happens with the map when you go into the error room? Huh. Oh, I know why. It's because this room is technically not a neighbor to this room. So we can't like reset this one. And then when I go in here, these rooms are not neighbors either, by technicality. So I think the way we're gonna do this is do some override where like when you're in the... When you are in the error room, the map is gonna like glitch out as well. I think that's the way we're gonna do it. Nice. Dude, quite a bit of progress today. We basically refactored the entirety of the room manager and how we handle rooms. And then we got the error room working pretty much perfectly as well. So let's call this stuff and error room. Perfect. 10 out of 10 commit message. Let's fucking go. Yeah, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, I do think this is where I'm gonna have to end it, but please stick around and let's see if we can find someone to throw a little raid at. Okay, let's see, who do we have live at the moment? As always, thank you all so much for watching. If you haven't, make sure to wishlist the game on Steam. We do appreciate those wishlists very much. We do have Raka live. We do have Raka live. Been live for 4 hours, playing a bit of Lies of P. Let's go over to Red Raka, dear friend of the channel. Let's go and say hello. I will be back on Wednesday. Right? It is Monday today. Yeah. So until then, I hope all of you have a great time, like always. Like I said, thank you all so much for being here, whether you're helping out, chatting, lurking, whatever it might be. I appreciate each and every single one of you. Thank you very much to all the people who raided today as well. We got quite a few raids today, actually. We had It's Flannelbeard, Jones, Amisis, Acrylic Pixel, Captain Coda, Cage, as well as Grogdev. Thank you all so very much. Also, a big shout out to Ginseng Tea and BX Chaz for those subscriptions. I really do appreciate it. Lou, thank you very much for dropping by as well. All the new followers, I appreciate all of you. But this is where I'm gonna sign off for today. Like I said, I will see you guys on Wednesday. Don't forget to follow the channel if you haven't, if you've been enjoying the stream. Also, feel free to join the Discord if you want to connect more with the community. Other than that, yeah, have a good one everyone, and I'll see you guys on Wednesday. Cheers.